Eric Hobsbawm was born in Alexandria in 1917 and was educated in Vienna, Berlin, London, and Cambridge. A Fellow of the British Academy and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, with honorary degrees from universities in several countries, he taught until retirement at Birkbeck College, University of London, and since then at the New School for Social Research in New York. The Age of Revolution. Europe 1789 to 1848. Eric Hobsbawm. Preface. This book traces the transformation of the world between 1789 and 1848 insofar as it was due to what is here called the Dual Revolution, the French Revolution of 1789 and the contemporaneous, British, Industrial Revolution. It is therefore strictly neither a history of Europe nor of the world. Insofar as a country felt the repercussions of the dual revolution in this period, I have attempted to refer to it, though often cursorily. Insofar as the impact of the revolution on it in this period was negligible, I have omitted it. Hence the reader will find something about Egypt here, but not about Japan, more about Ireland than about Bulgaria, about Latin America than about Africa. Naturally, this does not mean that the histories of the countries and peoples neglected in this volume are less interesting or important than those which are included. If its perspective is primarily European, or more precisely, Franco-British, it is because in this period the world, or at least a large part of it, was transformed from a European, or rather a Franco-British, base. However, certain topics which might well have deserved more detailed treatment have also been left aside, not only for reasons of space, but because, like the history of the USA, they are treated at length in other volumes in this series. The object of this book is not detailed narrative, but interpretation, and what the French call haute vulgarisation. Its ideal reader is that theoretical construct, the intelligent and educated citizen, who is not merely curious about the past, but wishes to understand how and why the world has come to be what it is today and whither it is going. Hence it would be pedantic and uncalled for to load the text with as heavy an apparatus of scholarship as it ought to carry for a more learned public. My notes therefore refer almost entirely to the sources of actual quotations and figures, or in some cases to the authority for statements which are particularly controversial or surprising. Nevertheless, it is only fair to say something about the material on which a very wide-ranging book such as this is based. All historians are more expert, or to put it another way, more ignorant, in some fields than in others. Outside a fairly narrow zone they must rely largely on the work of other historians. For the period 1789 to 1848 the secondary literature alone forms a mass of print so vast as to be beyond the knowledge of any individual, even one who can read all the languages in which it is written. In fact, of course, all historians are confined to a handful of languages at most. Much of this book is therefore second or even third-hand, and it will inevitably contain errors, as well as the inevitable foreshortenings which the expert will regret, as the author does. A bibliography is provided as a guide to further study. Though the web of history cannot be unraveled into separate threads without destroying it, a certain amount of subdivision of the subject is, for practical purposes, essential. I have attempted, very roughly, to divide the book into two parts. The first deals broadly with the main developments of the period, while the second sketches the kind of society produced by the dual revolution. There are, however, deliberate overlaps, and the distinction is a matter not of theory but of pure convenience. My thanks are due to various people with whom I have discussed aspects of this book or who have read chapters in draft or proof, but who are not responsible for my errors, notably J.D. Bernal, Douglas Dakin, Ernst Fischer, Francis Haskell, H.G. Königsberger and R.F. Leslie. Chapter 14 in particular owes much to the ideas of Ernst Fischer. Miss P. Ralph helped considerably as secretary and research assistant. Miss E. Mason compiled the index. E.J.H. London, December 1961. Introduction. Words are witnesses which often speak louder than documents. Let us consider a few English words which were invented, or gained their modern meanings, substantially in the period of 60 years with which this volume deals. They are such words as industry, industrialist, factory, middle class, working class, capitalism, and socialism. They include aristocracy as well as railway, liberal and conservative as political terms, nationality, scientist and engineer, proletariat and economic crisis, utilitarian and statistics, sociology, and several other names of modern sciences, journalism and ideology, are all coinages or adaptations of this period. So is strike and pauperism. To imagine the modern world without these words, i.e. without the things and concepts for which they provide names, is to measure the profundity of the revolution which broke out between 1789 and 1848, and forms the greatest transformation in human history since the remote times when men invented agriculture and metallurgy, writing, the city and the state. This revolution has transformed, and continues to transform, the entire world. But in considering it we must distinguish carefully between its long-range results, which cannot be confined to any social framework, political organization, or distribution of international power and resources, and its early and decisive phase, which was closely tied to a specific social and international situation. The Great Revolution of 1789 to 1848 was the triumph not of industry as such, but of capitalist industry, not of liberty and equality in general but of middle-class or bourgeois liberal society, not of the modern economy or the modern state, but of the economies and states in a particular geographical region of the world, part of Europe and a few patches of North America, whose center was the neighboring and rival states of Great Britain and France. The transformation of 1789 to 1848 is essentially the twin upheaval which took place in those two countries, and was propagated thence across the entire world. But it is not unreasonable to regard this dual revolution, the rather more political French and the industrial, British, revolution, not so much as something which belongs to the history of the two countries which were its chief carriers and symbols, but as the twin crater of a rather larger regional volcano. That the simultaneous eruptions should occur in France and Britain, and have slightly differing characters, is neither accidental nor uninteresting. But from the point of view of the historian of, let us say, AD 3000, as from the point of view of the Chinese or African observer, it is more relevant to note that they occurred somewhere or other in northwestern Europe and its overseas prolongations, and that they could not with any probability have been expected to occur at this time in any other part of the world. It is equally relevant to note that they are at this period almost inconceivable in any form other than the triumph of a bourgeois liberal capitalism. It is evident that so profound a transformation cannot be understood without going back very much further in history than 1789, or even than the decades which immediately preceded it, and clearly reflect, at least in retrospect, the crisis of the ancien regimes of the northwestern world, which the dual revolution was to sweep away. Whether or not we regard the American Revolution of 1776 as an eruption of equal significance to the Anglo-French ones, or merely as their most important immediate precursor and stimulator, whether or not we attach fundamental importance to the constitutional crises and economic reshuffles and stirrings of 1760 to 89, they can clearly explain at most the occasion and timing of the great breakthrough and not its fundamental causes. How far back into history the analyst should go, whether to the mid-17th century English Revolution, to the Reformation and the beginning of European military world conquest and colonial exploitation in the early 16th century, or even earlier, is for our purposes irrelevant, for such analysis in depth would take us far beyond the chronological boundaries of this volume. Here we need merely observe that the social and economic forces, the political and intellectual tools of this transformation were already prepared, at all events in a part of Europe sufficiently large to revolutionize the rest. Our problem is not to trace the emergence of a world market, of a sufficiently active class of private entrepreneurs, or even, in England, of a state dedicated to the proposition that the maximization of private profit was the foundation of government policy. Nor is it to trace the evolution of the technology, the scientific knowledge, or the ideology of an individualist, secularist, rationalist belief in progress. By the 1780s we can take the existence of all these for granted, though we cannot yet assume that they were sufficiently powerful or widespread. On the contrary, we must, if anything, safeguard against the temptation to overlook the novelty of the dual revolution because of the familiarity of its outward costume, the undeniable fact that Robespierre's and Saint-Just's clothes, manners, and prose would not have been out of place in a drawing room of the Ancien Regime, that the Jeremy Bentham whose reforming ideas expressed the bourgeois Britain of the 1830s was the very man who had proposed the same ideas to Catherine the Great of Russia. And that the most extreme statements of middle-class political economy came from members of the 18th-century British House of Lords. Our problem is thus to explain not the existence of these elements of a new economy and society, but their triumph, to trace not the progress of their gradual sapping and mining in previous centuries, but their decisive conquest of the fortress. And it is also to trace the profound changes which this sudden triumph brought within the countries most immediately affected by it, and within the rest of the world which was now thrown open to the full explosive impact of the new forces, the conquering bourgeois, to quote the title of a recent world history of this period. Inevitably, since the dual revolution occurred in one part of Europe, and its most obvious and immediate effects were most evident there, the history with which this volume deals is mainly regional. Inevitably also, since the world revolution spread outwards from the double crater of England and France, it initially took the form of a European expansion in and conquest of the rest of the world. Indeed, its most striking consequence for world history was to establish a domination of the globe by a few Western regimes, and especially by the British, which has no parallel in history. Before the merchants, the steam engines, the ships, and the guns of the West, and before its ideas, the age-old civilizations and empires of the world capitulated and collapsed. India became a province administered by British proconsuls, the Islamic states were convulsed by crisis, Africa lay open to direct conquest. Even the great Chinese Empire was forced in 1839–42 to open its frontiers to Western exploitation. By 1848 nothing stood in the way of Western conquest of any territory that Western governments or businessmen might find it to their advantage to occupy, just as nothing but time stood in the way of the progress of Western capitalist enterprise. And yet the history of the dual revolution is not merely one of the triumph of the new bourgeois society. It is also the history of the emergence of the forces which were, within a century of 1848, to have turned expansion into contraction. What is more, by 1848 this extraordinary future reversal of fortunes was already to some extent visible. Admittedly, the worldwide revolt against the West, which dominates the middle of the 20th century, was as yet barely discernible. Only in the Islamic world can we observe the first stages of that process by which those conquered by the West have adopted its ideas and techniques to turn the tables on it, in the beginnings of internal westernizing reform within the Turkish Empire in the 1830s, and above all in the neglected and significant career of Muhammad Ali of Egypt. But within Europe the forces and ideas which envisaged the supersession of the triumphant new society, were already emerging. The specter of communism already haunted Europe by 1848. It was exorcised in 1848. For a long time thereafter it was to remain as powerless as specters in fact are, especially in the Western world most immediately transformed by the dual revolution. But if we look round the world of the 1960s we shall not be tempted to underestimate the historic force of the revolutionary socialist and communist ideology born out of reaction against the dual revolution, and which had by 1848 found its first classic formulation. The historic period which begins with the construction of the first factory system of the modern world in Lancashire and the French Revolution of 1789 ends with the construction of its first railway network and the publication of the Communist Manifesto. Most of these either have international currency, or were fairly literally translated into various languages. Thus socialism or journalism are fairly international, while the combination Iron Road is the basis of the name of the railway everywhere except in its country of origin. Part I. Developments. Chapter 1. The World in the 1780s. Le dix huitième siècle doit être remis au Panthéon Saint Just 1. The first thing to observe about the world of the 1780s is that it was at once much smaller and much larger than ours. It was smaller geographically, because even the best educated and best informed men then living, let us say a man like the scientist and traveler Alexander von Humboldt, 1769 to 1859, knew only patches of the inhabited globe. The known worlds of less scientifically advanced and expansionist communities than those of Western Europe were clearly even smaller, diminishing to the tiny segments of the earth within which the illiterate Sicilian peasant or the cultivator in the Burmese hills lived out his life, and beyond which all was and always would forever be unknown. Much of the surface of the oceans, though by no means all, had already been explored and mapped thanks to the remarkable competence of 18th-century navigators like James Cook, though human knowledge of the seabed was to remain negligible until the mid-20th century. The main outlines of the continents and most islands were known, though by modern standards not too accurately. The size and height of the mountain ranges in Europe were known with some approach to precision, those in parts of Latin America very roughly, those in Asia hardly at all, those in Africa, with the exception of the Atlas, for practical purposes not at all. Except for those of China and India, the course of the great rivers of the world was mysterious to all but a handful of trappers, traders, or coureurs de bois, who had, or may have had, knowledge of those in their regions. Outside of a few areas in several continents they did not reach more than a few miles inland from the coast. The map of the world consisted of white spaces crossed by the marked trails of traders or explorers. But for the rough and ready second or third-hand information collected by travelers or officials in remote outposts, these white spaces would have been even vaster than in fact they were. Not only the known world was smaller, but the real world, at any rate in human terms. Since for practical purposes no censuses are available, all demographic estimates are sheer guesses, but it is evident that the Earth supported only a fraction of today's population, probably not much more than 1/3. If the most usually quoted guesses are not too wide of the mark, Asia and Africa supported a somewhat larger proportion of the world's people than today. Europe, with about 187 million in 1800, as against about 600 million today, a somewhat smaller one, the Americas obviously a much smaller one. Roughly, 2 out of every 3 humans would be Asians in 1800, 1 out of every 5 European, 1 out of 10 African, 1 out of 33 American or Oceanian. It is obvious that this much smaller population was much more sparsely distributed across the face of the globe, except perhaps for certain small regions of intensive agriculture or high urban concentration, such as parts of China, India, and Western or Central Europe, where densities comparable to those of modern times may have existed. If population was smaller, so also was the area of effective human settlement. Climatic conditions, probably somewhat colder and wetter than today, though no longer quite so cold or wet as during the worst period of the Little Ice Age of c. 1300 to 1700, held back the limits of settlement in the Arctic. Endemic disease, such as malaria, still restricted it in many areas, such as southern Italy, where the coastal plains, long virtually unoccupied, were only gradually peopled during the 19th century. Primitive forms of the economy, notably hunting and, in Europe, the territorially wasteful seasonal transhumance of livestock, kept large settlements out of entire regions such as the plains of Apulia, the early 19th century tourists' prints of the Roman Campagna, an empty malarial space with a few ruins, a few cattle, and the odd picturesque bandit, are familiar illustrations of such landscapes. And of course much land which has since come under the plough was still, even in Europe, barren heath, waterlogged fen, rough grazing or forest. Humanity was smaller in yet a third respect. Europeans were, on the whole, distinctly shorter and lighter than they are today. To take one illustration from the abundance of statistics about the physique of conscripts on which this generalization is based, in one canton on the Ligurian coast 72% of the recruits in 1792 to 9 were less than 1.50 meters, 5 feet 2 inches, Tall. Point 2. That did not mean that the men of the later 18th century were more fragile than we are. The scrawny, stunted, undrilled soldiers of the French Revolution were capable of a physical endurance equaled today only by the undersized guerrillas in colonial mountains. A week's unbroken marching, with full equipment, at the rate of 30 miles a day, was common. However, the fact remains that human physique was then, by our standards, very poor, as is indicated by the exceptional value kings and generals attached to the tall fellows, who were formed into the elite regiments of guards, cuirassiers, and the like. Yet if the world was in many respects smaller, the sheer difficulty or uncertainty of communications made it in practice much vaster than it is today. I do not wish to exaggerate these difficulties. The later 18th century was, by medieval or 16th century standards, an age of abundant and speedy communications, and even before the revolution of the railways, improvements in roads, horse-drawn vehicles, and postal services are quite remarkable. Between the 1760s and the end of the century, the journey from London to Glasgow was shortened from 10 or 12 days to 62 hours. The system of mail coaches or diligences, instituted in the second half of the 18th century, vastly extended between the end of the Napoleonic Wars and the coming of the railway, provided not only relative speed. The postal service from Paris to Strasbourg took 36 hours in 1833, but also regularity. But the provision for overland passenger transport was small, that for overland goods transport both slow and prohibitively expensive. Those who conducted government business or commerce were by no means cut off from one another. It is estimated that 20 million letters passed through the British mails at the beginning of the wars with Bonaparte. At the end of our period there were 10 times as many, but for the great majority of the inhabitants of the world letters were useless, as they could not read, and travel except perhaps to and from markets altogether out of the ordinary. If they or their goods moved overland, it was overwhelmingly on foot or by the slow speeds of carts, which even in the early 19th century carried 5/6 of French goods traffic at somewhat less than 20 miles a day. Couriers flew across long distances with dispatches, postilions drove mail coaches with a dozen or so passengers each, shaking their bones or, if equipped with the new leather suspension, making them violently seasick. Noblemen raced along in private carriages. But for the greater part of the world the speed of the carter walking beside his horse or mule governed land transport. Under the circumstances, transport by water was therefore not only easier and cheaper, but often also, except for the uncertainties of wind and weather, faster. It took Goethe 4 and 3 days respectively to sail from Naples to Sicily and back during his Italian tour. The mind boggles at the time it would have taken him to travel overland in anything like comfort. To be within reach of a port was to be within reach of the world. In a real sense, London was closer to Plymouth or Leith than to villages in the Breckland of Norfolk. Seville was more accessible from Veracruz than from Valladolid, Hamburg from Bahia than from the Pomeranian hinterland. The chief drawback of water transport was its intermittency. Even in 1820 the London mails for Hamburg and Holland were made up only twice a week, those for Sweden and Portugal once weekly, those for North America once a month. Yet there can be no doubt that Boston and New York were in much closer contact with Paris than, let us say, the Carpathian county of Maramuros was with Budapest. And just as it was easier to transport goods and men in quantity over the vast distances of the oceans, easier, for instance, for 44,000 to set sail for America from northern Irish ports in 5 years, 1769 to 74, than to get 5,000 to Dundee in 3 generations, so it was easier to link distant capitals than country and city. The news of the fall of the Bastille reached the populace of Madrid within 13 days, but in Perrin, a bare 133 kilometers from the capital, the news from Paris was not received until the 28th. The world of 1789 was therefore, for most of its inhabitants, incalculably vast. Most of them, unless snatched away by some awful hazard, such as military recruitment, lived and died in the county, and often in the parish, of their birth. As late as 1861 more than 9 out often in 70 of the 90 French departments lived in the department of their birth. The rest of the globe was a matter of government agents and rumor. There were no newspapers, except for a tiny handful of the middle and upper classes. 5,000 was the usual circulation of a French journal even in 1814, and few could read in any case. News came to most through travelers and the mobile section of the population, merchants and hawkers, traveling journeymen, migratory craftsmen and seasonal laborers, the large and mixed population of the vagrant and footloose, ranging from itinerant friars or pilgrims to smugglers, robbers, and fairground folk, and, of course, through the soldiers who fell upon the population in war or garrisoned them in peace. Naturally, news also came through official channels through state or church. But even the bulk of the local agents of such statewide or ecumenical organizations were local men, or men settled for a lifetime service among those of their kind. Outside the colonies, the official nominated by his central government and sent to a succession of provincial posts was only just coming into existence. Of all the subaltern agents of the state, perhaps only the regimental officer habitually expected to live an unlocalized life, consoled only by the variety of wine, women, and horses of his country. 2. Such as it was, the world of 1789 was overwhelmingly rural, and nobody can understand it who has not absorbed this fundamental fact. In countries like Russia, Scandinavia, or the Balkans, where the city had never flourished excessively, between 90 and 97% of the population were rural. Even in areas with a strong though decayed urban tradition, the rural or agricultural percentage was extraordinarily high, 85% in Lombardy, 72 to 80% in Venetia, more than 90% in Calabria and Lucania, according to available estimates. 3 In fact, outside of a few very flourishing industrial or commercial areas, we should be hard put to it to find a sizable European state in which at least 4 out of every 5 inhabitants were not countrymen. And even in England itself, the urban population only just outnumbered the rural population for the first time in 1851. The word urban is, of course, ambiguous. It includes the 2 European cities which by 1789 can be called genuinely large by our standards, London, with about 1 million, and Paris, with about 500,000, and the score or so with a population of 100,000 or more, 2 in France, 2 in Germany, perhaps 4 in Spain, perhaps 5 in Italy. The Mediterranean was traditionally the home of cities, 2 in Russia, and 1 each in Portugal, Poland, Holland, Austria, Ireland, Scotland, and European Turkey. But it also includes the multitude of small provincial towns in which the majority of city dwellers actually lived, the ones where a man could stroll in a few minutes from the cathedral square surrounded by the public buildings and the houses of the notables, to the fields. Of the 19% of Austrians who, even at the end of our period, 1834, lived in towns, well over 3/4 lived in towns of less than 20,000 inhabitants, about half in towns of between 2 and 5,000. These were the towns through which the French journeymen wandered on their Tour de France, whose 16th-century profiles, preserved like flies in amber by the stagnation of subsequent centuries, the German Romantic poets evoked in the background of their tranquil landscapes, above which the cliffs of Spanish cathedrals towered, among whose mud the Hasidic Jews venerated their miracle-working rabbis and the Orthodox ones disputed the divine subtleties of the law, into which Gogol's Inspector General drove to terrify the rich, and Shishakov to ponder on the purchase of dead souls. But these also were the towns out of which the ardent and ambitious young men came to make revolutions or their first million, or both. Robespierre came out of Arras, Gracchus Babeuf out of St. Quentin, Napoleon out of Ajaccio. These provincial towns were none the less urban for being small. The genuine townsman looked down upon the surrounding countryside with the contempt of the quick-wit and knowledgeable for the strong, slow, ignorant, and stupid. Not that by the standards of the real man of the world the sleepy back-country township had anything to boast about. The German popular comedies mocked Kriewinkel the petty municipality as cruelly as the more obvious rural hayseeds. The line between town and country, or rather between town occupations and farm occupations, was sharp. In many countries the excise barrier, or sometimes even the old line of the wall, divided the two. In extreme cases, as in Prussia, the government, anxious to keep its taxable citizens under proper supervision, secured a virtually total separation of urban and rural activities. Even where there was no such rigid administrative division, townsmen were often physically distinct from peasants. In a vast area of Eastern Europe they were German, Jewish, or Italian islands in a Slav, Magyar or Romanian lake. Even townsmen of the same religion and nationality as the surrounding peasantry looked different, they wore different dress, and indeed were in most cases, except for the exploited indoor laboring and manufacturing population, taller, though perhaps also slenderer. They were probably, and certainly prided themselves on being, quicker in mind and more literate. Yet in their mode of life they were almost as ignorant of what went on outside their immediate district, almost as closed in, as the village. The provincial town still belonged essentially to the economy and society of the countryside. It lived by battening on the surrounding peasantry and, with relatively few exceptions, by very little else except taking in its own washing. Its professional and middle classes were the dealers in corn and cattle, the processors of farm products, the lawyers and notaries who handled the affairs of noble estates or the interminable litigations which are part of land-owning or land-holding communities, the merchant entrepreneurs who put out and collected for and from the rural spinners and weavers, the more respectable of the representatives of government, lord, or church. Its craftsmen and shopkeepers supplied the surrounding peasantry or the townsmen, who lived off the peasantry. The provincial city had declined sadly since its heyday in the later Middle Ages. It was only rarely a free city or city-state, only rarely any longer a center of manufactures for a wider market or a staging post in international trade. As it had declined, it clung with increasing stubbornness to that local monopoly of its market which it defended against all comers. Much of the provincialism which the young radicals and big city slickers mocked, derived from this movement of economic self-defense. In southern Europe the gentlemen and even sometimes the nobles lived in it on the rents of their estates. In Germany the bureaucracies of the innumerable small principalities, themselves barely more than large estates, administered the wishes of Serenissimus there with the revenues collected from a dutiful and silent peasantry. The provincial town of the late 18th century might be a prosperous and expanding community, as its townscape, dominated by stone buildings in a modest classical or rococo style, still bears witness in parts of Western Europe. But that prosperity came from the countryside. 3. The agrarian problem was therefore the fundamental one in the world of 1789, and it is easy to see why the first systematic school of continental economists, the French physiocrats, assumed as a matter of course that the land, and the land rent, was the sole source of net income. And the crux of the agrarian problem was the relation between those who cultivated the land and those who owned it, those who produced its wealth and those who accumulated it. From the point of view of agrarian property relations, we may divide Europe, or rather the economic complex whose center lay in Western Europe, into three large segments. To the west of Europe there lay the overseas colonies. In these, with the notable exception of the northern United States of America and a few less significant patches of independent farming, the typical cultivator was an Indian working as a forced laborer or virtual serf, or a Negro working as a slave, somewhat more rarely, a peasant tenant, sharecropper or the like. In the colonies of the Eastern Indies, where direct cultivation by European planters was rarer, the typical form of compulsion by the controllers of the land was the forced delivery of quotas of crops, e.g. spice or coffee in the Dutch islands. In other words, the typical cultivator was unfree or under political constraint. The typical landlord was the owner of the large quasi-feudal estate, hacienda, finca, estancia, or of a slave plantation. The characteristic economy of the quasi-feudal estate was primitive and self-contained, or at any rate geared to purely regional demands. Spanish America exported mining products, also produced by what were virtually Indian serfs, but nothing much in the way of farm products. The characteristic economy of the slave plantation zone, whose center lay in the Caribbean islands, along the northern coasts of South America, especially in northern Brazil, and the southern ones of the USA, was the production of a few vitally important export crops, sugar, to a lesser extent tobacco and coffee, dyestuffs and, from the Industrial Revolution onwards, above all cotton. It therefore formed an integral part of the European economy and, through the slave trade, of the African. Fundamentally, the history of this zone in our period can be written in terms of the decline of sugar and the rise of cotton. To the east of Western Europe, more specifically to the east of a line running roughly along the river Elbe, the western frontiers of what is today Czechoslovakia, and then south to Trieste, cutting off eastern from western Austria, lay the region of agrarian serfdom. Socially, Italy south of Tuscany and Umbria, and southern Spain belonged to this region, though Scandinavia, with the partial exception of Denmark and southern Sweden, did not. This vast zone contained its patches of technically free peasants, German peasant colonists scattered all over it from Slovenia to the Volga, virtually independent clans in the savage rocks of the Illyrian hinterland, almost equally savage peasant warriors like the Pandurs and Cossacks on what had until lately been the military frontier between Christian and Turk or Tartar, free pioneer squatters beyond the reach of lord and state, or those who lived in the vast forests, where large-scale farming was out of the question. On the whole, however, the typical cultivator was unfree, and indeed almost drenched by the flood of serfdom which had risen almost without a break since the later 15th or early 16th centuries. It was least obvious in the Balkan areas which had been, or still were, under the direct administration of the Turks. Though the original agrarian system of the Turkish pre-feudalism, a rough division of the land in which each unit supported a non-hereditary Turkish warrior, had long degenerated into a system of hereditary landed estates under Mohammedan lords, these lords seldom engaged in farming. They merely sucked what they could from their peasantry. This is why the Balkans, south of the Danube and Save, emerged from Turkish domination in the 19th and 20th centuries substantially as peasant countries, though extremely poor ones, and not as countries of concentrated agricultural property. Still, the Balkan peasant was legally unfree as a Christian, and de facto unfree as a peasant, at least so long as he was within reach of the lords. Over the rest of the area, however, the typical peasant was a serf, devoting a large part of the week to forced labor on the lord's land, or its equivalent in other obligations. His unfreedom might be so great as to be barely distinguishable from chattel slavery, as in Russia and those parts of Poland where he could be sold separately from the land. A notice in the Gazette de Moscow in 1801 advertised for sale, 3 coachmen, well trained and very presentable, also 2 girls, aged 18 and 15, both of good appearance and skilled in different kinds of manual work. The same house has for sale 2 hairdressers, one, aged 21, can read, write, play a musical instrument and do duty as postilion, the other suitable for dressing ladies' and gentlemen's hair, also pianos and organs. A large proportion of serfs served as domestics, in Russia almost 5% of all serfs in 1851.5, in the hinterland of the Baltic Sea the main trade route with Western Europe servile agriculture produced largely export crops for the importing countries of the West, corn, flax, hemp, and forest products mostly used for shipping. Elsewhere it relied more on the regional market, which contained at least one accessible region of fairly advanced manufacturing and urban development, Saxony and Bohemia and the great capital of Vienna. Much of it, however, remained backward. The opening of the Black Sea route and the increasing urbanization of Western Europe, and notably of England, had only just begun to stimulate the corn exports of the Russian Black Earth Belt, which were to remain the staple of Russian foreign trade until the industrialization of the USSR. The eastern servile area may therefore also be regarded as a food and raw material producing dependent economy of Western Europe, analogous to the overseas colonies. The servile areas of Italy and Spain had similar economic characteristics, though the legal technicalities of the peasant's status were somewhat different. Broadly, they were areas of large noble estates. It is not impossible that in Sicily and Andalusia several of these were the lineal descendants of Roman latifundia, whose slaves and coloni had turned into the characteristic landless day laborers of these regions. Cattle ranching, corn production. Sicily is an ancient export granary, and the extortion of whatever was to be extorted from the miserable peasantry, provided the income of the dukes and barons who owned them. The characteristic landlord of the servile area was thus a noble owner and cultivator or exploiter of large estates. Their vastness staggers the imagination. Catherine the Great gave between 40 and 50,000 serfs to individual favorites. The Radziwills of Poland had estates as large as half of Ireland. Potocki owned 3 million acres in the Ukraine. The Hungarian Esterházys, Haydn's patrons, at one time owned nearly 7 million acres. Estates of several hundreds of thousands of acres were common. Point 2. Neglected, primitive and inefficient though these often were, they yielded princely incomes. The Spanish grandee might, as a French visitor observed of the desolate Medina Sidonia estates, reign like a lion in the forests whose roar frightens away whatever might approach him. 7. But he was not short of cash, even by the ample standards of the British milord. Below the magnates, a class of country gentlemen of varying size and economic resources exploited the peasantry. In some countries it was inordinately large, and consequently poor and discontented, distinguished from the non-noble chiefly by its political and social privileges and its disinclination to engage in ungentlemanly pursuits such as work. In Hungary and Poland it amounted to something like 1 in 10 of the total population, in Spain at the end of the 18th century to almost 500,000 or, in 1827, to 10% of the total European nobility. 8. Elsewhere it was much smaller. 4. In the rest of Europe the agrarian structure was socially not dissimilar. That is to say that for the peasant or laborer anybody who owned an estate was a gentleman and a member of the ruling class, and conversely noble or gentle status, which gave social and political privileges and was still nominally the only road to the highest offices of state, was inconceivable without an estate. In most countries of Western Europe the feudal order implied by such ways of thinking was still politically very alive, though economically increasingly obsolete. Indeed, its very economic obsolescence, which made noble and gentle incomes limp increasingly far behind the rise in prices and expenditure, made the aristocracy exploit its one inalienable economic asset, the privileges of birth and status, with ever greater intensity. All over continental Europe the nobleman elbowed his low-born rivals out of offices of profit under the crown, from Sweden, where the proportion of commoner officers fell from 66% in 1719, 42% in 1700, to 23% in 1780. 9. To France, where this feudal reaction precipitated the French Revolution, see below chapter 3. But even where it was in some ways distinctly shaky, as in France where entry into the landed nobility was relatively easy, or even more in Britain where landed and noble status was the reward for any kind of wealth, provided it was large enough, the link between estate ownership and ruling class status remained, and had indeed lately become somewhat closer. Economically, however, Western rural society was very different. The characteristic peasant had lost much of his servile status in the late Middle Ages, though still often retaining a great many galling marks of legal dependence. The characteristic estate had long ceased to be a unit of economic enterprise and had become a system of collecting rents and other money incomes. The more or less free peasant, large, medium or small, was the characteristic cultivator of the soil. If a tenant of some sort he paid rent, or, in a few areas, a share of the crop, to a landlord. If technically a freeholder, he probably still owed the local lord a variety of obligations which might or might not be turned into money, such as the obligation to send his corn to the lord's mill, as well as taxes to the prince, tithes to the church, and some duties of forced labor, all of which contrasted with the relative exemption of the higher social strata. But if these political bonds were stripped away, a large part of Europe would emerge as an area of peasant agriculture, generally one in which a minority of wealthy peasants tended to become commercial farmers selling a permanent crop surplus to the urban market, and a majority of small and medium peasants lived in something like self-sufficiency off their holdings unless these were so small as to oblige them to take part-time work in agriculture or manufacture for wages. Only a few areas had pushed agrarian development one stage further towards a purely capitalist agriculture. England was the chief of these. Their land ownership was extremely concentrated, but the characteristic cultivator was a medium-sized commercial tenant farmer operating with hired labor. A large undergrowth of small holders, cottagers and the like still obscured this. But when this was stripped away, roughly between 1760 and 1830, what emerged was not peasant agriculture but a class of agricultural entrepreneurs, the farmers, and a large agrarian proletariat. A few European areas where commercial investment traditionally went into farming, as in parts of northern Italy and the Netherlands, or where specialized commercial crops were produced, also showed strong capitalist tendencies, but this was exceptional. A further exception was Ireland, an unhappy island which combined the disadvantages of the backward areas of Europe with those of proximity to the most advanced economy. Here a handful of absentee latifundists similar to the Andalusian or Sicilian ones exploited a vast mass of tenants by means of extortionate money rents. Technically European agriculture was still, with the exception of a few advanced regions, both traditional and astonishingly inefficient. Its products were still mainly the traditional ones, rye, wheat, barley, oats, and in Eastern Europe buckwheat, the basic food of the people, beef cattle, sheep, goats, and their dairy products, pigs and fowl, a certain amount of fruit and vegetables, wine, and a certain number of industrial raw materials such as wool, flax, hemp for cordage, barley for beer, etc. The food of Europe was still regional. The products of other climates were still rarities, verging on luxury, except perhaps for sugar, the most important foodstuff imported from the tropics and the one whose sweetness has created more human bitterness than any other. In England, admittedly the most advanced country, the average annual consumption per head in the 1790s was £14. But even in England the average per capita consumption of tea in the year of the French Revolution was hardly 2 ounces per month. The new crops imported from the Americas or other parts of the tropics had made some headway. In southern Europe and the Balkans maize, Indian corn, was already quite widespread. It had helped fix mobile peasants to their plots in the Balkans, and in northern Italy rice had made some progress. Tobacco was cultivated in various principalities, mostly as a government monopoly for revenue purposes, though its use by modern standards was negligible. The average Englishman in 1790 smoked, snuffed, or chewed about 1 1/3 ounces a month. Silkwork culture was common in parts of southern Europe. The chief of the new crops, the potato, was only just making its way, except perhaps in Ireland where its ability to feed more people per acre at subsistence level than any other food had already made it a staple of cultivation. Outside England and the Low Countries the systematic cultivation of root and fodder crops, other than hay, was still rather exceptional, and only the Napoleonic Wars brought about the massive production of beet for sugar. The 18th century was not, of course, one of agricultural stagnation. On the contrary, a long era of demographic expansion, of growing urbanization, trade, and manufacture, encouraged agricultural improvement and indeed required it. The second half of the century saw the beginning of that startling and henceforward unbroken rise in population which is so characteristic of the modern world. Between 1755 and 1784, for instance, the rural population of Brabant, Belgium, rose by 44% 10. But what impressed the numerous campaigners for agricultural improvement, who multiplied their societies, government reports, and propagandist publications from Spain to Russia, was the size of the obstacles to agrarian advance rather than its progress. V. The world of agriculture was sluggish, except perhaps for its capitalist sector. That of commerce, manufactures, and the technological and intellectual activities which went with both, was confident, brisk and expansive, and the classes which benefited from them, active, determined and optimistic. The contemporary observer would be most immediately struck by the vast deployment of trade, which was closely tied to colonial exploitation. A system of maritime trade currents, growing rapidly in volume and capacity, circled the earth, bringing its profits to the mercantile communities of North Atlantic Europe. They used colonial power to rob the inhabitants of the East Indies of the commodities exported thence to Europe and Africa, where these and European goods were used to buy slaves for the rapidly growing plantation systems of the Americas. The American plantations in turn exported their sugar, cotton, etc. in ever vaster and cheaper quantities to the Atlantic and North Sea ports, whence they were redistributed eastwards, together with the traditional manufactures and commodities of European East-West trade, textiles, salt, wine, and the rest. From the Baltic in turn came the grain, timber, flax. From Eastern Europe came the grain, timber, flax, and linen, a profitable export to the tropics, hemp, and iron of this second colonial zone. And between the relatively developed economies of Europe, which included, economically speaking, the increasingly active communities of white settlers in the northern British colonies of America, after 1783, the northern USA, the web of trade became ever more dense. The nabob or planter returned from the colonies with wealth beyond the dreams of provincial avarice. The merchant and shipper whose splendid ports Bordeaux, Bristol, Liverpool had been built or rebuilt in the century, appeared to be the true economic victors of the age, comparable only with the great officials and financiers who drew their wealth from the profitable service of states, for this was still the age when the term office of profit under the crown had its literal meaning. Beside him the middle class of lawyers, estate managers, local brewers, traders, and the like, who accumulated a modest wealth from the agricultural world, lived low and quiet lives, and even the manufacturer appeared little better than a very poor relation. For though mining and manufactures were expanding rapidly, and in all parts of Europe, the merchant, and in Eastern Europe also often the feudal lord, remained their chief controllers. This was because the chief form of expanding industrial production was the so-called domestic or putting-out system, in which the merchant bought the products of the handicraftsman or of the part-time non-agricultural labor of the peasantry for sale in a wider market. The mere growth of such trade inevitably created rudimentary conditions for an early industrial capitalism. The craftsman selling his wares might turn into little more than a worker paid on piece rates, especially when the merchant supplied him with his raw material, and perhaps leased out productive equipment. The peasant who also wove might become the weaver who also had a small plot. Specialization of processes and functions might divide the old craft or create a complex of semi-skilled workers from among peasants. The old master craftsman, or some special group of crafts, or some group of local intermediaries might turn into something like subcontractors or employers. But the key controller of these decentralized forms of production, the one who linked the labor of lost villages or back streets with the world market, was some kind of merchant. And the industrialists who were emerging or about to emerge from the ranks of the producers themselves were petty operators beside him, even when they were not directly dependent upon him. There were a few exceptions, especially in industrial England. Iron masters, men like the great potter Josiah Wedgwood, were proud and respected, their establishments visited by the curious from all over Europe. But the typical industrialist, the word had not yet been invented, was as yet a petty officer rather than a captain of industry. Nevertheless, whatever their status, the activities of commerce and manufacture flourished brilliantly. The most brilliantly successful of 18th-century European states, Britain, plainly owed its power to its economic progress, and by the 1780s all continental governments with any pretense to a rational policy were consequently fostering economic growth, and especially industrial development, though with very varying success. The sciences, not yet split by 19th-century academicism into a superior pure and an inferior applied branch, devoted themselves to the solution of productive problems. The most striking advances of the 1780s were those of chemistry, which was by tradition most closely linked to workshop practice and the needs of industry. The great encyclopedia of Diderot and D'Alembert was not merely a compendium of progressive social and political thought, but of technological and scientific progress. For indeed the conviction of the progress of human knowledge, rationality, wealth, civilization, and control over nature with which the 18th century was deeply imbued, the Enlightenment, drew its strength primarily from the evident progress of production, trade, and the economic and scientific rationality believed to be associated inevitably with both. And its greatest champions were the economically most progressive classes, those most directly involved in the tangible advances of the time, the mercantile circles and economically enlightened landlords, financiers, scientifically minded economic and social administrators, the educated middle class, manufacturers, and entrepreneurs. Such men hailed a Benjamin Franklin, working printer and journalist, inventor, entrepreneur, statesman and shrewd businessman, as the symbol of the active, self-made, reasoning citizen of the future. Such men in England, where the new men had no need of transatlantic revolutionary incarnations, formed the provincial societies out of which both scientific, industrial, and political advance sprang. The Lunar Society of Birmingham included the potter Josiah Wedgwood, the inventor of the modern steam engine James Watt and his business partner Matthew Boulton, the chemist Priestley, the gentleman biologist and pioneer of evolutionary theories Erasmus Darwin, grandfather of a greater Darwin, the great printer Baskerville. Such men everywhere flocked into the lodges of Freemasonry, where class distinctions did not count and the ideology of the Enlightenment was propagated with a disinterested zeal. It is significant that the two chief centers of the ideology were also those of the dual revolution, France and England, though in fact its ideas gained widest international currency in their French formulations, even when these were merely Gallicized versions of British ones. A secular, rationalist, and progressive individualism dominated enlightened thought. To set the individual free from the shackles which fettered him was its chief object, from the ignorant traditionalism of the Middle Ages, which still threw their shadow across the world, from the superstition of the churches, as distinct from natural or rational religion, from the irrationality which divided men into a hierarchy of higher and lower ranks according to birth or some other irrelevant criterion. Liberty, equality and, it followed, the fraternity of all men were its slogans. In due course they became those of the French Revolution. The reign of individual liberty could not but have the most beneficent consequences. The most extraordinary results could indeed already be observed to follow from the unfettered exercise of individual talent in a world of reason. The passionate belief in progress of the typical enlightened thinker reflected the visible increases in knowledge and technique, in wealth, welfare, and civilization which he could see all round him, and which he ascribed with some justice to the growing advance of his ideas. At the beginning of his century witches were still widely burned, at its end enlightened governments like the Austrian had already abolished not only judicial torture but also slavery. What might not be expected if the remaining obstacles to progress, such as the vested interests of feudality and church, were swept away? It is not strictly accurate to call the Enlightenment a middle-class ideology, though there were many enlighteners and politically they were the decisive ones who assumed as a matter of course that the free society would be a capitalist society. 11 In theory its object was to set all human beings free. All progressive, rationalist, and humanist ideologies are implicit in it, and indeed came out of it. Yet in practice the leaders of the emancipation for which the Enlightenment called were likely to be the middle ranks of society, the new, rational men of ability and merit rather than birth, and the social order which would emerge from their activities would be a bourgeois and capitalist one. It is more accurate to call the Enlightenment a revolutionary ideology, in spite of the political caution and moderation of many of its continental champions, most of whom until the 1780s put their faith in enlightened absolute monarchy. For Illuminism implied the abolition of the prevailing social and political order in most of Europe. It was too much to expect the ancient regimes to abolish themselves voluntarily. On the contrary, as we have seen, in some respects they were reinforcing themselves against the advance of the new social and economic forces. And their strongholds, outside Britain, the United Provinces and a few other places where they had already been defeated, were the very monarchies to which moderate enlighteners pinned their faith. 6. With the exception of Britain, which had made its revolution in the 17th century, and a few lesser states, absolute monarchies ruled in all functioning states of the European continent. Those in which they did not rule fell apart into anarchy and were swallowed by their neighbors, like Poland. hereditary monarchs by the grace of God, headed hierarchies of landed nobles, buttressed by the traditional organization and orthodoxy of churches and surrounded by an increasing clutter of institutions which had nothing but a long past to recommend them. It is true that the sheer needs of state cohesion and efficiency in an age of acute international rivalry had long obliged monarchs to curb the anarchic tendencies of their nobles and other vested interests, and to staff their state apparatus so far as possible with non-aristocratic civil servants. Moreover, in the latter part of the 18th century these needs, and the obvious international success of capitalist British power, led most such monarchs, or rather their advisers, to attempt programs of economic, social, administrative, and intellectual modernization. In those days princes adopted the slogan of enlightenment as governments in our time, and for analogous reasons, adopt those of planning, and as in our day some who adopted them in theory did very little about them in practice, and most who did so were less interested in the general ideals which lay behind the enlightened, or the planned, society, than in the practical advantage of adopting the most up-to-date methods of multiplying their revenue, wealth, and power. Conversely, the middle and educated classes and those committed to progress often looked to the powerful central apparatus of an enlightened monarchy to realize their hopes. A prince needed a middle class and its ideas to modernize his state. A weak middle class needed a prince to batter down the resistance of entrenched aristocratic and clerical interests to progress. Yet in fact absolute monarchy, however modernist and innovatory, found it impossible and indeed showed few signs of wanting to break loose from the hierarchy of landed nobles to which, after all, it belonged, whose values it symbolized and incorporated, and on whose support it largely depended. Absolute monarchy, however theoretically free to do whatever it liked, in practice belonged to the world which the Enlightenment had baptized feudalite or feudalism, a term later popularized by the French Revolution. Such a monarchy was ready to use all available resources to strengthen its authority and taxable revenue within and its power outside its frontiers, and this might well lead it to foster what were in effect the forces of the rising society. It was prepared to strengthen its political hand by playing off one estate, class, or province against another. Yet its horizons were those of its history, its function, and its class. It hardly ever wanted, and was never able to achieve, the root and branch social and economic transformation which the progress of the economy required and the rising social groups called for. To take an obvious example, few rational thinkers, even among the advisers of princes, seriously doubted the need to abolish serfdom and the surviving bonds of feudal peasant dependence. Such a reform was recognized as one of the primary points of any enlightened program, and there was virtually no prince from Madrid to St. Petersburg and from Naples to Stockholm who did not, at one time or another in the quarter century preceding the French Revolution, subscribe to such a program. Yet in fact the only peasant liberations which took place from above before 1789 were in small and untypical states like Denmark and Savoy, and on the personal estates of some other princes. One major such liberation was attempted, by Joseph II of Austria, in 1781, but it failed, in the face of the political resistance of vested interests and of peasant rebellion in excess of what had been anticipated, and had to remain uncompleted. What did abolish agrarian feudal relations all over Western and Central Europe was the French Revolution, by direct action, reaction, or example, and the Revolution of 1848. There was thus a latent, and would soon be an overt, conflict between the forces of the old and the new bourgeois society, which could not be settled within the framework of the existing political regimes, except of course where these already embodied bourgeois triumph, as in Britain. What made these regimes even more vulnerable, was that they were subject to pressure from three directions, from the new forces, from the entrenched, and increasingly stiff resistance of the older vested interests, and from foreign rivals. Their most vulnerable point was the one where the opposition of old and new tended to coincide, in the autonomous movements of the remoter or the least firmly controlled provinces or colonies. Thus in the Habsburg monarchy the reforms of Joseph II in the 1780s produced uproar in the Austrian Netherlands, the present Belgium, and a revolutionary movement which in 1789 joined naturally with that of the French. More commonly, communities of white settlers in the overseas colonies of European states resented the policy of their central government, which subordinated the colonial interests strictly to the metropolitan. In all parts of the Americas, Spanish, French and British, as well as in Ireland, such settler movements demanded autonomy, not always for regimes which represented economically more progressive forces than the metropolis, and several British colonies either won it peacefully for a time, like Ireland, or took it by revolution, like the USA. Economic expansion, colonial development, and the tensions of the attempted reforms of enlightened absolutism multiplied the occasions for such conflicts in the 1770s and 1780s. In itself, provincial or colonial dissidence was not fatal. Old established monarchies could survive the loss of a province or two, and the main victim of colonial autonomism, Britain, did not suffer from the weaknesses of the old regimes and therefore remained as stable and dynamic as ever in spite of the American Revolution. There were few regions in which the purely domestic conditions for a major transfer of power existed. What made the situation explosive was international rivalry. For international rivalry, i.e. war, tested the resources of a state as nothing else did. When they could not pass this test, they shook, cracked, or fell. One major such rivalry dominated the European international scene for most of the 18th century, and lay at the core of its recurrent periods of general war, 1689 to 1713, 1740 to 8, 1756 to 63, 1776 to 83, and, overlapping into our period, 1792 to 1815. This was the conflict between Britain and France, which was also, in a sense, that between the old and the new regimes. For France, though rousing British hostility by the rapid expansion of its trade and colonial empire, was also the most powerful, eminent, and influential, in a word the classical, aristocratic absolute monarchy. Nowhere is the superiority of the new to the old social order more vividly exemplified than in the conflict between these two powers. For the British not only won, with varying degrees of decisiveness in all but one of these wars. They supported the effort of organizing, financing and waging them with relative ease. The French monarchy, on the other hand, though very much larger, more populous, and, in terms of her potential resources, wealthier than Britain, found the effort too great. After its defeat in the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 63, the revolt of the American colonies gave it the opportunity to turn the tables on its adversary. France took it. And indeed, in the subsequent international conflict Britain was badly defeated, losing the most important part of her American empire, and France, the ally of the new USA, was consequently victorious. But the cost was excessive, and the French government's difficulties led it inevitably into that period of domestic political crisis, out of which, 6 years later, the revolution emerged. 7. It remains to round off this preliminary survey of the world on the eve of the dual revolution with a glance at the relations between Europe, or more precisely Northwestern Europe, and the rest of the world. The complete political and military domination of the world by Europe, and her overseas prolongations, the white settler communities, was to be the product of the age of the dual revolution. In the late 18th century several of the great non-European powers and civilizations still confronted the white trader, sailor, and soldier on apparently equal terms. The great Chinese Empire, then at the height of its effectiveness under the Manchu, Qing, dynasty, was nobody's victim. On the contrary, if anything the current of cultural influence ran from east to west, and European philosophers pondered the lessons of the very different but evidently high civilization, while artists and craftsmen embodied the often misunderstood motifs of the Far East in their works and adapted its new materials, China, to European uses. The Islamic powers, though, like Turkey, periodically shaken by the military forces of neighboring European states, Austria and above all Russia, were far from the helpless hulks they were to become in the 19th century. Africa remained virtually immune to European military penetration. Except for small areas round the Cape of Good Hope, the whites were confined to coastal trading posts. Yet already the rapid and increasingly massive expansion of European trade and capitalist enterprise undermined their social order, in Africa through the unprecedented intensity of the awful traffic in slaves, around the Indian Ocean through the penetration of the rival colonizing powers, in the Near and Middle East through trade and military conflict. Already direct European conquest began to extend significantly beyond the area long since occupied by the pioneer colonization of the Spaniards and Portuguese in the 16th century, the white North American settlers in the 17th. The crucial advance was made by the British, who had already established direct territorial control over part of India, notably Bengal, virtually overthrowing the Mughal Empire, a step which was to lead them in our period to become the rulers and administrators of all India. Already the relative feebleness of the non-European civilizations when confronted with the technological and military superiority of the West was predictable. What has been called the Age of Vasco da Gama, the 4 centuries of world history in which a handful of European states and the European force of capitalism established a complete, though as is now evident, a temporary, domination of the entire world, was about to reach its climax. The dual revolution was to make European expansion irresistible, though it was also to provide the non-European world with the conditions and equipment for its eventual counterattack. Chapter 2. The Industrial Revolution. Such works, however their operations, causes, and consequences, have infinite merit, and do great credit to the talents of this very ingenious and useful man, who will have the merit, wherever he goes, of setting men to think. Get rid of that dronish, sleepy, and stupid indifference, that lazy negligence, which enchains men in the exact paths of their forefathers, without inquiry, without thought, and without ambition, and you are sure of doing good. What trains of thought, what a spirit of exertion, what a mass and power of effort have sprung in every path of life, from the works of such men as Brindley, Watt, Priestley, Harrison, Arkwright. In what path of life can a man be found that will not animate his pursuit from seeing the steam engine of Watt? Arthur Young, Tours in England and Wales 1. From this foul drain the greatest stream of human industry flows out to fertilize the whole world. From this filthy sewer pure gold flows. Here humanity attains its most complete development and its most brutish, here civilization works its miracles and civilized man is turned almost into a savage. A. D. Tocqueville on Manchester, Indiana, 18352. Let us begin with the Industrial Revolution, that is to say with Britain. This is at first sight a capricious starting point, for the repercussions of this revolution did not make themselves felt in an obvious and unmistakable way at any rate outside England until quite late in our period, certainly not before 1830, probably not before 1840 or thereabouts. It is only in the 1830s that literature and the arts began to be overtly haunted by that rise of the capitalist society, that world in which all social bonds crumbled except the implacable gold and paper ones of the cash nexus. The phrase comes from Carlyle. Balzac's Comédie Humaine, the most extraordinary literary monument of its rise, belongs to that decade. It is not until about 1840 that the great stream of official and unofficial literature on the social effects of the Industrial Revolution begins to flow. The major bluebooks and statistical inquiries in England, Villermès Tableau de l'état physique et moral d'ouvriers, Engels's Condition of the Working Class in England, Ducpechaux's work in Belgium, and scores of troubled or appalled observers from Germany to Spain and the USA. It was not until the 1840s that the proletariat, that child of the Industrial Revolution, and communism, which was now attached to its social movements, the specter of the Communist Manifesto, walked across the continent. The very name of the Industrial Revolution reflects its relatively tardy impact on Europe. The thing existed in Britain before the word. Not until the 1820s did English and French socialists themselves, an unprecedented group, invent it, probably by analogy with the political revolution of France. 3. Nevertheless, it is as well to consider it first, for 2 reasons. First, because in fact it broke out, to use a question-begging phrase, before the Bastille was stormed, and second because without it we cannot understand the impersonal groundswell of history on which the more obvious men and events of our period were born, the uneven complexity of its rhythm. What does the phrase "the Industrial Revolution broke out" mean? It means that sometime in the 1780s, and for the first time in human history, the shackles were taken off the productive power of human societies, which henceforth became capable of the constant, rapid, and up to the present limitless multiplication of men, goods and services. This is now technically known to the economists as the take-off into self-sustained growth. No previous society had been able to break through the ceiling which a pre-industrial social structure, defective science and technology, and consequently periodic breakdown, famine, and death, imposed on production. The take-off was not, of course, one of those phenomena which, like earthquakes and large meteors, take the non-technical world by surprise. Its prehistory in Europe can be traced back, depending on the taste of the historian and his particular range of interest, to about AD 1000, if not before, and earlier attempts to leap into the air, clumsy as the experiments of young ducklings, have been flattered with the name of Industrial Revolution in the 13th century, in the 16th, in the last decades of the 17th. From the middle of the 18th century the process of gathering speed for the take-off is so clearly observable that older historians have tended to date the Industrial Revolution back to 1760. But careful inquiry has tended to lead most experts to pick on the 1780s rather than the 1760s as the decisive decade, for it was then that, so far as we can tell, all the relevant statistical indices took that sudden, sharp, almost vertical turn upwards which marks the takeoff. The economy became, as it were, airborne. To call this process the Industrial Revolution is both logical and in line with a well-established tradition, though there was at one time a fashion among conservative historians, perhaps due to a certain shyness in the presence of incendiary concepts, to deny its existence, and substitute instead platitudinous terms like accelerated evolution. If the sudden, qualitative, and fundamental transformation, which happened in or about the 1780s, was not a revolution, then the word has no common sense meaning. The Industrial Revolution was not indeed an episode with a beginning and an end. To ask when it was complete is senseless, for its essence was that henceforth revolutionary change became the norm. It is still going on. At most we can ask when the economic transformations had gone far enough to establish a substantially industrialized economy, capable of producing, broadly speaking, anything it wanted within the range of the available techniques, a mature industrial economy to use the technical term. In Britain, and therefore in the world, this period of initial industrialization probably coincides almost exactly with the period with which this book deals, for if it began with the take-off in the 1780s, it may plausibly be said to be concluded with the building of the railways and the construction of a massive heavy industry in Britain in the 1840s. But the revolution itself, the take-off period, can probably be dated with as much precision as is possible in such matters, to some time within the 20 years from 1780 to 1800, contemporary with, but slightly prior to, the French Revolution. By any reckoning this was probably the most important event in world history, at any rate since the invention of agriculture and cities. And it was initiated by Britain. That this was not fortuitous, is evident. If there was to be a race for pioneering the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, there was really only one starter. There was plenty of industrial and commercial advance, fostered by the intelligent and economically far from naive ministers and civil servants of every enlightened monarchy in Europe, from Portugal to Russia, all of whom were at least as much concerned with economic growth as present-day administrators. Some small states and regions did indeed industrialize quite impressively, for example, Saxony and the bishopric of Liege, though their industrial complexes were too small and localized to exert the world revolutionary influence of the British ones. But it seems clear that even before the revolution Britain was already a long way ahead of her chief potential competitor in per capita output and trade, even if still comparable to her in total output and trade. Whatever the British advance was due to, it was not scientific and technological superiority. In the natural sciences the French were almost certainly ahead of the British, an advantage which the French Revolution accentuated very sharply, at any rate in mathematics and physics, for it encouraged science in France while reaction suspected it in England. Even in the social sciences the British were still far from that superiority which made and largely kept economics a preeminently Anglo-Saxon subject, but here the Industrial Revolution put them into unquestioned first place. The economist of the 1780s would read Adam Smith, but also and perhaps more profitably the French physiocrats and national income accountants, Quesnay, Turgot, Dupont de Nemours, Lavoisier, and perhaps an Italian or two. The French produced more original inventions, such as the Jacquard loom, 1804, a more complex piece of apparatus than any devised in Britain and better ships. The Germans possessed institutions of technical training like the Prussian Bergakademie which had no parallel in Britain, and the French Revolution created that unique and impressive body, the École Polytechnique. English education was a joke in poor taste, though its deficiencies were somewhat offset by the Dour village schools and the austere, turbulent, democratic universities of Calvinist Scotland which sent a stream of brilliant, hard-working, career-seeking, and rationalist young men into the South Country, James Watt, Thomas Telford, Loudon MacAdam, James Mill. Oxford and Cambridge, the only two English universities, were intellectually null, as were the somnolent public or grammar schools, with the exception of the academies founded by the dissenters who were excluded from the Anglican educational system. Even such aristocratic families as wished their sons to be educated, relied on tutors or Scottish universities. There was no system of primary education whatever before the Quaker Lancaster, and after him his Anglican rivals, established a sort of voluntary mass production of elementary literacy in the early 19th century, incidentally saddling English education forever after with sectarian disputes. Social fears discouraged the education of the poor. Fortunately few intellectual refinements were necessary to make the Industrial Revolution. Its technical inventions were exceedingly modest, and in no way beyond the scope of intelligent artisans experimenting in their workshops, or of the constructive capacities of carpenters, millwrights, and locksmiths, the flying shuttle, the spinning jenny, the mule. Even its scientifically most sophisticated machine, James Watt's rotary steam engine, 1784, required no more physics than had been available for the best part of a century. The proper theory of steam engines was only developed ex post facto by the Frenchman Carnot in the 1820s and could build on several generations of practical employment for steam engines, mostly in mines. Given the right conditions, the technical innovations of the Industrial Revolution practically made themselves, except perhaps in the chemical industry. This does not mean that early industrialists were not often interested in science and on the lookout for its practical benefits. Point 4. But the right conditions were visibly present in Britain, where more than a century had passed since the first king had been formally tried and executed by his people, and since private profit and economic development had become accepted as the supreme objects of government policy. For practical purposes, the uniquely revolutionary British solution of the agrarian problem had already been found. A relative handful of commercially minded landlords already almost monopolized the land, which was cultivated by tenant farmers employing landless or small holders. A good many relics of the ancient collective economy of the village still remain to be swept away by enclosure acts, 1760 to 1830, and private transactions, but we can hardly any longer speak of a British peasantry in the same sense that we can speak of a French, German, or Russian peasantry. Farming was already predominantly for the market, manufacture had long been diffused throughout an unfeudal countryside. Agriculture was already prepared to carry out its three fundamental functions in an era of industrialization, to increase production and productivity, so as to feed a rapidly rising non-agricultural population, to provide a large and rising surplus of potential recruits for the towns and industries, and to provide a mechanism for the accumulation of capital to be used in the more modern sectors of the economy. Two other functions were probably less important in Britain, that of creating a sufficiently large market among the agricultural population, normally the great mass of the people, and of providing an export surplus which helps to secure capital imports. A considerable volume of social overhead capital, the expensive general equipment necessary for the entire economy to move smoothly ahead, was already being created, notably in shipping, port facilities, and the improvement of roads and waterways. Politics were already geared to profit. The businessman's specific demands might encounter resistance from other vested interests, and as we shall see, the agrarians were to erect one last barrier to hold up the advance of the industrialists between 1795 and 1846. On the whole, however, it was accepted that money not only talked, but governed. All the industrialist had to get to be accepted among the governors of society was enough money. The businessman was undoubtedly in the process of getting more money, for the greater part of the 18th century was for most of Europe a period of prosperity and comfortable economic expansion, the real background to the happy optimism of Voltaire's Dr. Pangloss. It may well be argued that sooner or later this expansion, assisted by a gentle inflation, would have pushed some country across the threshold which separates the pre-industrial from the industrial economy. But the problem is not so simple. Much of 18th century industrial expansion did not in fact lead immediately, or within the foreseeable future, to industrial revolution, i.e. to the creation of a mechanized factory system which in turn produces in such vast quantities and at such rapidly diminishing cost, as to be no longer dependent on existing demand, but to create its own market. Point 2, for instance, the building trade, or the numerous small-scale industries producing domestic metal goods, nails, pots, knives, scissors, etc. in the British Midlands and Yorkshire, expanded very greatly in this period, but always as a function of the existing market. In 1850, while producing far more than in 1750, they produced in substantially the old manner. What was needed was not any kind of expansion, but the special kind of expansion which produced Manchester rather than Birmingham. Moreover, the pioneer industrial revolutions occurred in a special historical situation, in which economic growth emerges from the crisscrossing decisions of countless private entrepreneurs and investors, each governed by the first commandment of the age, to buy in the cheapest market and to sell in the dearest. How were they to discover that maximum profit was to be got out of organizing industrial revolution rather than out of more familiar, and in the past more profitable, business activities? How were they to learn, what nobody could as yet know, that industrial revolution would produce an unexampled acceleration in the expansion of their markets? Given that the main social foundations of an industrial society had already been laid, as they almost certainly had in the England of the later 18th century, they required two things: first, an industry which already offered exceptional rewards for the manufacturer who could expand his output quickly, if need be by reasonably cheap and simple innovations, and second, a world market largely monopolized by a single producing nation. Point 3. These considerations apply in some ways to all countries in our period. For instance, in all of them the lead in industrial growth was taken by the manufacturers of goods of mass consumption mainly, but not exclusively, textiles. 6. Because the mass market for such goods already existed, and businessmen could clearly see its possibilities of expansion. In other ways, however, they apply to Britain alone. For the pioneer industrialists have the most difficult problems. Once Britain had begun to industrialize, other countries could begin to enjoy the benefits of the rapid economic expansion which the pioneer industrial revolution stimulated. Moreover, British success proved what could be achieved by it, British technique could be imitated, British skill and capital imported. The Saxon textile industry, incapable of making its own inventions, copied the English ones, sometimes under the supervision of English mechanics. Englishmen with a taste for the continent, like the Cockerills, established themselves in Belgium and various parts of Germany. Between 1789 and 1848 Europe and America were flooded with British experts, steam engines, cotton machinery, and investments. Britain enjoyed no such advantages. On the other hand, it possessed an economy strong enough and a state aggressive enough to capture the markets of its competitors. In effect, the wars of 1793 to 1815, the last and decisive phase of a century's Anglo-French duel, virtually eliminated all rivals from the non-European world, except to some extent the young USA. Moreover, Britain possessed an industry admirably suited to pioneering industrial revolution under capitalist conditions, and an economic conjuncture which allowed it to, the cotton industry, and colonial expansion. 2. The British, like all other cotton industries, had originally grown up as a byproduct of overseas trade, which produced its raw material, or rather one of its raw materials, for the original product was fustian, a mixture of cotton and linen, and the Indian cotton goods or calicos which won the markets that the European manufacturers were to attempt to capture with their own imitations. To begin with, they were not very successful, though better able to reproduce the cheap and coarse goods competitively than the fine and elaborate ones. Fortunately, however, the old established and powerful vested interest of the woolen trade periodically secured import prohibitions of Indian calicos, which the purely mercantile interest of the East India Company sought to export from India in the largest possible quantities, and thus gave the native cotton industries substitutes a chance. Cheaper than wool, cotton, and cotton mixtures won themselves a modest but useful market at home. But their major chances of rapid expansion were to lie overseas. Colonial trade had created the cotton industry, and continued to nourish it. In the 18th century it developed in the hinterland of the major colonial ports, Bristol, Glasgow but especially Liverpool, the great centre of the slave trades. Each phase of his inhuman but rapidly expanding commerce stimulated it. In fact, during the entire period with which this book is concerned, slavery and cotton marched together. The African slaves were bought, in part at least, with Indian cotton goods, but when the supply of these was interrupted by war or revolt in and about India, Lancashire was able to leap in. The plantations of the West Indies, where the slaves were taken, provided the bulk of the raw cotton for the British industry, and in return the planters bought Manchester cotton checks in appreciable quantities. Until shortly before the take-off, the overwhelming bulk of Lancashire cotton exports went to the combined African and American markets. 7 Lancashire was later to repay its debt to slavery by preserving it, for after the 1790s the slave plantations of the southern United States were extended and maintained by the insatiable and rocketing demands of the Lancashire mills, to which they supplied the bulk of their raw cotton. The cotton industry was thus launched, like a glider, by the pull of the colonial trade to which it was attached, a trade which promised not only great, but rapid and above all unpredictable expansion, which encouraged the entrepreneur to adopt the revolutionary techniques required to meet it. Between 1750 and 1769 the export of British cottons increased more than 10 times over. In such situations the rewards for the man who came into the market first with the most cotton checks were astronomical and well worth the risks of leaps into technological adventure. But the overseas market, and especially within it the poor and backward underdeveloped areas, not only expanded dramatically from time to time, but expanded constantly without apparent limit. Doubtless any given section of it, considered in isolation, was small by industrial standards, and the competition of the different advanced economies made it even smaller for each. But, as we have seen, supposing any one of the advanced economies managed, for a sufficiently long time, to monopolize all or almost all of it, then its prospects really were limitless. This is precisely what the British cotton industry succeeded in doing, aided by the aggressive support of the British government. In terms of sales, the Industrial Revolution can be described except for a few initial years in the 1780s as the triumph of the export market over the home. By 1814 Britain exported about 4 yards of cotton cloth for every 3 used at home, by 1850 13 for every 8.8, and within this expanding export market, in turn, the semi-colonial and colonial markets, long the main outlets for British goods abroad, triumphed. During the Napoleonic Wars, when the European markets were largely cut off by wars and blockades, this was natural enough. But even after the wars they continued to assert themselves. In 1820 Europe, once again open to free British imports, took 128 million yards of British cottons. America outside the USA, Africa, and Asia took 80 millions, but by 1840 Europe took 200 million yards, while the underdeveloped areas took 529 millions. For within these areas British industry had established a monopoly by means of war, other people's revolutions and her own imperial rule. Two regions deserve particular notice. Latin America came to depend virtually entirely on British imports during the Napoleonic Wars, and after it broke with Spain and Portugal, see pages 109 to 10, 239 below, it became an almost total economic dependency of Britain, being cut off from any political interference by Britain's potential European competitors. By 1820 this impoverished continent already took more than a quarter as much of British cotton cloths as Europe. By 1840 it took almost half as much again as Europe. The East Indies had been, as we have seen, the traditional exporter of cotton goods, encouraged by the East India Company. But as the industrialist vested interest prevailed in Britain, the East India mercantile interests, not to mention the Indian ones, were pressed back. India was systematically deindustrialized and became in turn a market for Lancashire cottons. In 1820 the subcontinent took only 11 million yards, but by 1840 it already took 145 million yards. This was not merely a gratifying extension of Lancashire's markets. It was a major landmark in world history. For since the dawn of time Europe had always imported more from the East than she had sold there, because there was little the Orient required from the West in return for the spices, silks, calicoes, jewels, etc., which it sent there. The cotton shirtings of the Industrial Revolution for the first time reversed this relationship, which had been hitherto kept in balance by a mixture of bullion exports and robbery. Only the conservative and self-satisfied Chinese still refused to buy what the West, or Western-controlled economies offered, until between 1815 and 1842 Western traders, aided by Western gunboats, discovered an ideal commodity which could be exported en masse from India to the East, opium. Cotton therefore provided prospects sufficiently astronomical to tempt private entrepreneurs into the adventure of industrial revolution, and an expansion sufficiently sudden to require it. Fortunately it also provided the other conditions which made it possible. The new inventions which revolutionized it, the spinning jenny, the water frame, the mule in spinning, a little later the power loom in weaving, were sufficiently simple and cheap, and paid for themselves almost immediately in terms of higher output. They could be installed, if need be piecemeal, by small men who started off with a few borrowed pounds, for the men who controlled the great accumulations of 18th century wealth were not greatly inclined to invest large amounts in industry. The expansion of the industry could be financed easily out of current profits, for the combination of its vast market conquests and a steady price inflation produced fantastic rates of profit. It was not 5% or 10%, a later English politician was to say, with justice, but hundreds percent and thousands percent that made the fortunes of Lancashire. In 1789 an ex-draper's assistant like Robert Owen could start with a borrowed £100 in Manchester. By 1809 he bought out his partners in the new Lanark mills for £84,000 in cash. And his was a relatively modest story of business success. It should be remembered that around 1,800 less than 15% of British families had an income of more than £50 per year, and of these only one quarter earned more than £200 a year. 9. But the cotton manufacture had other advantages. All its raw material came from abroad, and its supply could therefore be expanded by the drastic procedures open to white men in the colonies, slavery and the opening of new areas of cultivation, rather than by the slower procedures of European agriculture, nor was it hampered by the vested interests of European agriculturalists. 4 From the 1790s on British cotton found its supply, to which its fortunes remained linked until the 1860s, in the newly opened southern states of the USA. Again, at crucial points of manufacture, notably spinning, cotton suffered from a shortage of cheap and efficient labor, and was therefore pushed into mechanization. An industry like linen, which had initially rather better chances of colonial expansion than cotton, suffered in the long run from the very ease with which cheap, non-mechanized production could be expanded in the impoverished peasant regions, mainly in Central Europe, but also in Ireland, in which it mainly flourished. For the obvious way of industrial expansion in the 18th century, in Saxony and Normandy as in England, was not to construct factories, but to extend the so-called domestic or putting out system, in which workers, sometimes former independent craftsmen, sometimes former peasants with time on their hands in the dead season, worked up the raw material in their own homes, with their own or rented tools, receiving it from and delivering it back to merchants who were in the process of becoming employers. Indeed, both in Britain and in the rest of the economically progressive world, the bulk of expansion in the initial period of industrialization continued to be of this kind. Even in the cotton industry, such processes as weaving were expanded by creating hosts of domestic handloom weavers to serve the nuclei of mechanized spinneries, the primitive handloom being a rather more efficient device than the spinning wheel. Everywhere weaving was mechanized a generation after spinning, and everywhere, incidentally, the handloom weavers died a lingering death, occasionally revolting against their awful fate, when industry no longer had any need of them. 3. The traditional view, which has seen the history of the British Industrial Revolution primarily in terms of cotton, is thus correct. Cotton was the first industry to be revolutionized, and it is difficult to see what other could have pushed a host of private entrepreneurs into revolution. As late as the 1830s, cotton was the only British industry in which the factory or mill, the name was derived from the most widespread pre-industrial establishment employing heavy power-operated machinery, predominated, at first, 1780 to 1815, mainly in spinning, carding, and a few ancillary operations, after 1815 increasingly also in weaving. The factories with which the new Factory Acts dealt were, until the 1860s, assumed to be exclusively textile factories and predominantly cotton mills. Factory production in other textile branches was slow to develop before the 1840s, and in other manufactures was negligible. Even the steam engine, though applied to numerous other industries by 1815, was not used in any quantity outside mining, which had pioneered it. In 1830, industry and factory in anything like the modern sense still meant almost exclusively the cotton areas of the United Kingdom. This is not to underestimate the forces which made for industrial innovation in other consumer goods, notably in other textiles, in food and drink, in pottery and other household goods, greatly stimulated by the rapid growth of cities. But in the first place, these employed far fewer people. No industry remotely approached the 1.5 million people directly employed by or dependent on employment in cotton in 1833.11. In the second place, their power to transform was much smaller. Brewing, which was in most respects a technically and scientifically much more advanced and mechanized business, and one revolutionized well before cotton, hardly affected the economy around it, as may be proved by the great Guinness brewery in Dublin, which left the rest of the Dublin and Irish economy, though not local tastes, much as it was before its construction. 12 The demand derived from cotton for more building and all activities in the new industrial areas, for machines, for chemical improvements, for industrial lighting, for shipping, and a number of other activities is itself enough to account for a large proportion of the economic growth in Britain up to the 1830s. In the third place, the expansion of the cotton industry was so vast and its weight in the foreign trade of Britain so great, that it dominated the movements of the entire economy. The quantity of raw cotton imported into Britain rose from £11 million in 1785 to £588 million in 1850, the output of cloth from 40 million to 2,025 million yards. 13 Cotton manufactures formed between 40 and 50% of the annual declared value of all British exports between 1816 and 1848. If cotton flourished, the economy flourished; if it slumped, so did the economy. Its price movements determined the balance of the nation's trade. Only agriculture had a comparable power, and that was visibly declining. Nevertheless, though the expansion of the cotton industry and the cotton-dominated industrial economy mocks all that the most romantic imagination could have previously conceived possible under any circumstances. 14 Its progress was far from smooth, and by the 1830s and early 1840s produced major problems of growth, not to mention revolutionary unrest unparalleled in any other period of recent British history. This first general stumbling of the industrial capitalist economy is reflected in a marked slowing down in the growth, perhaps even in a decline, in the British national income at this period. 15 Nor was this first general capitalist crisis a purely British phenomenon. Its most serious consequences were social. The transition to the new economy created misery and discontent, the materials of social revolution. And indeed, social revolution in the form of spontaneous risings of the urban and industrial poor did break out, and made the revolutions of 1848 on the continent, the vast Chartist movement in Britain. Nor was discontent confined to the laboring poor. Small and inadaptable businessmen, petty bourgeois, special sections of the economy, were also the victims of the Industrial Revolution and of its ramifications. Simple-minded laborers reacted to the new system by smashing the machines which they thought responsible for their troubles, but a surprisingly large body of local businessmen and farmers sympathized profoundly with these Luddite activities of their laborers, because they too saw themselves as victims of a diabolical minority of selfish innovators. The exploitation of labor which kept its incomes at subsistence level, thus enabling the rich to accumulate the profits which financed industrialization, and their own ample comforts, antagonized the proletarian. However, another aspect of this diversion of national income from the poor to the rich, from consumption to investment, also antagonized the small entrepreneur. The great financiers, the tight community of home and foreign fund holders who received what all paid in taxes, cf. Chapter on War, something like 8% of the entire national income. 16 Were perhaps even more unpopular among small businessmen, farmers, and the like than among laborers, for these knew enough about money and credit to feel a personal rage at their disadvantage. It was all very well for the rich, who could raise all the credit they needed, to clamp rigid deflation and monetary orthodoxy on the economy after the Napoleonic Wars. It was the little man who suffered, and who, in all countries and at all times in the 19th century, demanded easy credit and financial unorthodoxy. 7 Labor and the disgruntled petty bourgeois, on the verge of toppling over into the unproperted abyss, therefore shared common discontents. These in turn united them in the mass movements of radicalism, democracy, or republicanism, of which the British radicals, the French Republicans, and the American Jacksonian Democrats were the most formidable between 1815 and 1848. From the point of view of the capitalists, however, these social problems were relevant to the progress of the economy only if, by some horrible accident, they were to overthrow the social order. On the other hand, there appeared to be certain inherent flaws of the economic process which threatened its fundamental motive force, profit. For if the rate of return on capital fell to nothing, an economy in which men produced for profit only must slow down into that stationary state which the economists envisaged and dreaded. 17. The three most obvious of these flaws were the trade cycle of boom and slump, the tendency of the rate of profit to decline, and, what amounted to the same thing, the shortage of profitable investment opportunities. The first of these was not regarded as serious, except by the critics of capitalism as such, who were the first to investigate it and to consider it as an integral part of the capitalist economic process and as a symptom of its inherent contradictions. 8 Periodic crises of the economy leading to unemployment, falls in production, bankruptcies, etc. were well known. In the 18th century they generally reflected some agrarian catastrophe, harvest failures, etc., and on the continent of Europe, it has been argued, agrarian disturbances remain the primary cause of the most widespread depressions until the end of our period. Periodic crises in the small manufacturing and financial sectors of the economy were also familiar, in Britain at least from 1793. After the Napoleonic Wars, the periodic drama of boom and collapse in 1825-6, in 1836-7, in 1839-42, In 1846, 8 clearly dominated the economic life of a nation at peace. By the 1830s, that crucial decade in our period of history, it was vaguely recognized that they were regular periodic phenomena, at least in trade and finance. 18 However, they were still commonly regarded by businessmen as caused either by particular mistakes, e.g. over-speculation in American stocks, or by outside interference with the smooth operations of the capitalist economy. They were not believed to reflect any fundamental difficulties of the system. Not so the falling margin of profit, which the cotton industry illustrated very clearly. Initially, this industry benefited from immense advantages. Mechanization greatly increased the productivity, i.e. reduced the cost per unit produced, of its labor, which was in any case abominably paid, since it consisted largely of women and children. 9 Of the 12,000 operatives in the cotton mills of Glasgow in 1833, only 2,000 earned an average of over 11s a week. In 131, Manchester Mill's average wages were less than 12s, in only 21 were they higher. 19 And the building of factories was relatively cheap. In 1846 an entire weaving plant of 410 machines, including the cost of ground and buildings, could be constructed for something like £11,000 and 20 pence. But above all, the major cost, that of raw material, was drastically cut by the rapid expansion of cotton cultivation in the southern USA after the invention of Eli Whitney's cotton gin in 1793. If we add that entrepreneurs enjoyed the bonus of a profit inflation, i.e. the general tendency for prices to be higher when they sold their product than when they made it, we shall understand why the manufacturing classes felt buoyant. After 1815 these advantages appeared increasingly offset by the narrowing margin of profit. In the first place, industrial revolution and competition brought about a constant and dramatic fall in the price of the finished article, but not in several of the costs of production. 21 In the second place, after 1815 the general atmosphere of prices was one of deflation and not inflation, that is to say profits, so far from enjoying an extra boost, suffered from a slight lag. Thus, while in 1784 the selling price of a pound of spun yarn had been 10s. 11d, the cost of its raw material 2s. Margin, 8s 11d, in 1812 its price was 2s. 6d, its raw material cost 1s. 6d. Margin 1s, and in 1832 its price 11.1/4d, its raw material cost 7.1/2d, and the margin for other costs and profits therefore only 4d. 22 Of course the situation, which was general throughout British and indeed all advanced industry, was not too tragic. Profits are still sufficient, wrote the champion and historian of cotton in 1835, in extreme understatement, to allow of a great accumulation of capital in the manufacture. 23 As the total sales soared upwards, so did the total of profits even at their diminishing rate. All that was needed was continued and astronomic expansion. Nevertheless, it seemed that the shrinking of profit margins had to be arrested or at least slowed down. This could only be done by cutting costs. And of all the costs, wages, which McCulloch reckoned at 3 times the amount per year of the raw material, were the most compressible. They could be compressed by direct wage cutting, by the substitution of cheaper machine tenders for dearer skilled workers, and by the competition of the machine. This last reduced the average weekly wage of the handloom weaver in Bolton from 33s in 1795 and 14s in 1815 to 5s. 6d. Or more precisely a net income of 4s11/2d, in 1829 to 34.24, and indeed money wages fell steadily in the post-Napoleonic period. But there was a physiological limit to such reductions, unless the laborers were actually to starve, as of course the 500,000 handloom weavers did. Only if the cost of living fell could wages also fall beyond that point. The cotton manufacturers shared the view that it was kept artificially high by the monopoly of the landed interest, made even worse by the heavy protective tariffs which a parliament of landlords had wrapped around British farming after the wars, the Corn Laws. These, moreover, had the additional disadvantage of threatening the essential growth of British exports. For if the rest of the not yet industrialized world was prevented from selling its agrarian products, how was it to pay for the manufactured goods which Britain alone could and had to supply? Manchester business therefore became the center of militant and increasingly desperate opposition to landlordism in general and the Corn Laws in particular, and the backbone of the Anti-Corn Law League of 1838-46. But the Corn Laws were not abolished until 1846, their abolition did not immediately lead to a fall in the cost of living, and it is doubtful whether before the age of railways and steamers even free food imports would have greatly lowered it. The industry was thus under immense pressure to mechanize, i.e. to lower costs by labor saving, to rationalize and to expand its production and sales, thus making up by the mass of small profits per unit for the fall in the margins. Its success was variable. As we have seen, the actual rise in production and exports was gigantic, so, after 1815, was the mechanization of hitherto manual or partly mechanized occupations, notably weaving. This took the form chiefly of the general adoption of existing or slightly improved machinery rather than of further technological revolution. Though the pressure for technical innovation increased significantly, there were 39 new patents in cotton spinning, etc., in 1820, 51 in the 1820s, 86 in the 1830s and 156 in the 1840s. 25 The British cotton industry was technologically stabilized by the 1830s. On the other hand, though the production per operative increased in the post-Napoleonic period, it did not do so to any revolutionary extent. The really substantial speed-up of operations was to occur in the second half of the century. There was comparable pressure on the rate of interest on capital, which contemporary theory tended to assimilate to profit. But consideration of this takes us to the next phase of industrial development, the construction of a basic capital goods industry. 4. It is evident that no industrial economy can develop beyond a certain point until it possesses adequate capital goods capacity. This is why even today the most reliable single index of any country's industrial potential is the quantity of its iron and steel production. But it is also evident that under conditions of private enterprise the extremely costly capital investment necessary for much of this development is not likely to be undertaken for the same reasons as the industrialization of cotton or other consumer goods. For these a mass market already exists, at least potentially. Even very primitive men wear shirts or use household equipment and foodstuffs. The problem is merely how to put a sufficiently vast market sufficiently quickly within the purview of businessmen. But no such market exists, example for heavy iron equipment such as girders. It only comes into existence in the course of an industrial revolution, and not always then, and those who lock up their money in the very heavy investments required even by quite modest iron works, compared to quite large cotton mills, before it is visibly there, are more likely to be speculators, adventurers, and dreamers than sound businessmen. In fact, in France a sect of such speculative technological adventurers, the Saint-Simonians, cf. pages 176-241, acted as chief propagandists of the kind of industrialization which needed heavy and long-range investment. These disadvantages applied particularly to metallurgy, especially of iron. Its capacity increased, thanks to a few simple innovations such as that of puddling and rolling in the 1780s, but the non-military demand for it remained relatively modest, and the military, though gratifyingly large thanks to a succession of wars between 1756 and 1815, slackened off sharply after Waterloo. It was certainly not large enough to make Britain into an outstandingly large producer of iron. In 1790 she outproduced France by only 40% or so, and even in 1800 her output was considerably less than half of the combined continental one, and amounted to the, by later standards, tiny figure of 250,000 tons. If anything, the British share of world iron output tended to sink in the next decades. Fortunately they applied less to mining, which was chiefly the mining of coal. For coal had the advantage of being not merely the major source of industrial power in the 19th century, but also a major form of domestic fuel, thanks largely to the relative shortage of forests in Britain. The growth of cities, and especially of London, had caused coal mining to expand rapidly since the late 16th century. By the early 18th it was substantially a primitive modern industry, even employing the earliest steam engines, devised for similar purposes in non-ferrous metal mining, mainly in Cornwall, for pumping. Hence coal mining hardly needed or underwent major technological revolution in our period. Its innovations were improvements rather than transformations of production. But its capacity was already immense and, by world standards, astronomic. In 1800 Britain may have produced something like 10 million tons of coal, or about 90% of the world output. Its nearest competitor, France, produced less than 1 million. This immense industry, though probably not expanding fast enough for really massive industrialization on the modern scale, was sufficiently large to stimulate the basic invention which was to transform the capital goods industries, the railway. For the mines not only required steam engines in large quantities and of great power, but also required efficient means of transporting the great quantities of coal from coal face to shaft and especially from pithead to the point of shipment. The tramway or railway along which trucks ran was an obvious answer. To pull these trucks by stationary engines was tempting, to pull them by moving engines would not seem too impractical. Finally, the costs of overland transport of bulk goods were so high that it was likely to strike coal owners in inland fields that the use of these short-term means of transport could be profitably extended for long-term haulage. The line from the inland coal field of Durham to the coast, Stockton, Darlington 1825, was the first of the modern railways. Technologically the railway is the child of the mine, and especially the northern English coal mine. George Stephenson began life as a Tyneside engine man, and for years virtually all locomotive drivers were recruited from his native coal field. No innovation of the Industrial Revolution has fired the imagination as much as the railway, as witness the fact that it is the only product of 19th-century industrialization which has been fully absorbed into the imagery of popular and literate poetry. Hardly had they been proved technically feasible and profitable in England, c. 1825-30, before plans to build them were made over most of the Western world, though their execution was generally delayed. The first short lines were opened in the USA in 1827, in France in 1828 and 1835, in Germany and Belgium in 1835 and even in Russia by 1837. The reason was doubtless that no other invention revealed the power and speed of the new age to the layman as dramatically, a revelation made all the more striking by the remarkable technical maturity of even the very earliest railways. Speeds of up to 60 miles per hour, for instance, were perfectly practicable in the 1830s, and were not substantially improved by later steam railways. The iron road, pushing its huge smoke-plumed snakes at the speed of wind across countries and continents, whose embankments and cuttings, bridges and stations, formed a body of public building beside which the pyramids and the Roman aqueducts and even the Great Wall of China paled into provincialism, was the very symbol of man's triumph through technology. In fact, from an economic point of view, its vast expense was its chief advantage. No doubt in the long run its capacity to open up countries hitherto cut off by high transport costs from the world market, the vast increase in the speed and bulk of overland communication it brought for men and goods, were to be of major importance. Before 1848 they were economically less important, outside Britain because railways were few, in Britain because for geographical reasons transport problems were much less intractable than in large landlocked countries. But from the perspective of the student of economic development, the immense appetite of the railways for iron and steel, for coal, for heavy machinery, for labor, for capital investment, was at this stage more important. For it provided just that massive demand which was needed if the capital goods industries were to be transformed as profoundly as the cotton industry had been. In the first 2 decades of the railways, 1830 to 50, the output of iron in Britain rose from 680,000 to 2,250,000, in other words it trebled. The output of coal between 1830 and 1850 also trebled from 15 million tons to 49 million tons. That dramatic rise was due primarily to the railway, for on average each mile of line required 300 tons of iron merely for track. 26 The industrial advances which for the first time made the mass production of steel possible followed naturally in the next decades. The reason for this sudden, immense, and quite essential expansion lay in the apparently irrational passion with which businessmen and investors threw themselves into the construction of railways. In 1830 there were a few dozen miles of railways in all the world, chiefly consisting of the line from Liverpool to Manchester. By 1840 there were over 4,500 miles, by 1850 over 23,500. Most of them were projected in a few bursts of speculative frenzy known as the railway manias of 1835-7 and especially in 1844-7. Most of them were built in large part with British capital, British iron, machines, and know-how. 11 These investment booms appear irrational, because in fact few railways were much more profitable to the investor than other forms of enterprise, most yielded quite modest profits and many none at all. In 1855 the average interest on capital sunk in the British railways was a mere 3.7%. No doubt promoters, speculators, and others did exceedingly well out of them, but the ordinary investor clearly did not. And yet by 1840 £28 millions, by 1850 £240 millions had been hopefully invested in them. 28. Why? The fundamental fact about Britain in the first two generations of the Industrial Revolution was, that the comfortable and rich classes accumulated income so fast and in such vast quantities as to exceed all available possibilities of spending and investment. The annual investable surplus in the 1840s was reckoned at about £60 millions. 29. No doubt feudal and aristocratic societies would have succeeded in throwing a great deal of this away in riotous living, luxury building, and other uneconomic activities. 12 Even in Britain the 6th Duke of Devonshire, whose normal income was princely enough, succeeded in leaving his heir £1 million of debts in the mid-19th century, which he paid off by borrowing another £1,500,000 and going in for the development of real estate values. 30. But the bulk of the middle classes, who formed the main investing public, were still savers rather than spenders, though by 1840 there are many signs that they felt sufficiently wealthy to spend as well as to invest. Their wives began to turn into ladies, instructed by the handbooks of etiquette which multiply about this period. Their chapels began to be rebuilt in ample and expensive styles, and they even began to celebrate their collective glory by constructing those shocking town halls and other civic monstrosities in Gothic and Renaissance imitations, whose exact and Napoleonic cost their municipal historians recorded with pride. 13. Again, a modern socialist or welfare society would no doubt have distributed some of these vast accumulations for social purposes. In our period nothing was less likely. Virtually untaxed, the middle classes therefore continued to accumulate among the hungry populace, whose hunger was the counterpart of their accumulation. And as they were not peasants, content to hoard their savings in woolen stockings or as golden bangles, they had to find profitable investment for them. But where? Existing industries, for instance, had become far too cheap to absorb more than a fraction of the available surplus for investment. Even supposing the size of the cotton industry to be doubled, the capital cost would absorb only a part of it. What was needed was a sponge large enough to hold all of it. 14. Foreign investment was one obvious possibility. The rest of the world, mostly, to begin with, old governments seeking to recover from the Napoleonic Wars and new ones borrowing with their usual dash and abandon for indeterminate purposes, was only too anxious for unlimited loans. The English investor lent readily. But alas, the South American loans which appeared so promising in the 1820s, the North American ones which beckoned in the 1830s, turned only too often into scraps of worthless paper. Of 25 foreign government loans sold between 1818 and 1831, 16, involving about half of the £42 millions at issue prices, were in default in 1831. In theory these loans should have paid the investor 7 or 9%. In fact in 1831 he received an average of 3.1%. Who would not be discouraged by experiences such as those with the Greek 5% loans of 1824 and 1825, which did not begin to pay any interest at all until the 1870s? 32. Hence it is natural that the capital flooding abroad in the speculative booms of 1825 and 1835-7, should seek an apparently less disappointing employment. John Francis, looking back on the mania from 1851, described the rich man who saw the accumulation of wealth, which with an industrial people always outstrips the ordinary modes of investment, legitimately and justly employed. He saw the money which in his youth had been thrown into war loans and in his manhood wasted on South American mines, forming roads, employing labor, and increasing business. The railways, absorption of capital was at least an absorption, if unsuccessful, in the country that produced it. Unlike foreign mines and foreign loans, they could not be exhausted or utterly valueless. 33. Whether it could have found other forms of home investment, for instance in building, is an academic question to which the answer is still in doubt. In fact, it found the railways, which could not conceivably have been built as rapidly and on as large a scale without this torrent of capital flooding into them, especially in the middle 1840s. It was a lucky conjuncture, for the railways happened to solve virtually all the problems of the economy's growth at once. V. To trace the impetus for industrialization is only one part of the historian's task. The other is to trace the mobilization and redeployment of economic resources, the adaptation of the economy and the society which were required to maintain the new and revolutionary course. The first and perhaps the most crucial factor which had to be mobilized and redeployed was labor, for an industrial economy means a sharp proportionate decline in the agricultural, i.e. rural, and a sharp rise in the non-agricultural, i.e. increasingly in the urban, population, and almost certainly, as in our period, a rapid general increase in population. It therefore implies in the first instance a sharp rise in the supply of food, mainly from home agriculture, i.e. an agricultural revolution. 15. The rapid growth of towns and non-agricultural settlements in Britain had naturally long stimulated agriculture, which is fortunately so inefficient in its pre-industrial forms that quite small improvements, a little rational attention to animal husbandry, crop rotation, fertilization and the layout of farms, or the adoption of new crops can produce disproportionately large results. Such agricultural change had preceded the Industrial Revolution and made possible the first stages of rapid population increases, and the impetus naturally continued, though British farming suffered heavily in the slump which followed the abnormally high prices of the Napoleonic Wars. In terms of technology and capital investment, the changes of our period were probably fairly modest until the 1840s, the period when agricultural science and engineering may be said to have come of age. The vast increase in output which enabled British farming in the 1830s to supply 98% of the grain for a population between 2 and 3 times the mid-18th century size 34 was achieved by general adoption of methods pioneered in the earlier 18th century, by rationalization and by expansion of the cultivated area. All these in turn were achieved by social rather than technological transformation, by the liquidation of medieval communal cultivation with its open field and common pasture, the enclosure movement, of self-sufficient peasant farming, and of old-fashioned uncommercial attitudes towards the land. Thanks to the preparatory evolution of the 16th to 18th centuries, this uniquely radical solution of the agrarian problem, which made Britain a country of a few large landowners, a moderate number of commercial tenant farmers and a great number of hired laborers, was achieved with a minimum of trouble, though intermittently resisted not only by the unhappy rural poor but by the traditionalist country gentry. The Speen-Hamland system of poor relief, spontaneously adopted by gentlemen justices in several counties in and after the hungry year of 1795, has been seen as the last systematic attempt to safeguard the old rural society against the corrosion of the cash nexus. 16 The Corn Laws, with which the agrarian interests sought to protect farming against the post-1815 crisis, in the teeth of all economic orthodoxy, were in part a manifesto against the tendency to treat agriculture as an industry just like any other, to be judged by the criteria of profitability alone. but these were doomed rearguard actions against the final introduction of capitalism into the countryside. They were finally defeated in the wave of middle-class radical advance after 1830, by the new Poor Law of 1834 and the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846. In terms of economic productivity, this social transformation was an immense success. In terms of human suffering, a tragedy, deepened by the agricultural depression after 1815, which reduced the rural poor to demoralized destitution. After 1800, even so enthusiastic a champion of enclosure and agricultural progress as Arthur Young was shaken by its social effects. 35 But from the point of view of industrialization, these also were desirable consequences, for an industrial economy needs labor, and where else but from the former non-industrial sector was it to come from? The rural population at home, or, in the form of, mainly Irish, immigration, abroad, were the most obvious sources, supplemented by the miscellaneous petty producers and laboring poor. 17 Men must be attracted into the new occupations, or if, as was most probable, they were initially immune to these attractions and unwilling to abandon their traditional way of life. 36 They must be forced into it. Economic and social hardship was the most effective whip, the higher money wages and greater freedom of the town the supplementary carrot. For various reasons, the forces tending to prize men loose from their historic social anchorage were still relatively weak in our period, compared to the second half of the 19th century. It took a really sensational catastrophe such as the Irish hunger to produce the sort of massive emigration, 1.5 millions out of a total population of 8.5 millions in 1835–50, which became common after 1850. Nevertheless, they were stronger in Britain than elsewhere. Had they not been, British industrial development might have been as hampered as that of France was by the stability and relative comfort of its peasantry and petty bourgeoisie, which deprived industry of the required intake of labor. 18. To acquire a sufficient number of laborers was one thing, to acquire sufficient labor of the right qualifications and skills was another. 20th century experience has shown that this problem is as crucial and more difficult to solve. In the first place, all labor had to learn how to work in a manner suited to industry, i.e. in a rhythm of regular unbroken daily work which is entirely different from the seasonal ups and downs of the farm, or the self-controlled patchiness of the independent craftsman. It had also to learn to be responsive to monetary incentives. British employers then, like South African ones now, constantly complained about the laziness of labor or its tendency to work until it had earned a traditional week's living wage and then to stop. The answer was found in a draconic labor discipline, fines, a master and servant code mobilizing the law on the side of the employer, etc., but above all in the practice where possible of paying labor so little that it would have to work steadily all through the week in order to make a minimum income, cf. pages 198–9. In the factories, where the problem of labor discipline was more urgent, it was often found more convenient to employ the tractable, and cheaper, women and children. Out of all workers in the English cotton mills in 1834–47, about 1/4 were adult men, over half women and girls, and the balance, boys below the age of 18. 37 Another common way of ensuring labor discipline, which reflected the small-scale, piecemeal process of industrialization in this early phase, was subcontract, or the practice of making skilled workers the actual employers of their unskilled helpers. In the cotton industry, for instance, about 2/3 of the boys and 1/3 of the girls were thus in the direct employ of operatives and hence more closely watched, and outside the factories proper such arrangements were even more widespread. The sub-employer, of course, had a direct financial incentive to see that this hired help did not slack. It was rather more difficult to recruit or train sufficient skilled or technically trained workers, for few pre-industrial skills were of much use in modern industry, though of course many occupations, like building, continued practically unchanged. Fortunately, the slow semi-industrialization of Britain in the centuries before 1789 had built up a rather large reservoir of suitable skills, both in textile technique and in the handling of metals. Thus on the continent the locksmith, one of the few craftsmen used to precision work with metals, became the ancestor of the machine builder and sometimes provided him with a name, whereas in Britain the millwright, and the engineer or engine man, already common in and around mines, did so. Nor is it accidental that the English word engineer describes both the skilled metal worker and the designer and planner, for the bulk of higher technologists could be, and was, recruited from among these mechanically skilled and self-reliant men. In fact, British industrialization relied on this unplanned supply of the higher skills, as continental industrialism could not. This explains the shocking neglect of general and technical education in this country, the price of which was to be paid later. Besides such problems of labor supply, those of capital supply were unimportant. Unlike most other European countries, there was no shortage of immediately investable capital in Britain. The major difficulty was that those who controlled most of it in the 18th century, landlords, merchants, shippers, financiers, etc., were reluctant to invest it in the new industries, which therefore had often to be started by small savings or loans and developed by the plowing back of profits. Local capital shortage made the early industrialists, especially the self-made men, harder, thriftier and more grasping, and their workers therefore correspondingly more exploited, but this reflected the imperfect flow of the national investment surplus and not its inadequacy. On the other hand, the 18th century rich were prepared to sink their money in certain enterprises which benefited industrialization, most notably in transport, canals, dock facilities, roads, and later also railways, and in mines, from which landowners drew royalties even when they did not themselves manage them. Nor was there any difficulty about the technique of trade and finance, private or public. Banks and bank notes, bills of exchange, stocks and shares, the technicalities of overseas and wholesale trade, and marketing, were familiar enough, and men who could handle them or easily learn to do so, were in abundant supply. Moreover, by the end of the 18th century, government policy was firmly committed to the supremacy of business. Older enactments to the contrary, such as those of the Tudor Social Code, had long fallen into desuetude, and were finally abolished except where they touched agriculture in 1813–35. In theory, the laws and financial or commercial institutions of Britain were clumsy and designed to hinder rather than help economic development. For instance, they made expensive private acts of parliament necessary almost every time men wished to form a joint stock company. The French Revolution provided the French, and through their influence the rest of the continent, with far more rational and effective machinery for such purposes. In practice the British managed perfectly well, and indeed considerably better than their rivals. In this rather haphazard, unplanned, and empirical way the first major industrial economy was built. By modern standards it was small and archaic, and its archaism still marks Britain today. By the standards of 1848 it was monumental, though also rather shocking, for its new cities were uglier, its proletariat worse off, than elsewhere. 19 And the fog-bound, smoke-laden atmosphere in which pale masses hurried to and fro troubled the foreign visitor. But it harnessed the power of 1,000,000 horses in its steam engines, turned out 2,000,000 yards of cotton cloth per year on over 17 million mechanical spindles, dug almost 50 million tons of coal, imported and exported 170 pounds millions worth of goods in a single year. Its trade was twice that of its nearest competitor, France. In 1780 it had only just exceeded it. Its cotton consumption was twice that of the USA, 4 times the French. It produced more than half the total pig iron of the economically developed world, and used twice as much per inhabitant as the next most industrialized country, Belgium, 3 times as much as the USA, more than 4 times as much as France. Between £200 and £300 million of British capital investment, a quarter in the USA, almost a fifth in Latin America, brought back dividends and orders from all parts of the world. 39 It was, in fact, the workshop of the world. And both Britain and the world knew that the Industrial Revolution, launched in these islands by and through the traders and entrepreneurs, whose only law was to buy in the cheapest market and sell without restriction in the dearest, was transforming the world. Nothing could stand in its way. The gods and kings of the past were powerless before the businessmen and steam engines of the present. Chapter 3. The French Revolution. An Englishman not filled with esteem and admiration at the sublime manner in which one of the most important revolutions the world has ever seen is now effecting, must be dead to every sense of virtue and of freedom. Not one of my countrymen who has had the good fortune to witness the transactions of the last 3 days in this great city, but will testify that my language is not hyperbolical. The Morning Post, July 21, 1789, on the fall of the Bastille. Soon the enlightened nations will put on trial those who have hitherto ruled over them. The kings shall flee into the deserts, into the company of the wild beasts whom they resemble, and nature shall resume her rights. Saint Just. Sur la Constitution de la France, discours prononce à la Convention. 24 Avril 1793. If the economy of the 19th century world was formed mainly under the influence of the British Industrial Revolution, its politics and ideology were formed mainly by the French. Britain provided the model for its railways and factories, the economic explosive which cracked open the traditional economic and social structures of the non-European world, but France made its revolutions and gave them their ideas, to the point where a tricolour of some kind became the emblem of virtually every emerging nation, and European, or indeed world, politics between 1789 and 1917 were largely the struggle for and against the principles of 1789, or the even more incendiary ones of 1793. France provided the vocabulary and the issues of liberal and radical democratic politics for most of the world. France provided the first great example, the concept and the vocabulary of nationalism. France provided the codes of law, the model of scientific and technical organization, the metric system of measurement for most countries. The ideology of the modern world first penetrated the ancient civilizations which had hitherto resisted European ideas through French influence. This was the work of the French Revolution. The later 18th century, as we have seen, was an age of crisis for the old regimes of Europe and their economic systems, and its last decades were filled with political agitations sometimes reaching the point of revolt, of colonial movements for autonomy sometimes reaching that of secession, not only in the USA, 1776–83, but also in Ireland, 1782–4, in Belgium and Liege, 1787–90, in Holland, 1783–7, in Geneva, even it has been argued in England, 1779. So striking is this clustering of political unrest that some recent historians have spoken of an age of democratic revolution of which the French was only one, though the most dramatic and far-reaching point one. Insofar as the crisis of the old regime was not purely a French phenomenon, there is some weight in such observations. Just so it may be argued that the Russian Revolution of 1917, which occupies a position of analogous importance in our century, was merely the most dramatic of a whole cluster of similar movements, such as those which some years before 1917 finally ended the age-old Turkish and Chinese empires. Yet this is to miss the point. The French Revolution may not have been an isolated phenomenon, but it was far more fundamental than any of the other contemporary ones, and its consequences were therefore far more profound. In the first place, it occurred in the most powerful and populous state of Europe, leaving Russia apart. In 1789 something like 1 European out of every 5 was a Frenchman. In the second place it was, alone of all the revolutions which preceded and followed it, a mass social revolution, and immeasurably more radical than any comparable upheaval. It is no accident that the American revolutionaries, and the British Jacobins who migrated to France because of their political sympathies, found themselves moderates in France. Tom Paine was an extremist in Britain and America, but in Paris he was among the most moderate of the Girondins. The results of the American revolutions were, broadly speaking, countries carrying on much as before, only minus the political control of the British, Spaniards and Portuguese. The result of the French Revolution was that the age of Balzac replaced the age of Madame du Barry. In the third place, alone of all the contemporary revolutions, the French was ecumenical. Its armies set out to revolutionize the world, its ideas actually did so. The American Revolution has remained a crucial event in American history, but, except for the countries directly involved in and by it, it has left few major traces elsewhere. The French Revolution is a landmark in all countries. Its repercussions rather than those of the American Revolution, occasioned the risings which led to the liberation of Latin America after 1808. Its direct influence radiated as far as Bengal, where Ram Mohan Roy was inspired by it to found the first Hindu reform movement and the ancestor of modern Indian nationalism. When he visited England in 1830, he insisted on traveling in a French ship to demonstrate his enthusiasm for its principles. It was, as has been well said, the first great movement of ideas in Western Christendom that had any real effect on the world of Islam too, and that almost immediately. By the middle of the 19th century, the Turkish word vatan, hitherto merely describing a man's place of birth or residence, had begun to turn under its influence into something like patrie. The term liberty, before 1800 primarily a legal term denoting the opposite to slavery, had begun to acquire a new political content. Its indirect influence is universal, for it provided the pattern for all subsequent revolutionary movements, its lessons, interpreted according to taste, being incorporated into modern socialism and communism. Point 2. The French Revolution thus remains the revolution of its time, and not merely one, though the most prominent, of its kind. And its origins must therefore be sought not merely in the general conditions of Europe, but in the specific situation of France. Its peculiarity is perhaps best illustrated in international terms. Throughout the 18th century, France was the major international economic rival of Britain. Her foreign trade, which multiplied fourfold between 1720 and 1780, caused anxiety. Her colonial system was in certain areas, such as the West Indies, more dynamic than the British. Yet France was not a power like Britain, whose foreign policy was already determined substantially by the interests of capitalist expansion. She was the most powerful and in many ways the most typical of the old aristocratic absolute monarchies of Europe. In other words, the conflict between the official framework and the vested interests of the old regime and the rising new social forces was more acute in France than elsewhere. The new forces knew fairly precisely what they wanted. Turgot, the physiocrat economist, stood for an efficient exploitation of the land, for free enterprise and trade, for a standardized, efficient administration of a single homogeneous national territory, and the abolition of all restrictions and social inequalities which stood in the way of the development of national resources and rational, equitable administration and taxation. Yet his attempt to apply such a program as the first minister of Louis XVII in 1774-6 failed lamentably, and the failure is characteristic. Reforms of this character, in modest doses, were not incompatible with or unwelcome to absolute monarchies. On the contrary, since they strengthened their hand, they were, as we have seen, widely propagated at this time among the so-called enlightened despots. But in most of the countries of enlightened despotism such reforms were either inapplicable, and therefore mere theoretical flourishes, or unlikely to change the general character of their political and social structure, or else they failed in the face of the resistance of the local aristocracies and other vested interests, leaving the country to relapse into a somewhat tidied-up version of its former state. In France they failed more rapidly than elsewhere, for the resistance of the vested interests was more effective. But the results of this failure were more catastrophic for the monarchy, and the forces of bourgeois change were far too strong to relapse into inactivity. They merely transformed their hopes from an enlightened monarchy to the people or the nation. Nevertheless, such a generalization does not take us far towards an understanding of why the revolution broke out when it did, and why it took the remarkable road it did. For this it is most useful to consider the so-called feudal reaction which actually provided the spark to explode the powder barrel of France. The 400,000 or so persons who, among the 23 million Frenchmen, formed the nobility, the unquestioned first order of the nation, though not so absolutely safeguarded against the intrusion of lesser orders as in Prussia and elsewhere, were secure enough. They enjoyed considerable privileges, including exemption from several taxes, but not from as many as the better organized clergy, and the right to receive feudal dues. Politically their situation was less brilliant. Absolute monarchy, while entirely aristocratic and even feudal in its ethos, had deprived the nobles of political independence and responsibility and cut down their old representative institutions, estates and parliaments so far as possible. The fact continued to rankle among the higher aristocracy and among the more recent noblesse de robe created by the kings for various purposes, mostly finance and administration, an ennobled government middle class which expressed the double discontent of aristocrats and bourgeois so far as it could through the surviving law courts and estates. Economically the nobles' worries were by no means negligible. Fighters rather than earners by birth and tradition, nobles were even formally debarred from exercising a trade or profession. They depended on the income of their estates, or, if they belonged to the favored minority of large or court nobles, on wealthy marriages, court pensions, gifts and sinecures. But the expenses of noble status were large and rising, their incomes, since they were rarely business-like managers of their wealth, if they managed it at all, fell. Inflation tended to reduce the value of fixed revenues such as rents. It was therefore natural that the nobles should use their one main asset, the acknowledged privileges of the order. Throughout the 18th century, in France as in many other countries, they encroached steadily upon the official posts which the absolute monarchy had preferred to fill with technically competent and politically harmless middle-class men. By the 1780s 4/4 of nobility were needed even to buy a commission in the army. All bishops were nobles, and even the keystone of royal administration, the intendancies, has been largely recaptured by them. Consequently the nobility not merely exasperated the feelings of the middle class by their successful competition for official posts, they also undermined the state itself by an increasing tendency to take over provincial and central administration. Similarly they, and especially the poorer provincial gentlemen who had few other resources, attempted to counteract the decline in their income by squeezing the utmost out of their very considerable feudal rights to exact money, or more rarely service, from the peasantry. An entire profession, the feudists, came into existence to revive obsolete rights of this kind or to maximize the yield of existing ones. Its most celebrated member, Gracchus Babeuf, was to become the leader of the first communist revolt in modern history in 1796. Consequently the nobility exasperated not only the middle class but also the peasantry. The position of this vast class, comprising perhaps 80% of all Frenchmen, was far from brilliant. They were indeed in general free, and often landowners. In actual quantity noble estates covered only 1/5 of the land, clerical estates perhaps another 6%, with regional variations. 3 Thus in the Diocese of Montpellier the peasants already owned 38 to 40% of the land, the bourgeoisie 18 to 19, the nobles 15 to 16, the clergy 3 to 4, while 1/5 was common land. 4 In fact, however, the great majority were landless or with insufficient holdings, a deficiency increased by the prevailing technical backwardness, and the general land hunger was intensified by the rise in population. Feudal dues, tithes and taxes took a large and rising proportion of the peasants' income, and inflation reduced the value of the remainder. For only the minority of peasants who had a constant surplus for sale benefited from the rising prices, the rest, in one way or another, suffered from them, especially in times of bad harvest, when famine prices ruled. There is little doubt that in the 20 years preceding the revolution the situation of the peasants grew worse for these reasons. The financial troubles of the monarchy brought matters to a head. The administrative and fiscal structure of the kingdom was grossly obsolete, and, as we have seen, the attempt to remedy this by the reforms of 1774-6 failed, defeated by the resistance of vested interests headed by the parliaments. Then France became involved in the American War of Independence. Victory over England was gained at the cost of final bankruptcy, and thus the American Revolution can claim to be the direct cause of the French. Various expedients were tried with diminishing success, but nothing short of a fundamental reform, which mobilized the real and considerable taxable capacity of the country, could cope with a situation in which expenditure outran revenue by at least 20% and no effective economies were possible. For though the extravagance of Versailles has often been blamed for the crisis, court expenditure only amounted to 6% of the total in 1788. War, navy, and diplomacy made up 1/4, the service of the existing debt 1/2. War and debt. The American War and its debt broke the back of the monarchy. The government's crisis gave the aristocracy and the parliaments their chance. They refused to pay without an extension of their privileges. The first breach in the front of absolutism was a hand-picked but nevertheless rebellious assembly of notables called in 1787 to grant the government's demands. The second, and decisive, was the desperate decision to call the States General the old feudal assembly of the realm, buried since 1614. The revolution thus began as an aristocratic attempt to recapture the state. This attempt miscalculated for two reasons: it underestimated the independent intentions of the Third Estate, the fictional entity deemed to represent all who were neither nobles nor clergy, but in fact dominated by the middle class, and it overlooked the profound economic and social crisis into which it threw its political demands. The French Revolution was not made or led by a formed party or movement in the modern sense, nor by men attempting to carry out a systematic program. It hardly even threw up leaders of the kind to which 20th-century revolutions have accustomed us, until the post-revolutionary figure of Napoleon. Nevertheless, a striking consensus of general ideas among a fairly coherent social group gave the revolutionary movement effective unity. The group was the bourgeoisie. Its ideas were those of classical liberalism, as formulated by the philosophers and economists and propagated by Freemasonry and in informal associations. To this extent the philosophers can be justly made responsible for the revolution. It would have occurred without them, but they probably made the difference between a mere breakdown of an old regime and the effective and rapid substitution of a new one. In its most general form, the ideology of 1789 was the Masonic one, expressed with such innocent sublimity in Mozart's Magic Flute, 1791, one of the earliest of the great propagandist works of art of an age whose highest artistic achievements so often belong to propaganda. More specifically, the demands of the bourgeois of 1789 are laid down in the famous Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizens of that year. This document is a manifesto against the hierarchical society of noble privilege, but not one in favor of democratic or egalitarian society. Men are born and live free and equal under the laws, said its first article, but it also provides for the existence of social distinctions, if only on grounds of common utility. Private property was a natural right, sacred, inalienable and inviolable. Men were equal before the law and careers were equally open to talent, but if the race started without handicaps, it was equally assumed that the runners would not finish together. The declaration laid down, as against the noble hierarchy or absolutism, that all citizens have a right to cooperate in the formation of the law, but either personally or through their representatives. And the representative assembly which it envisaged as the fundamental organ of government was not necessarily a democratically elected one, nor the regime it implied one which eliminated kings. A constitutional monarchy based on a propertied oligarchy expressing itself through a representative assembly was more congenial to most bourgeois liberals than the democratic republic, which might have seemed a more logical expression of their theoretical aspirations, though there were some who did not hesitate to advocate this also. But on the whole the classical liberal bourgeois of 1789, and the liberal of 1789 to 1848, was not a democrat but a believer in constitutionalism, a secular state with civil liberties and guarantees for private enterprise, and government by taxpayers and property owners. Nevertheless, officially such a regime would express not simply his class interests, but the general will of the people, which was in turn a significant identification, the French nation. The king was no longer Louis, by the grace of God, King of France and Navarre, but Louis, by the grace of God and the constitutional law of the state, King of the French. The source of all sovereignty, said the declaration, resides essentially in the nation. And the nation, as Abbé Sieyès put it, recognized no interest on earth above its own, and accepted no law or authority other than its own, neither that of humanity at large nor of other nations. No doubt the French nation, and its subsequent imitators, did not initially conceive of its interests clashing with those of other peoples, but on the contrary saw itself as inaugurating, or taking part in, a movement of the general liberation of peoples from tyranny. But in fact national rivalry, for instance that of French businessmen with British businessmen, and national subordination, for instance that of conquered or liberated nations to the interests of La Grande Nation, were implicit in the nationalism to which the bourgeois of 1789 gave its first official expression. The people identified with the nation was a revolutionary concept, more revolutionary than the bourgeois liberal program which purported to express it. But it was also a double-edged one. Since the peasants and laboring poor were illiterate, politically modest, or immature and the process of election indirect, 610 men, mostly of this stamp, were elected to represent the Third Estate. Most were lawyers who played an important economic role in provincial France, about 100 were capitalists and businessmen. The middle class had fought bitterly and successfully to win a representation as large as that of the nobility and clergy combined, a moderate ambition for a group officially representing 95% of the people. They now fought with equal determination for the right to exploit their potential majority votes by turning the States General into an assembly of individual deputies voting as such, instead of the traditional feudal body deliberating and voting by orders, a situation in which nobility and clergy could always outvote the third. On this issue the first revolutionary breakthrough occurred. Some 6 weeks after the opening of the States General, the Commons, anxious to forestall action by king, nobles, and clergy, constituted themselves and all who were prepared to join them on their own terms a national assembly with the right to recast the constitution. An attempt at counter-revolution led them to formulate their claims virtually in terms of the English House of Commons. Absolutism was at an end as Mirabeau, a brilliant and disreputable ex-noble, told the king, "Sire, you are a stranger in this assembly, you have not the right to speak here." 5. The Third Estate succeeded, in the face of the united resistance of the king and the privileged orders, because it represented not merely the views of an educated and militant minority, but of far more powerful forces, the laboring poor of the cities, and especially of Paris, and shortly, also, the revolutionary peasantry. For what turned a limited reform agitation into a revolution was the fact that the calling of the States General coincided with a profound economic and social crisis. The later 1780s had been, for a complexity of reasons, a period of great difficulties for virtually all branches of the French economy. A bad harvest in 1788, and 1789, and a very difficult winter made this crisis acute. Bad harvests hurt the peasantry, for while they meant that large producers could sell grain at famine prices, the majority of men on their insufficient holdings might well have to eat up their seed corn, or buy food at such prices, especially in months immediately preceding the new harvest, i.e. May, July. They obviously hurt the urban poor, whose cost of living bread was the staple food might well double. It hurt them all the more as the impoverishment of the countryside reduced the market for manufactures and therefore also produced an industrial depression. The country poor were therefore desperate and restless with riot and banditry, the urban poor were doubly desperate as work ceased at the very moment that the cost of living soared. Under normal circumstances little more than blind rioting might have occurred. But in 1788 and 1789 a major convulsion in the kingdom, a campaign of propaganda and election, gave the people's desperation a political perspective. They introduced the tremendous and earth-shaking idea of liberation from gentry and oppression. A riotous people stood behind the deputies of the Third Estate. Counter-revolution turned a potential mass rising into an actual one. Doubtless it was only natural that the old regime should have fought back, if necessary with armed force, though the army was no longer wholly reliable. Only unrealistic dreamers can suggest that Louis XVI might have accepted defeat and immediately turned himself into a constitutional monarch, even if he had been a less negligible and stupid man than he was, married to a less chicken-brained and irresponsible woman, and prepared to listen to less disastrous advisers. In fact, counter-revolution mobilized the Paris masses, already hungry, suspicious and militant. The most sensational result of their mobilization was the capture of the Bastille, a state prison symbolizing royal authority, where the revolutionaries expected to find arms. In times of revolution, nothing is more powerful than the fall of symbols. The capture of the Bastille, which has rightly made July 14 into the French National Day, ratified the fall of despotism and was hailed all over the world as the beginning of liberation. Even the austere philosopher Immanuel Kant of Königsberg, it is said, whose habits were so regular that the citizens of that town set their watches by him, postponed the hour of his afternoon stroll when he received the news, thus convincing Königsberg that a world-shaking event had indeed happened. What is more to the point, the fall of the Bastille spread the revolution to the provincial towns and the countryside. Peasant revolutions are vast, shapeless, anonymous, but irresistible movements. What turned an epidemic of peasant unrest into an irreversible convulsion was a combination of provincial town risings and a wave of mass panic, spreading obscurely but rapidly across vast stretches of the country, the so-called Grand Départ of late July and early August 1789. Within 3 weeks of July 14, the social structure of French rural feudalism and the state machine of royal France lay in fragments. All that remained of state power was a scattering of doubtfully reliable regiments, a national assembly without coercive force, and a multiplicity of municipal or provincial middle-class administrations which soon set up bourgeois armed national guards on the model of Paris. Middle class and aristocracy immediately accepted the inevitable. All feudal privileges were officially abolished, though, when the political situation had settled, a stiff price for their redemption was fixed. Feudalism was not finally abolished until 1793. By the end of August, the revolution had also acquired its formal manifesto, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. Conversely, the king resisted with his usual stupidity, and sections of the middle-class revolutionaries, frightened by the social implications of the mass upheaval, began to think that the time for conservatism had come. In brief, the main shape of French and all subsequent bourgeois revolutionary politics were by now clearly visible. This dramatic dialectical dance was to dominate the future generations. Time and again we shall see moderate middle-class reformers mobilizing the masses against die-hard resistance or counter-revolution. We shall see the masses pushing beyond the moderates' aims to their own social revolutions, and the moderates in turn splitting into a conservative group henceforth making common cause with the reactionaries, and a left-wing group determined to pursue the rest of the as yet unachieved moderate aims with the help of the masses, even at the risk of losing control over them. And so on through repetitions and variations of the pattern of resistance. Mass mobilization shift to the left, split among moderates, and shift to the right until either the bulk of the middle class passed into the henceforth conservative camp, or was defeated by social revolution. In most subsequent bourgeois revolutions, the moderate liberals were to pull back, or transfer into the conservative camp, at a very early stage. Indeed, in the 19th century we increasingly find, most notably in Germany, that they became unwilling to begin revolution at all, for fear of its incalculable consequences, preferring a compromise with king and aristocracy. The peculiarity of the French Revolution is that one section of the liberal middle class was prepared to remain revolutionary up to and indeed beyond the brink of anti-bourgeois revolution. These were the Jacobins, whose name came to stand for radical revolution everywhere. Why? Partly, of course, because the French bourgeoisie had not yet, like subsequent liberals, the awful memory of the French Revolution to be frightened of. After 1794 it would be clear to moderates that the Jacobin regime had driven the revolution too far for bourgeois comfort and prospects, just as it would be clear to revolutionaries that the sun of 1793, if it were to rise again, would have to shine on a non-bourgeois society. Again, the Jacobins could afford radicalism because in their time no class existed which could provide a coherent social alternative to theirs. Such a class only arose in the course of the Industrial Revolution, with the proletariat or, more precisely, with the ideologies and movements based on it. In the French Revolution the working class, and even this is a misnomer for the aggregate of hired, but mostly non-industrial, wage earners as yet played no significant independent part. They hungered, they rioted, perhaps they dreamed, but for practical purposes they followed non-proletarian leaders. The peasantry never provides a political alternative to anyone, merely, as occasion dictates, an almost irresistible force or an almost immovable object. The only alternative to bourgeois radicalism, if we accept small bodies of ideologues or militants powerless when deprived of mass support, were the sans-culottes, a shapeless, mostly urban movement of the laboring poor, small craftsmen, shopkeepers, artisans, tiny entrepreneurs and the like. The sans-culottes were organized, notably in the sections of Paris and the local political clubs, and provided the main striking force of the revolution, the actual demonstrators, rioters, constructors of barricades. Through journalists like Marat and Hébert, through local spokesmen, they also formulated a policy, behind which lay a vaguely defined and contradictory social ideal, combining respect for, small, private property with hostility to the rich, government-guaranteed work, wages and social security for the poor man, an extreme, egalitarian and libertarian democracy, localized and direct. In fact, the sans-culottes were one branch of that universal and important political trend which sought to express the interests of the great mass of little men who existed between the poles of the bourgeois and the proletarian, often perhaps rather nearer the latter than the former because they were, after all, mostly poor. We can observe it in the United States, as Jeffersonianism and Jacksonian democracy, or populism, in Britain, as radicalism, in France, as the ancestors of the future Republicans and radical socialists, in Italy, as Mazzinians and Garibaldians, and elsewhere. Mostly it tended to settle down, in post-revolutionary ages, as a left wing of middle-class liberalism, but one loath to abandon the ancient principle that there are no enemies on the left, and ready, in times of crisis, to rebel against the wall of money or the economic royalists or the cross of gold crucifying mankind. But sans-culottism provided no real alternative either. Its ideal, a golden past of villagers and small craftsmen or a golden future of small farmers and artisans undisturbed by bankers and millionaires, was unrealizable. History moved dead against them. The most they could do, and this they achieved in 1793, was to erect roadblocks in its path, which have hampered French economic growth from that day almost to this. In fact, sans-culottism was so helpless a phenomenon that its very name is largely forgotten, or remembered only as a synonym of Jacobinism, which provided it with leadership in the year 2. Between 1789 and 1791 the victorious moderate bourgeoisie, acting through what had now become the Constituent Assembly, set about the gigantic rationalization and reform of France which was its object. Most of the lasting institutional achievements of the revolution date from this period, as do its most striking international results, the metric system and the pioneer emancipation of the Jews. Economically, the perspectives of the Constituent Assembly were entirely liberal. Its policy for the peasantry was the enclosure of common lands and the encouragement of rural entrepreneurs; for the working class, the banning of trade unions; for the small crafts, the abolition of guilds and corporations. It gave little concrete satisfaction to the common people, except, from 1790, by means of the secularization and sale of church lands, as well as those of the emigrant nobility, which had the triple advantage of weakening clericalism, strengthening the provincial and peasant entrepreneur, and giving many peasants a measurable return for their revolutionary activity. The Constitution of 1791 fended off excessive democracy by a system of constitutional monarchy based on an admittedly rather wide property franchise of active citizens. The passive, it was hoped, would live up to their name. In fact, this did not happen. On the one hand, the monarchy, though now strongly supported by a powerful ex-revolutionary bourgeois faction, could not resign itself to the new regime. The court dreamed of and intrigued for a crusade of royal cousins to expel the governing rabble of commoners and restore God's anointed, the most Catholic king of France, to his rightful place. The civil constitution of the clergy, 1790, a misconceived attempt to destroy, not the Church, but the Roman absolutist allegiance of the Church, drove the majority of the clergy and of their faithful into opposition, and helped to drive the king into the desperate, and as it proved suicidal, attempt to flee the country. He was recaptured at Varennes, June 1791, and henceforth republicanism became a mass force, for traditional kings who abandon their peoples lose the right to loyalty. On the other hand, the uncontrolled free enterprise economy of the moderates accentuated the fluctuations in the level of food prices, and consequently the militancy of the urban poor, especially in Paris. The price of bread registered the political temperature of Paris with the accuracy of a thermometer, and the Paris masses were the decisive revolutionary force. Not for nothing was the new French tricolor constructed by combining the old royal white with the red and blue colors of Paris. The outbreak of war brought matters to a head, that is to say, it led to the Second Revolution of 1792, the Jacobin Republic of the year 2, and eventually to Napoleon. In other words, it turned the history of the French Revolution into the history of Europe. Two forces pushed France into a general war, the extreme right and the moderate left. For the king, the French nobility and the growing aristocratic and ecclesiastical emigration, camped in various West German cities, it was evident that only foreign intervention could restore the old regime. 3 Such intervention was not too easily organized, given the complexities of the international situation, and the relative political tranquility of other countries. However, it was increasingly evident to nobles and divinely appointed rulers elsewhere that the restoration of Louis XVI's power was not merely an act of class solidarity, but an important safeguard against the spread of the appalling ideas propagated from France. Consequently, the forces for the reconquest of France gathered abroad. At the same time, the moderate liberals themselves, most notably the group of politicians clustering round the deputies from the mercantile Gironde department, were a bellicose force. This was partly because every genuine revolution tends to be ecumenical. For Frenchmen, as for their numerous sympathizers abroad, the liberation of France was merely the first installment of the universal triumph of liberty, an attitude which led easily to the conviction that it was the duty of the fatherland of revolution to liberate all peoples groaning under oppression and tyranny. There was a genuinely exalted and generous passion to spread freedom among the revolutionaries, moderate and extreme, a genuine inability to separate the cause of the French nation from that of all enslaved humanity. Both the French and all other revolutionary movements were to accept this view, or to adapt it, henceforth until at least 1848. All plans for European liberation until 1848 hinged on a joint rising of peoples under the leadership of the French to overthrow European reaction, and after 1830 other movements of national and liberal revolt, such as the Italian or Polish, also tended to see their own nations in some sense as messiahs destined by their own freedom to initiate everyone else's. On the other hand, considered less idealistically, war would also help to solve numerous domestic problems. It was tempting and obvious to ascribe the difficulties of the new regime to the plots of émigrés and foreign tyrants, and to divert popular discontents against these. More specifically, businessmen argued that the uncertain economic prospects, the devaluation of the currency and other troubles could only be remedied if the threat of intervention were dispersed. They and their ideologists might reflect, with a glance at the record of Britain, that economic supremacy was the child of systematic aggressiveness. The 18th century was not one in which the successful businessman was at all wedded to peace. Moreover, as was soon to appear, war could be made to produce profit. For all these reasons the majority of the new Legislative Assembly, except for a small right wing and a small left wing under Robespierre, preached war. For these reasons also, when war came, the conquests of the revolution were to combine liberation, exploitation, and political diversion. War was declared in April 1792. Defeat, which the people, plausibly enough, ascribed to royal sabotage and treason, brought radicalization. In August-September the monarchy was overthrown, the republic one and indivisible established, a new age in human history proclaimed with the institution of the year I of the revolutionary calendar, by the armed action of the sans-culotte masses of Paris. The iron and heroic age of the French Revolution began among the massacres of the political prisoners, the elections to the National Convention probably the most remarkable assembly in the history of parliamentarism, and the call for total resistance to the invaders. The king was imprisoned, the foreign invasion halted by an undramatic artillery duel at Valmy. Revolutionary wars impose their own logic. The dominant party in the new convention were the Girondins, bellicose abroad and moderate at home, a body of parliamentary orators of charm and brilliance representing big business, the provincial bourgeoisie, and much intellectual distinction. Their policy was utterly impossible. For only states waging limited campaigns with established regular forces could hope to keep war and domestic affairs in watertight compartments, as the ladies and gentlemen in Jane Austen's novels were just then doing in Britain. The revolution waged neither a limited campaign nor had it established forces, for its war oscillated between the maximum victory of world revolution and the maximum defeat, which meant total counter-revolution, and its army, what was left of the old French army, was ineffective and unreliable. Dumouriez, the Republic's leading general, was shortly to desert to the enemy. Only unprecedented and revolutionary methods could win in such a war, even if victory were to mean merely the defeat of foreign intervention. In fact, such methods were found. In the course of its crisis the young French Republic discovered or invented total war, the total mobilization of a nation's resources through conscription, rationing and a rigidly controlled war economy, and virtual abolition, at home or abroad, of the distinction between soldiers and civilians. How appalling the implications of this discovery are has only become clear in our own historic epoch. Since the Revolutionary War of 1792-4 remained an exceptional episode, most 19th-century observers could make no sense of it, except to observe, until in the fatness of later Victorian times even this was forgotten, that wars lead to revolutions, and revolutions win otherwise unwinnable wars. Only today can we see how much about the Jacobin Republic and the terror of 1793-4 makes sense in no other terms than those of a modern total war effort. The sans-culottes welcomed a revolutionary war government, not only because they rightly argued that counter-revolution and foreign intervention could only thus be defeated, but also because its methods mobilized the people and brought social justice nearer. They overlooked the fact that no effective modern war effort is compatible with the decentralized voluntarist direct democracy which they cherished. The Gironde, on the other hand, was afraid of the political consequences of the combination of mass revolution and war which they unleashed. Nor were they equipped for competition with the left. They did not want to try or execute the king, but had to compete with their rivals, the Mountain, the Jacobins. For this symbol of revolutionary zeal, the Mountain gained prestige, not they. On the other hand, they did want to extend the war into a general ideological crusade of liberation and a direct challenge to the great economic rival, Britain. They succeeded in this object. By March 1793 France was at war with most of Europe, and had begun foreign annexations, legitimized by the newly invented doctrine of France's right to her natural frontiers. But the expansion of the war, all the more as it went badly, only strengthened the hands of the left, which alone could win it. Retreating and outmaneuvered, the Gironde was finally driven to ill-judged attacks against the left, which were soon to turn into organized provincial revolt against Paris. A rapid coup by the sans-culottes overthrew it on June 2, 1793. The Jacobin Republic had come. 3. When the educated layman thinks of the French Revolution it is the events of 1789 but especially the Jacobin Republic of the year 2 which chiefly come to his mind. The prim Robespierre, the huge and whoring Danton, the icy revolutionary elegance of Saint-Just, the gross Marat, Committee of Public Safety, Revolutionary Tribunal, and Guillotine are the images which we see most clearly. The very names of the moderate revolutionaries who come between Mirabeau and Lafayette in 1789 and the Jacobin leaders in 1793, have lapsed from all but the memory of historians. The Girondins are remembered only as a group, and perhaps for the politically negligible but romantic women attached to them, Madame Roland or Charlotte Corday. Who, outside the expert field, knows even the names of Brissot, Vergniaud, Guadet, and the rest? Conservatives have created a lasting image of the terror, dictatorship, and hysterical bloodlust unchained, though by 20th century standards, and indeed by the standards of conservative repressions of social revolutions such as the massacres after the Paris Commune of 1871, its mass killings were relatively modest, 17,000 official executions in 14 months. 7 Revolutionaries, especially in France, have seen it as the first People's Republic, the inspiration of all subsequent revolt. For all it was an era not to be measured by everyday human criteria. That is true. But for the solid middle-class Frenchmen who stood behind the terror, it was neither pathological nor apocalyptic, but first and foremost the only effective method of preserving their country. This the Jacobin Republic did, and its achievement was superhuman. In June 1793, 60 out of the 80 departments of France were in revolt against Paris, the armies of the German princes were invading France from the north and east, the British attacked from the south and west, the country was helpless and bankrupt. 14 months later all France was under firm control, the invaders had been expelled, the French armies in turn occupied Belgium and were about to enter on 20 years of almost unbroken and effortless military triumph. Yet by March 1794 an army 3 times as large as before was run at half the cost of March 1793, and the value of the French currency, or rather of the paper assignats which had largely replaced it, was kept approximately stable, in marked contrast to both past and future. No wonder Jean-Bon Saint-André, the Jacobin member of the Committee of Public Safety who, though a firm Republican, later became one of Napoleon's most efficient prefects, looked at imperial France with contempt as it staggered under the defeats of 1812-3. The Republic of the year 2 had coped with worse crises, and with fewer resources. 4. For such men, as indeed for the majority of the National Convention which at bottom retained control throughout this heroic period, the choice was simple, either the terror with all its defects from the middle class point of view, or the destruction of the revolution, the disintegration of the national state, and probably was there not the example of Poland, the disappearance of the country. Very likely, but for the desperate crisis of France, many among them would have preferred a less iron regime and certainly a less firmly controlled economy. The fall of Robespierre led to an epidemic of economic decontrol and corrupt racketeering which, incidentally, culminated in galloping inflation and the national bankruptcy of 1797. But even from the narrowest point of view, the prospects of the French middle class depended on those of a unified, strong, centralized national state. And anyway, could the revolution which had virtually created the term nation and patriotism in their modern senses, abandon the grande nation? The first task of the Jacobin regime was to mobilize mass support against the dissidents of the Gironde and the provincial notables, and to retain the already mobilized mass support of the Paris sans-culottes, some of whose demands for a revolutionary war effort, general conscription, the levée en masse, terror against the traitors and general price control, the maximum, in any case coincided with Jacobin common sense, though their other demands were to prove troublesome. A somewhat radicalized new constitution, hitherto delayed by the Gironde, was proclaimed. According to this noble but academic document, the people were offered universal suffrage, the right of insurrection, work, or maintenance, and most significant of all, the official statement that the happiness of all was the aim of government and the people's rights were to be not merely available but operative. It was the first genuinely democratic constitution proclaimed by a modern state. More concretely, the Jacobins abolished all remaining feudal rights without indemnity, improved the small buyer's chance to purchase the forfeited land of émigrés, and some months later abolished slavery in the French colonies, in order to encourage the Negroes of San Domingo to fight for the Republic against the English. These measures had the most far-reaching results. In America they helped to create the first independent revolutionary leader of stature in Toussaint Louverture. In France they established that impregnable citadel of small and middle peasant proprietors, small craftsmen, and shopkeepers, economically retrogressive but passionately devoted to revolution and republic, which has dominated the country's life ever since. The capitalist transformation of agriculture and small enterprise, the essential condition for rapid economic development, was slowed to a crawl, and with it the speed of urbanization, the expansion of the home market, the multiplication of the working class and, incidentally, the ulterior advance of proletarian revolution. Both big business and the labor movement were long doomed to remain minority phenomena in France, islands surrounded by a sea of corner grocers, peasant smallholders and café proprietors, cf. below Chapter 9. The center of the new government, representing as it did an alliance of Jacobin and Sans-Culotte, therefore shifted perceptibly to the left. This was reflected in the reconstructed Committee of Public Safety, which rapidly became the effective war cabinet of France. It lost Danton, a powerful, dissolute, probably corrupt, but immensely talented revolutionary more moderate than he looked. He had been a minister in the last royal administration, and gained Maximilien Robespierre, who became its most influential member. Few historians have been dispassionate about this dandyish, thin-blooded, fanatical lawyer with his somewhat excessive sense of private monopoly in virtue, because he still incarnates the terrible and glorious year two about which no man is neutral. He was not an agreeable individual. Even those who think he was right nowadays tend to prefer the shining mathematical rigor of that architect of Spartan paradises, the young Saint Just. He was not a great man and often a narrow one. But he is the only individual thrown up by the revolution, other than Napoleon, about whom a cult has grown up. This is because for him, as for history, the Jacobin Republic was not a war-winning device but an ideal, the terrible and glorious reign of justice and virtue when all good citizens were equal in the sight of the nation and the people smote the traitors. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, cf. below pages 247-8, and the crystalline conviction of rightness gave him his strength. He had no formal dictatorial powers or even office, being merely one member of the Committee of Public Safety, which was in turn merely one subcommittee, the most powerful, though never all-powerful, of the convention. His power was that of the people, the Paris masses, his terror theirs. When they abandoned him he fell. The tragedy of Robespierre and the Jacobin Republic was that they were themselves obliged to alienate this support. The regime was an alliance between middle-class and laboring masses, but for the middle-class Jacobins, sans-culotte concessions were tolerable only because, and as far as, they attached the masses to the regime without terrifying property owners, and within the alliance the middle-class Jacobins were decisive. Moreover, the very needs of the war obliged any government to centralize and discipline, at the expense of the free, local, direct democracy of club and section, the casual voluntarist militia, the free argumentative elections on which the sans-culottes thrived. The process which, during the Spanish Civil War of 1936-9, strengthened communists at the expense of anarchists, strengthened Jacobins of Saint Just stamp at the expense of sans-culottes of Hebers. By 1794 government and politics were monolithic and run in harness by direct agents of committee or convention through delegates and mission and a large body of Jacobin officers and officials in conjunction with local party organizations. Lastly, the economic needs of the war alienated popular support. In the towns price control and rationing benefited the masses, but the corresponding wage freeze hurt them. In the countryside the systematic requisitioning of food, which the urban sans-culottes had been the first to advocate, alienated the peasantry. The masses therefore retired into discontent or into a puzzled and resentful passivity, especially after the trial and execution of the Hebertists, the most vocal spokesmen of the sans-culotterie. Meanwhile more moderate supporters were alarmed by the attack on the right-wing opposition, now headed by Danton. This faction had provided a refuge for numerous racketeers, speculators, black market operators and other corrupt though capital accumulating elements, all the more readily as Danton himself embodied the amoral, Falstaffian, free-loving, and free-spending which always emerges initially in social revolutions until overpowered by the hard puritanism that invariably comes to dominate them. The Dantons of history are always defeated by the Robespierres, or by those who pretend to behave like Robespierres, because hard narrow dedication can succeed where bohemianism cannot. However, if Robespierre won moderate support for eliminating corruption, which was after all in the interests of the war effort, the further restrictions on freedom and money-making were more disconcerting to the businessman. Finally, no large body of opinion liked the somewhat fanciful ideological excursions of the period, the systematic de-Christianization campaigns, due to sans-culotte zeal, and Robespierre's new civic religion of the Supreme Being, complete with ceremonies, which attempted to counteract the atheists and carry out the precepts of the divine Jean-Jacques. And the steady hiss of the guillotine reminded all politicians that no one was really safe. By April 1794, both right and left had gone to the guillotine and the Robespierrists were therefore politically isolated. Only the war crisis maintained them in power. When, late in June 1794, the new armies of the Republic proved their firmness by decisively defeating the Austrians at Fleurus and occupying Belgium, the end was at hand. On the 9th Thermidor by the revolutionary calendar, July 27, 1794, the convention overthrew Robespierre. The next day he, Saint-Just and Couthon were executed, and so a few days later were 87 members of the revolutionary Paris Commune. 4. Thermidor is the end of the heroic and remembered phase of the revolution, the phase of ragged sans-culottes and correct red-bonnet citizens who saw themselves as Brutus and Cato, of the grandiloquent classical and generous, but also of the mortal phrases, Leon est plus, 10,000 soldiers lack shoes. You will take the shoes of all the aristocrats in Strasbourg and deliver them ready for transport to headquarters by tomorrow 10 a.m. 8. It was not a comfortable phase to live through, for most men were hungry and many afraid, but it was a phenomenon as awful and irreversible as the first nuclear explosion, and all history has been permanently changed by it. And the energy it generated was sufficient to sweep away the armies of the old regimes of Europe like straw. The problem which faced the French middle class for the remainder of what is technically described as the revolutionary period, 1794–9, was how to achieve political stability and economic advance on the basis of the original liberal program of 1789–91. It has never solved this problem adequately from that day to this, though from 1870 on it was to discover a workable formula for most times in the parliamentary republic. The rapid alternations of regime directory, 1795–9, consulate, 1799–1804, empire, 1804–14, restored Bourbon monarchy, 1815–30, constitutional monarchy, 1830–48, republic, 1848–51, and empire, 1852–70, were all attempts to maintain a bourgeois society while avoiding the double danger of the Jacobin democratic republic and the old regime. The great weakness of the Thermidorians was that they enjoyed no political support but at most toleration, squeezed as they were between a revived aristocratic reaction and the Jacobin sans-culotte Paris poor who soon regretted the fall of Robespierre. In 1795 they devised an elaborate constitution of checks and balances to safeguard themselves against both, and periodic shifts to right and left maintained them precariously in balance, but increasingly they had to rely on the army to disperse the opposition. It was a situation curiously similar to the Fourth Republic, and its conclusion was similar, the rule of a general. But the Directory depended on the army for more than the suppression of periodic coups and plots, various ones in 1795, Babeuf's conspiracy in 1796, Fructidor in 1797, Floreal in 1798, Prairial in 1799, Point 6 Inactivity was the only safe guarantee of power for a weak and unpopular regime, but initiative and expansion was what the middle class needed. The army solved this apparently insoluble problem. It conquered, it paid for itself, more than this, its loot and conquests paid for the government. Was it surprising that eventually the most intelligent and able of the army leaders, Napoleon Bonaparte, should have decided that the army could dispense altogether with the feeble civilian regime? This revolutionary army was the most formidable child of the Jacobin Republic. From a levy en masse of revolutionary citizens it soon turned into a force of professional fighters, for there was no call-up between 1793 and 1798, and those who had no taste or talent for soldiering deserted en masse. It therefore retained the characteristics of the revolution and acquired those of the vested interest, the typical Bonapartist mixture. The revolution gave it its unprecedented military superiority, which Napoleon's superb generalship was to exploit. It always remained something of an improvised levy, in which barely trained recruits picked up training and morale from old sweats. Formal barrack discipline was negligible, soldiers were treated as men, and the absolute rule of promotion by merit, which meant distinction in battle, produced a simple hierarchy of courage. This and the sense of arrogant revolutionary mission made the French army independent of the resources on which more orthodox forces depended. It never acquired an effective supply system, for it lived off the country. It was never backed by an armaments industry faintly adequate to its nominal needs, but it won its battles so quickly that it needed few arms. In 1806 the great machine of the Prussian army crumbled before an army in which an entire corps fired a mere 1,400 cannon shot. Generals could rely on unlimited offensive courage and a fair amount of local initiative. Admittedly it also had the weakness of its origins. Apart from Napoleon and a very few others, its generalship and staff work was poor, for the revolutionary general or Napoleonic marshal was most likely a tough sergeant major or company officer type promoted for bravery and leadership rather than brains. The heroic but very stupid Marshal Ney was only too typical. Napoleon won battles, his marshals alone tended to lose them. Its sketchy supply system sufficed in the rich and lootable countries where it had been developed, Belgium, North Italy, Germany. In the waste spaces of Poland and Russia, as we shall see, it collapsed. Its total absence of sanitary services multiplied casualties. Between 1800 and 1815 Napoleon lost 40% of his forces, though about one-third of this through desertion, but between 90 and 98% of these losses were men who died not in battle but of wounds, sickness, exhaustion, and cold. In brief, it was an army which conquered all Europe in short sharp bursts not only because it could, but because it had to. On the other hand, the army was a career like any other of the many the bourgeois revolution had opened to talent, and those who succeeded in it had a vested interest in internal stability like any other bourgeois. That is what made the army, in spite of its built-in Jacobinism, a pillar of the post-Thermidorian government, and its leader Bonaparte a suitable person to conclude the bourgeois revolution and begin the bourgeois regime. Napoleon Bonaparte himself, though of gentlemanly birth by the standards of his barbarous island home of Corsica, was himself a typical careerist of this kind. Born in 1769, he made his way slowly in the artillery, one of the few branches of the Royal Army in which technical competence was indispensable, ambitious, discontented, and revolutionary. Under the Revolution, and especially under the Jacobin dictatorship which he supported strongly, he was recognized by a local commissar on a crucial front, a fellow Corsican incidentally, which can hardly have harmed his prospects as a soldier of splendid gifts and promise. The year too made him a general. He survived the fall of Robespierre, and a gift for cultivating useful connections in Paris helped him forward after this difficult moment. He seized his opportunities in the Italian campaign of 1796, which made him the unchallenged first soldier of the Republic, who acted virtually in independence of the civilian authorities. Power was half thrust upon him, half grasped by him when the foreign invasions of 1799 revealed the Directory's feebleness and his own indispensability. He became first consul, then consul for life, then emperor. and with his arrival, as by a miracle, the insoluble problems of the Directory became soluble. Within a few years France had a civil code, a concordat with the Church, and even, most striking symbol of bourgeois stability, a national bank. And the world had its first secular myth. Older readers or those in old-fashioned countries will know the Napoleonic myth as it existed throughout the century, when no middle-class cabinet was complete without his bust, and pamphleteering wits could argue, even for a joke, that he was not a man but a sun god. The extraordinary power of this myth can be adequately explained neither by Napoleonic victories nor by Napoleonic propaganda, nor even by Napoleon's own undoubted genius. As a man he was unquestionably very brilliant, versatile, intelligent, and imaginative, though power made him rather nasty. As a general he had no equal, as a ruler he was a superbly efficient planner, chief, and executive, and sufficient of an all-round intellectual to understand and supervise what his subordinates were doing. As an individual he appears to have radiated a sense of greatness, but most of those who testify to this, like Goethe, saw him at the peak of his fame, when the myth already enveloped him. He was, without any question, a very great man, and perhaps with the exception of Lenin his picture is the one which most reasonably educated men would, even today, recognize most readily in the portrait gallery of history, if only by the triple trademark of the small size, the hair brushed forward over the forehead and the hand pushed into the half-open waistcoat. It is perhaps pointless to measure him against 20th-century candidates for greatness. For the Napoleonic myth is based less on Napoleon's merits than on the facts, then unique, of his career. The great known world shakers of the past had begun as kings like Alexander or patricians like Julius Caesar, but Napoleon was the little corporal who rose to rule a continent by sheer personal talent. This was not strictly true, but his rise was sufficiently meteoric and high to make the description reasonable. Every young intellectual who devoured books, as the young Bonaparte had done, wrote bad poems and novels, and adored Rousseau could henceforth see the sky as his limit, laurels surrounding his monogram. Every businessman henceforth had a name for his ambition, to be the clichés themselves say so, a Napoleon of finance or industry. All common men were thrilled by the sight, then unique, of a common man who became greater than those born to wear crowns. Napoleon gave ambition a personal name at the moment when the double revolution had opened the world to men of ambition. Yet he was more. He was the civilized man of the 18th century, rationalist, inquisitive, enlightened, but with sufficient of the disciple of Rousseau about him to be also the romantic man of the 19th. He was the man of the revolution, and the man who brought stability. In a word, he was the figure every man who broke with tradition could identify himself with in his dreams. For the French he was also something much simpler, the most successful ruler in their long history. He triumphed gloriously abroad, but at home he also established or re-established the apparatus of French institutions as they exist to this day. Admittedly most perhaps all his ideas were anticipated by revolution and Directory, his personal contribution was to make them rather more conservative, hierarchical, and authoritarian. But his predecessors anticipated, he carried out. The great lucid monuments of French law, the codes which became models for the entire non-Anglo-Saxon bourgeois world, were Napoleonic. The hierarchy of officials, from the prefects down, of courts, of university and schools, was his. The great careers of French public life, army, civil service, education, law still have their Napoleonic shapes. He brought stability and prosperity to all except the 250,000 Frenchmen who did not return from his wars, and even to their relatives he brought glory. No doubt the British saw themselves fighting for liberty against tyranny, but in 1815 most Englishmen were probably poorer and worse off than they had been in 1800, while most Frenchmen were almost certainly better off, nor had any except the still negligible wage laborers lost the substantial economic benefits of the revolution. There is little mystery about the persistence of Bonapartism as an ideology of non-political Frenchmen, especially the richer peasantry, after his fall. It took a second and smaller Napoleon to dissipate it between 1851 and 1870. He had destroyed only one thing, the Jacobin Revolution, the dream of equality, liberty, and fraternity, and of the people rising in its majesty to shake off oppression. It was a more powerful myth than his, for after his fall it was this, and not his memory, which inspired the revolutions of the 19th century, even in his own country. Chapter 4. War. In a time of innovation, all that is not new is pernicious. The military art of the monarchy no longer suits us, for we are different men and have different enemies. The power and conquests of peoples, the splendor of their politics and warfare, have always depended on a single principle, a single powerful institution. Our nation has already a national character of its own. Its military system must be different from its enemies. Very well then, if the French nation is terrible because of our ardor and skill, and if our enemies are clumsy, cold, and slow, then our military system must be impetuous. Saint Just, Rapport Presenti à la Convention Nationale au nom du Comité de Salut Public, 19 du Premier mois de l'an 2, October 10, 1793. It is not true that war is divinely ordained, it is not true that the earth thirsts for blood. God himself curses war, and so do the men who wage it, and who hold it in secret horror. Alfred de Vigny, Servitude et Grandeur Militaires. I. From 1792 until 1815 there was almost uninterrupted war in Europe, combined or coincident with occasional war outside, in the West Indies, the Levant, and India in the 1790s and early 1800s, in occasional naval operations abroad thereafter, in the USA in 1812-14. The consequences of victory or defeat in these wars were considerable, for they transformed the map of the world. We must therefore consider them first. But we shall also have to consider a less tangible problem. What were the consequences of the actual process of warfare, the military mobilization and operations, the political and economic measures consequent upon them? Two very different kinds of belligerents confronted one another during those 20-odd years, powers and systems. France as a state, with its interests and aspirations confronted, or was in alliance with, other states of the same kind, but on the other hand France as the revolution appealed to the peoples of the world to overthrow tyranny and embrace liberty, and the forces of conservatism and reaction opposed her. No doubt after the first apocalyptic years of revolutionary war the difference between these two strands of conflict diminished. By the end of Napoleon's reign the element of imperial conquest and exploitation prevailed over the element of liberation, whenever French troops defeated, occupied, or annexed some country, and international warfare was therefore much less mixed with international, and in each country domestic, civil war. Conversely, the anti-revolutionary powers were resigned to the irreversibility of much of the revolution's achievement in France, and consequently ready to negotiate, within certain reservations, peace terms as between normally functioning powers rather than as between light and darkness. They were even, within a few weeks of Napoleon's first defeat, prepared to readmit France as an equal player into the traditional game of alliance, counter-alliance, bluff, threat and war in which diplomacy regulated the relationships between the major states. Nevertheless, the dual nature of the wars as a conflict, both between states and between social systems, remained. Socially speaking, the belligerents were very unevenly divided. Apart from France itself, there was only one state of importance whose revolutionary origins and sympathy with the declarations of the rights of man might give it an ideological inclination to the French side, the United States of America. In fact, the USA did lean to the French side, and on at least one occasion, 1812-14, fought a war, if not in alliance with the French, then at least against a common enemy, the British. However, the USA remained neutral for the most part, and its friction with the British requires no ideological explanation. For the rest, the ideological allies of France were parties and currents of opinion within other states rather than state powers in their own right. In a very broad sense, virtually every person of education, talent, and enlightenment sympathized with the revolution, at all events until the Jacobin dictatorship, and often for very much longer. It was not until Napoleon had made himself emperor that Beethoven revoked the dedication of the Eroica Symphony to him. The list of European talent and genius which supported the revolution initially can only be compared with the similar and almost universal sympathy for the Spanish Republic in the 1930s. In Britain it included the poets Wordsworth, Blake, Coleridge, Robert Burns, Southey scientists, the chemist Joseph Priestley and several members of the distinguished Birmingham Lunar Society technologists and industrialists like Wilkinson the Iron Master and Thomas Telford the engineer, and Whig or dissenting intellectuals in general. In Germany it included the philosophers Kant, Herder, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, the poets Schiller, Hölderlin, Wieland, and the aged Klopstock and the musician Beethoven. In Switzerland the educationalist Pestalozzi, the psychologist Lavater and the painter Fuseli. In Italy virtually all persons of anti-clerical opinions. However, though the revolution was charmed by such intellectual support, and honored eminent foreign sympathizers and those whom it believed to stand for its principles by granting them honorary French citizenship, to neither a Beethoven nor a Robert Burns were of much political or military importance in themselves. Serious political philo-Jacobinism or pro-French sentiment existed in the main in certain areas adjoining France, where social conditions were comparable or cultural contacts permanent: the Low Countries, the Rhineland, Switzerland, and Savoy, in Italy, and for somewhat different reasons in Ireland and Poland. In Britain Jacobinism would undoubtedly have been a phenomenon of greater political importance, even after the Terror, if it had not clashed with the traditional anti-French bias of popular English nationalism, compounded equally of John Bull's beef-fed contempt for the starveling Continentals. All French in the popular cartoons of the period are as thin as matchsticks, and of hostility to what was, after all, England's hereditary enemy, though also Scotland's hereditary ally, the British. Jacobinism was unique in being primarily an artisan or working-class phenomenon, at least after the first general enthusiasm had passed. The corresponding societies can claim to be the first independent political organizations of the laboring class. But it found a voice of unique force in Tom Paine's Rights of Man, which may have sold 1 million copies, and some political backing from Whig interests, themselves immune to persecution by reason of their wealth and social position, who were prepared to defend the traditions of British civil liberty and the desirability of a negotiated peace with France. Nevertheless, the real weakness of British Jacobinism is indicated by the fact that the very fleet at Spithead, which mutinied at a crucial stage of the war, 1797, clamoured to be allowed to sail against the French once their economic demands had been met. In the Iberian Peninsula, in the Habsburg dominions, central and eastern Germany, Scandinavia, the Balkans and Russia, philo-Jacobinism was a negligible force. It attracted some ardent young men, some Illuminist intellectuals and a few others who, like Ignatius Martinovics in Hungary or Ragas in Greece, occupy the honored places of precursors in the history of their country's struggle for national or social liberation. But the absence of any mass support for their views among the middle and upper classes, let alone their isolation from the bigoted illiterate peasantry, made Jacobinism easy to suppress even when, as in Austria, it ventured on a conspiracy. A generation would have to pass before the strong and militant Spanish liberal tradition was to emerge from the few tiny student conspiracies or Jacobin emissaries of 1792–5. The truth was that for the most part Jacobinism abroad made its direct ideological appeal to the educated and middle classes, and that its political force therefore depended on their effectiveness or willingness to use it. Thus in Poland the French Revolution made a profound impression. France had long been the chief foreign power in whom Poles hoped to find backing against the joint greed of the Prussians, Russians, and Austrians, who had already annexed vast areas of the country and were soon to divide it among themselves entirely. France also provided a model of the kind of profound internal reform which, as all thinking Poles agreed, could alone enable their country to resist its butchers. Hence it is hardly surprising that the Reform Constitution of 1791 was consciously and profoundly influenced by the French Revolution. It was the first of the modern constitutions to show this influence. Point 4 But in Poland the reforming nobility and gentry had a free hand. In Hungary, where the endemic conflict between Vienna and the local autonomists provided an analogous incentive for country gentlemen to interest themselves in theories of resistance. The county of Gomer demanded the abolition of censorship as being contrary to Rousseau's social contract. They had not. Consequently, Jacobinism was both much weaker and much less effective. Again in Ireland, national and agrarian discontent gave Jacobinism a political force far in excess of the actual support for the free-thinking, Masonic ideology of the leaders of the United Irishmen. Church services were held in that most Catholic country for the victory of the godless French, and Irishmen were prepared to welcome the invasion of their country by French forces, not because they sympathized with Robespierre but because they hated the English and looked for allies against them. In Spain, on the other hand, where both Catholicism and poverty were equally prominent, Jacobinism failed to gain a foothold for the opposite reason: no foreigners oppressed the Spaniards, and the only ones likely to do so were the French. Neither Poland nor Ireland were typical examples of philo-Jacobinism, for the actual program of the revolution made little appeal there. It did in countries of similar social and political problems to those of France. These fall into two groups: states in which native Jacobinism stood a reasonable chance of bidding for political power, and those in which only French conquest could push them forward. The Low Countries, parts of Switzerland, and possibly one or two Italian states belong to the first group, most of West Germany and Italy to the second. Belgium, the Austrian Netherlands, was already in revolt in 1789. It is often forgotten that Camille Desmoulins called his journal Les Révolutions de France et de Brabant. The pro-French element of the revolutionaries, the democratic Vonkists, was no doubt weaker than the conservative statists, but strong enough to produce genuine revolutionary support for the French conquest of their country, which they favored. In the United Provinces, the patriots, seeking an alliance with France, were powerful enough to consider a revolution, though doubtful whether it could succeed without external aid. They represented the lesser middle class, and others rallied against the dominant oligarchies of big merchant patricians. In Switzerland, the left-wing element in certain Protestant cantons had always been strong, and the attraction of France had always been powerful. Here too French conquest supplemented rather than created the local revolutionary forces. In West Germany and Italy this was not so. French invasion was welcomed by the German Jacobins, notably in Mainz and the southwest, but nobody would claim that they were within measurable distance of even causing their governments much trouble on their own. In Italy, the prevalence of Illuminism and Masonry made the revolution immensely popular among the educated, but local Jacobinism was probably powerful only in the Kingdom of Naples, where it captured virtually all the enlightened, i.e. anti-clerical, middle class and a part of the gentry, and was well organized in the secret lodges and societies which flourish so well in the South Italian atmosphere. But even there it suffered from its total failure to make contact with the social revolutionary masses. A Neapolitan republic was easily proclaimed as news of the French advance came, but equally easily overthrown by a social revolution of the right, under the banner of Pope and King, for the peasants and the Neapolitan Lazzaroni, with some justification, defined a Jacobin as a man with a coach. Broadly speaking, therefore, the military value of foreign philo-Jacobinism was chiefly that of an auxiliary to French conquest, and a source of politically reliable administrators of conquered territories. And indeed, the tendency was for the areas with local Jacobin strength to be turned into satellite republics and thereafter, where convenient, to be annexed to France. Belgium was annexed in 1795, the Netherlands became the Batavian Republic in the same year and eventually a family kingdom of the Bonapartes. The left bank of the Rhine was annexed, and under Napoleon satellite states, like the Grand Duchy of Berg, the present Ruhr area, and the Kingdom of Westphalia, and direct annexation extended further across northwest Germany. Switzerland became the Helvetic Republic in 1798 and was eventually annexed. In Italy a string of republics were set up: the Cisalpine, 1797, the Ligurian, 1797, the Roman, 1798, the Parthenopean, 1798, which eventually became partly French territory, but predominantly satellite states, the Kingdom of Italy, the Kingdom of Naples. Foreign Jacobinism had some military importance, and foreign Jacobins within France played a significant part in the formation of republican strategy, as notably the Silicity Group, which is incidentally more than a little responsible for the rise of the Italian Napoleon Bonaparte within the French army, and his subsequent fortunes in Italy. But few would claim that it or they were decisive. One foreign pro-French movement alone might have been decisive, had it been effectively exploited, the Irish. A combination of Irish Revolution and French invasion, particularly in 1797–8 when Britain was temporarily the only belligerent left in the field against France, might well have forced Britain to make peace. But the technical problems of invasion across so wide a stretch of sea were difficult, the French efforts to do so hesitant and ill-conceived, and the Irish Rising of 1798, though enjoying massive popular support, poorly organized and easily suppressed. To speculate about the theoretical possibilities of Franco-Irish operations is therefore idle. But if the French enjoyed the support of revolutionary forces abroad, so did the anti-French. For the spontaneous movements of popular resistance against French conquest cannot be denied their social revolutionary component, even when the peasants who waged them expressed it in terms of militant church and king conservatism. It is significant that the military tactic which in our century has become most completely identified with revolutionary warfare, the guerrilla or partisan, was between 1792 and 1815 the almost exclusive preserve of the anti-French side. In France itself the Vendée and the Chouans of Brittany carried on royalist guerrilla war from 1793, with interruptions, until 1802. Abroad, the bandits of southern Italy in 1798–9 probably pioneered anti-French popular guerrilla action. The Tyrolese under the publican Andreas Hofer in 1809, but above all the Spaniards from 1808, and to some extent the Russians in 1812–13, practiced it with considerable success. Paradoxically, the military importance of this revolutionary tactic for the anti-French was almost certainly greater than the military importance of foreign Jacobinism was for the French. No area beyond the borders of France itself maintained a pro-Jacobin government for a moment after the defeat or withdrawal of French troops, but Tyrol, Spain, and to some extent southern Italy, presented a more serious military problem to the French after the defeat of their formal armies and rulers than before. The reason is obvious. These were peasant movements. Where anti-French nationalism was not based on the local peasantry, its military importance was negligible. Retrospective patriotism has created a German war of liberation in 1813–14, but it can safely be said that, insofar as this is supposed to have been based on popular resistance to the French, it is a pious fiction. 1 In Spain the people held the French in check when the armies had failed. In Germany Orthodox armies defeated them in a wholly orthodox manner. Socially speaking, then, it is not too much of a distortion to speak of the war as one of France and its border territories against the rest. In terms of old-fashioned power relations, the lineup was more complex. The fundamental conflict here was that between France and Britain, which had dominated European international relations for the best part of a century. From the British point of view this was almost wholly economic. They wished to eliminate their chief competitor on the way to achieving total predominance of their trade in the European markets, the total control of the colonial and overseas markets, which in turn implied the control of the high seas. In fact, they achieved something not much less than this as the result of the wars. In Europe this objective implied no territorial ambitions, except for the control of certain points of maritime importance, or the assurance that these would not fall into the hands of states strong enough to be dangerous. For the rest of Britain was content with any continental settlement in which any potential rival was held in check by other states. Abroad it implied the wholesale destruction of other people's colonial empires and considerable annexations to the British. This policy was in itself sufficient to provide the French with some potential allies, for all maritime, trading and colonial states regarded it with misgivings or hostility. In fact, their normal posture was one of neutrality, for the benefits of trading freely in wartime are considerable, but the British tendency to treat neutral shipping, quite realistically, as a force helping the French rather than themselves, drove them into conflict from time to time, until the French blockade policy after 1806 pushed them in the opposite direction. Most maritime powers were too weak, or, being in Europe, too cut off, to cause the British much trouble, but the Anglo-American War of 1812–14 was the outcome of such a conflict. The French hostility to Britain was somewhat more complex, but the element in it which, like the British, demanded a total victory was greatly strengthened by the Revolution, which brought to power a French bourgeoisie whose appetites were, in their way, as limitless as those of the British. At the very least, victory over the British required the destruction of British commerce, on which Britain was correctly believed to be dependent, and a safeguard against future British recovery, its permanent destruction. The parallel between the Franco-British and the Rome-Carthage conflict was much in the minds of the French, whose political imagery was largely classical. In a more ambitious mood, the French bourgeoisie could hope to offset the evident economic superiority of the British only by its own political and military resources, e.g. by creating for itself a vast captive market from which its rivals were excluded. Both these considerations lent the Anglo-French conflict a persistence and stubbornness unlike any other. Neither side was really a rare thing in those days, though a common one today prepared to settle for less than total victory. The one brief spell of peace between the two, 1802–3, was brought to an end by the reluctance of both to maintain it. This was all the more remarkable, since the purely military situation imposed a stalemate. It was clear from the later 1790s that the British could not effectively get at the continent and the French could not effectively break out of it. The other anti-French powers were engaged in a less murderous kind of struggle. They all hoped to overthrow the French Revolution, though not at the expense of their own political ambitions, but after 1792–5 this was clearly no longer practicable. Austria, whose family links with the Bourbons were reinforced by the direct French threat to her possessions and areas of influence in Italy, and her leading position in Germany, was the most consistently anti-French, and took part in every major coalition against France. Russia was intermittently anti-French, entering the war only in 1795–1800, 1805–7 and 1812. Prussia was torn between a sympathy for the counter-revolutionary side, a mistrust of Austria, and her own ambitions in Poland and Germany, which benefited from the French initiative. She therefore entered the war occasionally and in a semi-independent fashion, in 1792–5, 1806–7, when she was pulverized, and 1813. The policy of the remainder of the states which from time to time entered anti-French coalitions, shows comparable fluctuations. They were against the revolution but, politics being politics, they had other fish to fry also, and nothing in their state interests imposed a permanent unwavering hostility to France, especially to a victorious France which determined the periodic redistributions of European territory. These permanent diplomatic ambitions and interests of the European states also supplied the French with a number of potential allies, for in every permanent system of states in rivalry and tension with one another, the enmity of A implies the sympathy of anti-A. The most reliable of these were those lesser German princes whose interest it had long been normally in alliance with France to weaken the power of the Emperor, i.e. Austria, over the principalities, or who suffered from the growth of Prussian power. The southwestern German states Baden, Württemberg, Bavaria, who became the nucleus of the Napoleonic Confederation of the Rhine, 1806, and Prussia's old rival and victim, Saxony, were the most important of these. Saxony, indeed, was the last and most loyal ally of Napoleon, a fact also partly explicable by her economic interests, for as a highly developed manufacturing center she benefited from the Napoleonic continental system. Still, even allowing for the divisions on the anti-French side and the potential of allies on which the French might draw, On paper the anti-French coalitions were invariably much stronger than the French, at any rate initially. Yet the military history of the wars is one of almost unbroken and breathtaking French victory. After the initial combination of foreign attack and domestic counter-revolution had been beaten off, 1793-4, there was only one short period, before the end, when the French armies were seriously on the defensive, in 1799 when the Second Coalition mobilized the formidable Russian army under Suvorov for its first operations in Western Europe. For all practical purposes the list of campaigns and land battles between 1794 and 1812 is one of virtually uninterrupted French triumph. The reason lies in the revolution in France. Its political radiation abroad was not, as we have seen, decisive. At most we might claim that it prevented the population of the reactionary states from resisting the French, who brought them liberty, but in fact the military strategy and tactics of orthodox 18th-century states neither expected nor welcomed civilian participation in warfare. Frederick the Great had firmly told his loyal Berliners, who offered to resist the Russians, to leave war to the professionals to whom it belonged. But it transformed the warfare of the French and made them immeasurably superior to the armies of the old regime. Technically the old armies were better trained and disciplined, and where these qualities were decisive, as in naval warfare, the French were markedly inferior. They were good privateers and hit-and-run raiders, but could not compensate for the lack of sufficient trained seamen and above all competent naval officers, a class decimated by the Revolution, for it came largely from the royalist Norman and Breton gentry, and which could not be rapidly improvised. In 6 major and 8 minor naval engagements between the British and the French losses in men were something like 10 times those of the British. 2 But where improvised organization, mobility, flexibility, and above all sheer offensive courage and morale counted, the French had no rivals. These advantages did not depend on any man's military genius, for the military record of the French before Napoleon took charge was striking enough, and the average quality of French generalship was not exceptional. But it may well have depended in part on the rejuvenation of the French cadres at home or abroad, which is one of the chief consequences of any revolution. In 1806 out of 142 generals in the mighty Prussian army, 79 were over 60 years of age, as were a quarter of all regimental commanders. 3 But in 1806 Napoleon, who had been a general at the age of 24, Murat, who had commanded a brigade at 26, Ney, who did so at 27, and Davout, were all between 26 and 37 years old. 2. The relative monotony of French success makes it unnecessary to discuss the military operations of the war on land in any great detail. In 1793-4 the French preserved the revolution. In 1794-5 they occupied the Low Countries, the Rhineland, parts of Spain, Switzerland, and Savoy, and Liguria. In 1796 Napoleon's celebrated Italian campaign gave them all Italy and broke the first coalition against France. Napoleon's expedition to Malta, Egypt, and Syria, 1797-9, was cut off from its base by the naval power of the British, and in his absence the Second Coalition expelled the French from Italy and threw them back to Germany. The defeat of the Allied armies in Switzerland, Battle of Zurich, 1799, saved France from invasion, and soon after Napoleon's return and seizure of power the French were on the offensive again. By 1801 they had imposed peace on the remaining continental allies, by 1802 even on the British. Thereafter French supremacy in the regions conquered or controlled in 1794-8 remained unquestioned. A renewed attempt to launch war against them, in 1805-7, merely brought French influence to the borders of Russia. Austria was defeated in 1805 at the Battle of Austerlitz in Moravia and peace was imposed on her. Prussia, which entered separately and late, was destroyed at the battles of Jena and Auerstedt in 1806, and dismembered. Russia, though defeated at Austerlitz, mauled at Eylau, 1807, and defeated again at Friedland, 1807, remained intact as a military power. The Treaty of Tilsit, 1807, treated her with justifiable respect, though establishing French hegemony over the rest of the continent, omitting Scandinavia and the Turkish Balkans. An Austrian attempt to shake free in 1809 was defeated at the battles of Aspern-Essling and Wagram. However, the revolt of the Spaniards in 1808, against the imposition of Napoleon's brother Joseph as their king, opened up a field of operations for the British, and maintained constant military activity in the peninsula, unaffected by the periodic defeats and retreats of the British, e.g. in 1809–10. On the sea, however, the French were by this time completely defeated. After the Battle of Trafalgar, 1805, any chance, not merely of invading Britain across the Channel but of maintaining contact overseas, disappeared. No way of defeating Britain appeared to exist except economic pressure, and this Napoleon attempted to exert effectively through the continental system, 1806. The difficulties of imposing this blockade effectively undermined the stability of the Tilsit settlement and led to the break with Russia, which was the turning point of Napoleon's fortunes. Russia was invaded and Moscow occupied. Had the Tsar made peace, as most of Napoleon's enemies had done under similar circumstances, the gamble would have come off. But he did not, and Napoleon faced either endless further war without a clear prospect of victory, or retreat. Both were equally disastrous. The French army's methods, as we have seen, assumed rapid campaigns in areas sufficiently wealthy and densely peopled for it to live off the land. But what worked in Lombardy or the Rhineland, where such procedures had been first developed, and was still feasible in Central Europe, failed utterly in the vast, empty, and impoverished spaces of Poland and Russia. Napoleon was defeated not so much by the Russian winter as by his failure to keep the Grand Army properly supplied. The retreat from Moscow destroyed the army. Of the 610,000 men who had at one time or another crossed the Russian frontier, 100,000 or so recrossed it. Under these circumstances, the final coalition against the French was joined not only by her old enemies and victims, but by all those anxious to be on what was now clearly going to be the winning side. Only the King of Saxony left his adhesion too late. A new, and largely raw, French army was defeated at Leipzig, 1813, and the Allies advanced inexorably into France, in spite of the dazzling maneuvers of Napoleon, while the British advanced into it from the peninsula. Paris was occupied and the Emperor resigned on the 6th of April 1814. He attempted to restore his power in 1815, but the Battle of Waterloo, June 1815, ended it. 3. In the course of these decades of war, the political frontiers of Europe were redrawn several times. Here we need consider only those changes which, in one way or another, were sufficiently permanent to outlast the defeat of Napoleon. The most important of these was a general rationalization of the European political map, especially in Germany and Italy. In terms of political geography, the French Revolution ended the European Middle Ages. The characteristic modern state, which had been evolving for several centuries, is a territorially coherent and unbroken area with sharply defined frontiers, governed by a single sovereign authority and according to a single fundamental system of administration and law. Since the French Revolution, it has also been assumed that it should represent a single nation or linguistic group, but at this stage a sovereign territorial state did not yet imply this. The characteristic European feudal state, though it could sometimes look like this, as for instance in medieval England, made no such requirements. It was patterned much more on the estate. Just as the term the estates of the Duke of Bedford implies neither that they should all be in a single block, nor that they should all be directly managed by their owner, or held on the same tenancies or terms, nor that subtenancies should be excluded, so the feudal state of Western Europe did not exclude a complexity which would appear wholly intolerable today. By 1789 these complexities were already felt to be troublesome. Foreign enclaves found themselves deep in some state's territory, like the papal city of Avignon in France. Territories within one state found themselves, for historical reasons, also dependent on another lord who now happened to be part of another state and therefore, in modern terms, under dual sovereignty. Vi frontiers in the form of customs barriers ran between different provinces of the same state. The empire of the Holy Roman Emperor contained his private principalities, accumulated over the centuries and never adequately standardized or unified. The head of the House of Habsburg did not even have a single title to describe his rule over all his territories until 1847, and imperial authority over a variety of territories, ranging from great powers in their own right like the Kingdom of Prussia, itself not fully unified as such until 1807, through principalities of all sizes, to independent city-state republics and free imperial knights whose estates, often no bigger than a few acres, happened to have no superior lord. Each of these in turn, if large enough, showed the same lack of territorial unity and standardization, depending on the vagaries of a long history of piecemeal acquisition and the divisions and reunifications of the family heritage. The complex of economic, administrative, ideological, and power considerations which tend to impose a minimum size of territory and population on the modern unit of government, and make us today vaguely uneasy at the thought of, say, UN membership for Liechtenstein, did not yet apply to any extent. Consequently, especially in Germany and Italy, small and dwarf states abounded. The revolution and the consequent wars abolished a good many of these relics, partly from revolutionary zeal for territorial unification and standardization, partly by exposing the small and weak states to the greed of their larger neighbors repeatedly and for an unusually long period. Such formal survivals of an earlier age as the Holy Roman Empire, and most city-states and city empires, disappeared. The empire died in 1806, the ancient republics of Genoa and Venice went in 1797, and by the end of the war the German free cities had been reduced to the fore. Another characteristic medieval survival, the independent ecclesiastical state, went the same way. The episcopal principalities, Cologne, Mainz, Treves, Salzburg, and the rest, went. Only the papal states in central Italy survived until 1870. Annexation, peace treaties, and the congresses in which the French systematically attempted to reorganize the German political map, in 1797–8 and 1803, reduced the 234 territories of the Holy Roman Empire, not counting free imperial knights and the like, to 40. In Italy, where generations of jungle warfare had already simplified the political structure, dwarf states existed only at the confines of north and central Italy. The changes were less drastic. Since most of these changes benefited some soundly monarchical state, Napoleon's defeat merely perpetuated them. Austria would no more have thought of restoring the Venetian Republic, because she had originally acquired its territories through the operation of the French revolutionary armies, than she would have thought of giving up Salzburg, which she acquired in 1803, merely because she respected the Catholic Church. Outside Europe, of course, the territorial changes of the wars were the consequence of the wholesale British annexation of other people's colonies and the movements of colonial liberation inspired by the French Revolution, as in San Domingo, or made possible, or imposed, by the temporary separation of colonies from their metropolis, as in Spanish and Portuguese America. The British domination of the seas ensured that most of these changes should be irreversible, whether they had taken place at the expense of the French or, more often, of the anti-French. Equally important were the institutional changes introduced directly or indirectly by French conquest. At the peak of their power, 1810, the French directly governed, as part of France, all Germany left of the Rhine, Belgium, the Netherlands, and North Germany eastwards to Lubeck, Savoy, Piedmont, Liguria, and Italy west of the Apennines down to the borders of Naples, and the Illyrian provinces from Carinthia down to and including Dalmatia. French family or satellite kingdoms and duchies covered Spain, the rest of Italy, the rest of Rhineland-Westphalia, and a large part of Poland. In all these territories, except perhaps the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, the institutions of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Empire were automatically applied, or were the obvious models for local administration. Feudalism was formally abolished, French legal codes applied, and so on. These changes proved far less reversible than the shifting of frontiers. Thus the civil code of Napoleon remained, or became once again, the foundation of local law in Belgium, in the Rhineland, even after its return to Prussia, and in Italy. Feudalism, once officially abolished, was nowhere re-established. Since it was evident to the intelligent adversaries of France that they had been defeated by the superiority of a new political system, or at any rate by their own failure to adopt equivalent reforms, the wars produced changes not only through French conquest but in reaction against it, in some instances as in Spain through both agencies. Napoleon's collaborators, the Afranchisades on one side, the liberal leaders of the anti-French junta of Cadiz on the other, envisaged substantially the same type of Spain, modernized along the lines of the French revolutionary reforms, and what the ones failed to achieve, the others attempted. A much clearer case of reform by reaction, for the Spanish liberals were reformers first and anti-French only as it were by historical accident, was Prussia. There a form of peasant liberation was instituted, an army with elements of the levée en masse organized, legal, economic and educational reforms carried through entirely under the impact of the collapse of the Frederiциan army and state at Jena and Auerstedt, and with overwhelmingly predominant purpose of reversing that defeat. In fact, it can be said with little exaggeration that no important continental state west of Russia and Turkey and south of Scandinavia emerged from these 2 decades of war with its domestic institutions wholly unaffected by the expansion or imitation of the French Revolution. Even the ultra-reactionary Kingdom of Naples did not actually re-establish legal feudalism once it had been abolished by the French. But changes in frontiers, laws, and government institutions were as nothing compared to a third effect of these decades of revolutionary war, the profound transformation of the political atmosphere. When the French Revolution broke out, the governments of Europe regarded it with relative sang-froid. The mere fact that institutions changed suddenly, that insurrections took place, that dynasties were deposed or kings assassinated and executed did not in itself shock 18th-century rulers, who were used to it, and who considered such changes in other countries primarily from the point of view of their effect on the balance of power and the relative position of their own. "The insurgents I expel from Geneva," wrote Vergennes, the famous French foreign minister of the old regime, "are agents of England, whereas the insurgents in America hold out the prospects of long friendship. My policy towards each is determined not by their political systems, but by their attitude towards France. That is my reason of state, for but by 1815 a wholly different attitude towards revolution prevailed, and dominated the policy of the powers. It was now known that revolution in a single country could be a European phenomenon, that its doctrines could spread across the frontiers and, what was worse, its crusading armies could blow away the political systems of a continent. It was now known that social revolution was possible, that nations existed as something independent of states, peoples as something independent of their rulers, and even that the poor existed as something independent of the ruling classes. The French Revolution, de Bonald had observed in 1796, is a unique event in history. 5. The phrase is misleading, it was a universal event. No country was immune from it. The French soldiers who campaigned from Andalusia to Moscow, from the Baltic to Syria, over a vaster area than any body of conquerors since the Mongols, and certainly a vaster area than any previous single military force in Europe except the Norsemen, pushed the universality of their revolution home more effectively than anything else could have done. And the doctrines and institutions they carried with them, even under Napoleon, from Spain to Illyria, were universal doctrines, as the governments knew, and as the peoples themselves were soon to know also. A Greek bandit and patriot expressed their feelings completely. "According to my judgment," said Colocotrones, "the French Revolution and the doings of Napoleon opened the eyes of the world. The nations knew nothing before, and the people thought that kings were gods upon the earth and that they were bound to say that whatever they did was well done. Through this present change it is more difficult to rule the people." 6. 4. We have seen the effects of the 20-odd years of war on the political structure of Europe. But what were the consequences of the actual process of warfare, the military mobilizations and operations, the political and economic measures consequent upon them. Paradoxically, these were greatest where least concerned with the actual shedding of blood, except for France itself, which almost certainly suffered higher casualties and indirect population losses than any other country. The men of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic period were lucky enough to live between two periods of barbaric warfare, that of the 17th century and that of our own, which had the capacity to lay countries waste in a really sensational manner. No area affected by the wars of 1792 to 1815, not even in the Iberian Peninsula, where military operations were more prolonged than anywhere else and popular resistance and reprisal made them more savage, was devastated as parts of Central and Eastern Europe were in the 30 Years and Northern Wars of the 17th century, Sweden and Poland in the early 18th, or large parts of the world in war and civil war in the 20th. The long period of economic improvement which preceded 1789 meant that famine and its companion, plague and pestilence, did not add excessively to the ravages of battle and plunder, at any rate until after 1811. The major period of famine occurred after the wars, in 1816, 17. The military campaigns tended to be short and sharp, and the armaments used relatively light and mobile artillery not very destructive by modern standards. Sieges were uncommon. Fire was probably the greatest hazard to dwellings and the means of production, and small houses or farms were easily rebuilt. The only material destruction really difficult to make good quickly in a pre-industrial economy is that of timber, fruit, or olive groves, which take many years to grow, and there does not seem to have been much of that. Consequently, the sheer human losses due to these 2 decades of war do not appear to have been, by modern standards, frighteningly high, though in fact no government made any attempt to calculate them, and all our modern estimates are vague to the point of guesswork, except those for the French and a few special cases. 1 million war dead for the entire period 7 compares favorably with the losses of any single major belligerent in the 4.5 years of World War I, or for that matter with the 600,000 or so dead of the American Civil War of 1861-5. Even 2 millions would not, for more than 2 decades of general warfare, appear particularly murderous, when we remember the extraordinary killing capacity of famines and epidemics in those days. As late as 1865 a cholera epidemic in Spain is reported as having claimed 236,744 victims. 8 In fact, no country claims a significant slowing down of the rate of population growth during this period, except perhaps France. For most inhabitants of Europe other than the combatants, the war probably did not mean more than an occasional direct interruption of the normal tenor of life, if it meant even that. Jane Austen's country families went about their business as though it were not there. Fritz Reuter's Mecklenburgers recalled the time of foreign occupation as one of small anecdote rather than drama. Old Herr Gelgen, remembering his childhood in Saxony, one of the cockpits of Europe whose geographical and political situation attracted armies and battles as only Belgium and Lombardy did besides, merely recalled the odd weeks of armies marching into or quartered in Dresden. Admittedly, the number of armed men involved was much higher than had been common in earlier wars, though it was not extraordinary by modern standards. Even conscription did not imply the call-up of more than a fraction of the men affected. The Côte d'Or department of France in Napoleon's reign supplied only 11,000 men out of its 350,000 inhabitants, or 3.15%, and between 1800 and 1815 no more than 7% of the total population of France were called up, as against 21% in the much shorter period in the First World War. 9 Still, in absolute figures this was a very large number. The levy en masse of 1,793-4 put perhaps 630,000 men under arms, out of a theoretical call-up of 770,000. Napoleon's peacetime strength in 1805 was 400,000 or so, and at the outset of the campaign against Russia in 1812 the Grande Armée comprised 700,000 men, 300,000 of them non-French, without counting the French troops in the rest of the continent, notably in Spain. The permanent mobilizations of the adversaries of France were very much smaller, if only because, with the exception of Britain, they were much less continuously in the field, as well as because financial troubles and organizational difficulties often made full mobilization difficult, e.g. for the Austrians who in 1813 were entitled under the peace treaty of 1,809 to 150,000 men, but had only 60,000 actually ready for a campaign. The British, on the other hand, kept a surprisingly large number of men mobilized. At their peak, 1,813 to 14, with enough money voted for 300,000 in the regular army and 140,000 seamen and marines, they may well have carried a proportionately heavier load on their manpower than the French did for most of the war. 810. Losses were heavy, though once again not excessively so by the murderous standards of our century, but curiously few of them were actually due to the enemy. Only 6 or 7% of the British sailors who died between 1793 and 1815 succumbed to the French, 80% died from disease or an accident. Death on the battlefield was a small risk, only 2% of the casualties at Austerlitz, perhaps 8 or 9% of those at Waterloo, were actually killed. The really frightening risk of war was neglect, filth, poor organization, defective medical services and hygienic ignorance, which massacred the wounded, the prisoners, and in suitable climatic conditions, as in the tropics, practically everybody. Actual military operations killed people, directly and indirectly, and destroyed productive equipment, but, as we have seen, they did neither to an extent which seriously interfered with the normal tenor of a country's life and development. The economic requirements of war, and economic warfare, had more far-reaching consequences. By the standards of the 18th century, the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars were expensive beyond precedent, and indeed their cost in money impressed contemporaries perhaps even more than their cost in lives. Certainly the fall in the financial burden of war in the generation after Waterloo was far more striking than the fall in the human cost. It is estimated that while wars between 1821 and 1850 cost an average of less than 10% per year of the equivalent figure for 1790 to 1820, the annual average of war deaths remained at a little less than 25% of the earlier period. 11 How was this cost to be paid? The traditional method had been a combination of monetary inflation, the issue of new currency to pay the government's bills, loans, and the minimum of special taxation, for taxes created public discontent and, where they had to be granted by parliaments or estates, political trouble. But the extraordinary financial demands and conditions of the wars broke or transformed all these. In the first place, they familiarized the world with unconvertible paper money. 9 On the continent, the ease with which pieces of paper could be printed, to pay government obligations, proved irresistible. The French assignats, 1789, were at first simply French treasury bonds, bons de trésor, with 5% interest, designed to anticipate the proceeds of the eventual sale of church lands. Within a few months they had been transformed into currency, and each successive financial crisis caused them to be printed in greater quantity, and to depreciate more steeply, aided by the increasing lack of confidence of the public. By the outbreak of war they had depreciated about 40%, or by June 1793 about two-thirds. The Jacobin regime maintained them fairly well, but the orgy of economic decontrol after Thermidor reduced them progressively to about 1/300th of their face value, until official state bankruptcy in 1797 put an end to a monetary episode which prejudiced the French against any kind of banknote for the better part of a century. The paper currencies of other countries had less catastrophic careers, though by 1810 the Russian had fallen to 20% of face value and the Austrian, twice devalued, in 1810 and 1815, to 10%. The British avoided this particular form of financing war and were familiar enough with banknotes not to shy away from them, but even so the Bank of England could not resist the double pressure of the vast government demand largely sent abroad as loans and subsidies, the private run on its bullion, and the special strain of a famine year. In 1797 gold payments to private clients were suspended and the inconvertible banknote became, de facto, the effective currency. The £1 note was one result. The paper pound never depreciated as seriously as continental currencies. Its lowest mark was 71% of face value, and by 1817 it was back to 98%, but it did last very much longer than had been anticipated. Not until 1821 were cash payments fully resumed. The other alternative to taxation was loans, but the dizzying rise in the public debt produced by the unexpectedly heavy and prolonged expenditure of war frightened even the most prosperous, wealthy, and financially sophisticated countries. After 5 years of financing the war essentially by loans, the British government was forced into the unprecedented and portentous step of paying for the war out of direct taxation, introducing an income tax for this purpose, 1799 to 1816. The rapidly increasing wealth of the country made this perfectly feasible, and the cost of the war henceforth was essentially met out of current income. Had adequate taxation been imposed from the beginning, the national debt would not have risen from £228 millions in 1793 to £876 millions in 1816, and the annual debt charge from £10 millions in 1792 to £30 millions in 1815, which was greater than the total government outlay in the last pre-war year. The social consequences of such indebtedness were very great, for in effect it acted as a funnel for diverting increasingly large amounts of the tax revenue paid by the population at large into the pockets of the small class of rich fund holders, against whom spokesmen of the poor and the small businessmen and farmers, like William Cobbett, launched their journalistic thunderbolts. Abroad loans were mainly raised, at least on the anti-French side, from the British government, which had long followed a policy of subsidizing military allies. Between 1794 and 1804 it raised £80 millions for this purpose. The main direct beneficiaries were the international financial houses, British or foreign, but operating increasingly through London, which became the main centre of international financing, like the Barings and the House of Rothschild, who acted as intermediaries in these transactions. Meyer Emschel Rothschild, the founder, sent his son Nathan from Frankfurt to London in 1798. The great age of these international financiers came after the wars, when they financed the major loans designed to help old regimes recover from war and new ones to stabilize themselves. But the foundation of the era when the Barings and the Rothschilds dominated world finance, as nobody since the great German banks of the 16th century had done, was constructed during the wars. However, the technicalities of wartime finance are less important than the general economic effect of the great diversion of resources from peacetime to military uses, which a major war entails. It is clearly wrong to regard the war effort as entirely drawn from, or at the expense of, the civilian economy. The armed forces may to some extent mobilize only men who would otherwise be unemployed, or even unemployable within the limits of the economy. War industry, though in the short run diverting men and materials from the civilian market, may in the long run stimulate developments which ordinary considerations of profit in peacetime would have neglected. This was proverbially the case with the iron and steel industries, which, as we have seen, see Chapter 2, enjoyed no possibilities of rapid expansion comparable to the cotton textiles, and therefore traditionally relied for their stimulus on government and war. During the 18th century, Dionysius Lardner wrote in 1831, iron foundry became almost identified with the casting of cannon. 12 We may well therefore regard part of the diversion of capital resources from peacetime uses as in the nature of long-term investment in capital goods industries and technical development. Among the technological innovations thus created by the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars were the beet sugar industry on the continent, as a replacement for imported cane sugar from the West Indies, and the canned food industry, which arose from the British Navy's search for foodstuffs which could be indefinitely preserved on shipboard. Nevertheless, making all allowances, a major war does mean a major diversion of resources, and might even, under conditions of mutual blockade, mean that the wartime and peacetime sector of the economy competed directly for the same scarce resources. An obvious consequence of such competition is inflation, and we know that in fact the period of war pushed the slope of the slowly rising 18th century price level steeply upwards in all countries, though some of this was due to monetary devaluation. This in itself implies, or reflects, a certain redistribution of incomes, which has economic consequences, for instance, towards businessmen and away from wage earners, since wages normally lag behind prices, and towards agriculture, which proverbially welcomes the high prices of wartime, and away from manufactures. Conversely, the end of the wartime demand, which releases a mass of resources including men hitherto employed by war, onto the peacetime market, brought, as always, correspondingly more intense problems of readjustment. To take an obvious example, between 1814 and 1818 the strength of the British Army was cut by about 150,000 men, or more than the contemporary population of Manchester, and the level of wheat prices fell from 108.5 shillings a quarter in 1813 to 64.2 shillings in 1815. In fact, we know the period of post-war adjustment to have been one of abnormal economic difficulties all over Europe, intensified moreover by the disastrous harvests of 1816 to 17. We ought, however, to ask a more general question. How far did the diversion of resources due to the war impede or slow down the economic development of different countries? Clearly this question is of particular importance for France and Britain, the two major economic powers, and the two carrying the heaviest economic burden. The French burden was due not so much to the war in its later stages, for this was designed largely to pay for itself at the expense of the foreigners whose territories the conquering armies looted or requisitioned, and on whom they imposed levies of men, materials, and money. About half the Italian tax revenue went to the French in 1805 to 12.13. It probably did not do so, but it was also clearly much cheaper in real as well as monetary terms than it would otherwise have been. The real disruption of the French economy was due to the decade of revolution, civil war, and chaos, which, for instance, reduced the turnover of the Seine-et-Ferrure, Rouen, manufactures from 41 to 15 millions between 1790 and 1795, and the number of their workers from 246,000 to 86,000. To this must be added the loss of overseas commerce due to the British control of the seas. The British burden was due to the cost of carrying not only the country's own war effort but, through the traditional subsidies to continental allies, some of that for other states. In monetary terms the British carried by far the heaviest load during the war. It cost them between 3 and 4 times as much as it did the French. The answer to the general question is easier for France than for Britain, for there is little doubt that the French economy remained relatively stagnant, and the French industry and commerce would almost certainly have expanded further and faster but for the Revolution and the wars. Though the country's economy advanced very substantially under Napoleon, it could not compensate for the regression and the lost impetus of the 1790s. For the British the answer is less obvious, for their expansion was meteoric, and the only question is whether, but for the war, it would have been more rapid still. The generally accepted answer today is that it would. 14 For the other countries the question is generally of less importance where economic development was slow, or fluctuating as in much of the Habsburg Empire, and where the quantitative impact of the war effort was relatively small. Of course such bald statements beg the question. Even the frankly economic wars of the British in the 17th and 18th centuries were not supposed to advance economic development by themselves or by stimulating the economy, but by victory, by eliminating competitors and capturing new markets. Their cost in disrupted business, diversion of resources and the like was measured against their profit, which was expressed in the relative position of the belligerent competitors after the war. By these standards the wars of 1793 to 1815 clearly more than paid for themselves. At the cost of a slight slowing down of an economic expansion which nevertheless remained gigantic, Britain decisively eliminated her nearest possible competitor and became the workshop of the world for 2 generations. In terms of every industrial or commercial index, Britain was very much further ahead of all other states, with the possible exception of the USA, than she had been in 1789. If we believe that the temporary elimination of her rivals and the virtual monopoly of maritime and colonial markets were an essential precondition of Britain's further industrialization, the price of achieving it was modest. If we argue that by 1789 her head start was already sufficient to ensure British economic supremacy without a long war, we may still hold that the cost of defending it against the French threat to recover by political and military means the ground lost in economic competition was not excessive. Chapter 5. Peace. The existing concert, of the powers, is their only perfect security against the revolutionary embers more or less existing in every state of Europe, and, true wisdom is to keep down the petty contentions of ordinary times, and to stand together in support of the established principles of social order. Castlereagh 1. L'empereur de Russie est de plus le seul souverain parfaitement en état de se porter de à présent auxiliary plus vastes enterprise. Il est à la tête de la seule armée vraiment disponible qui soit aujourd'hui formée en Europe. Gens, March 24,181882. After more than 20 years of almost unbroken war and revolution, the victorious old regimes faced problems of peacemaking and peace preservation which were particularly difficult and dangerous. The debris of 2 decades had to be cleared away, the territorial loot redistributed. What was more, it was evident to all intelligent statesmen that no major European war was henceforth tolerable, for such a war would almost certainly mean a new revolution, and consequently the destruction of the old regimes. In Europe's present state of social illness, said King Leopold of the Belgians, Queen Victoria's wise if somewhat boring uncle, à propos of a later crisis, it would be unheard of to let loose a general war. Such a war would certainly bring a conflict of principles, and, from what I know of Europe, I think that such a conflict would change her form and overthrow her whole structure. 3 kings and statesmen were neither wiser nor more pacific than before. But they were unquestionably more frightened. They were also unusually successful. There was, in fact, no general European war, nor any conflict in which one great power opposed another on the battlefield, between the defeat of Napoleon and the Crimean War of 1854-6. Indeed, apart from the Crimean War, there was no war involving more than 2 great powers between 1815 and 1914. The citizen of the 20th century ought to appreciate the magnitude of this achievement. It was all the more impressive, because the international scene was far from tranquil, the occasions for conflict abundant. The revolutionary movements, which we shall consider in Chapter 6, destroyed the hard-won international stability time and again, in the 1820s, notably in Southern Europe, the Balkans, and Latin America, after 1830 in Western Europe, notably Belgium, and again on the eve of the 1848 revolution. The decline of the Turkish Empire, threatened both by internal dissolution and the ambitions of rival great powers, mainly Britain, Russia, and to a lesser extent France, made the so-called Eastern question a permanent cause of crisis. In the 1820s it cropped up over Greece, in the 1830s over Egypt, and though it calmed down after a particularly acute conflict in 1839-41, it remained as potentially explosive as before. Britain and Russia were on the worst of terms over the Near East and the no-man's land between the 2 empires in Asia. France was far from reconciled to a position so much more modest than the one she had occupied before 1815. Yet in spite of all these shoals and whirlpools, the diplomatic vessels navigated a difficult stretch of water without collision. Our generation, which has failed so much more spectacularly in the fundamental task of international diplomacy, that of avoiding general wars, has therefore tended to look back upon the statesmen and methods of 1815-48 with a respect that their immediate successors did not always feel. Talleyrand, who presided over French foreign policy from 1814 to 1835, remains the model for the French diplomat to this day. Castlereagh, George Canning and Viscount Palmerston, who were Britain's foreign secretaries respectively in 1812-22, 1822-7 and all non-Tory administrations from 1830 to 1852, I have acquired a misleading and retrospective stature of diplomatic giants. Prince Metternich, the chief minister of Austria throughout the entire period from Napoleon's defeat to his own overthrow in 1848, is today seen less often as a mere rigid enemy of all change and more often as a wise maintainer of stability than used to be the case. However, even the eye of faith has been unable to detect foreign ministers worth idealizing in the Russia of Alexander I, 1801-25, and Nicholas I, 1825-55, and in the relatively unimportant Prussia of our period. In a sense the praise is justified. The settlement of Europe after the Napoleonic Wars was no more just and moral than any other, but given the entirely anti-liberal and anti-national, i.e. anti-revolutionary, purpose of its makers, it was realistic and sensible. No attempt was made to exploit the total victory over the French, who must not be provoked into a new bout of Jacobinism. The frontiers of the defeated country were left a shade better than they had been in 1789, the financial indemnity was not unreasonable, the occupation by foreign troops short-lived, and by 1818 France was readmitted as a full member of the concert of Europe. But for Napoleon's unsuccessful return in 1815 these terms would have been even more moderate. The Bourbons were restored, but it was understood that they had to make concessions to the dangerous spirit of their subjects. The major changes of the revolution were accepted, and that inflammatory device, a constitution, was granted to them, though of course in an extremely moderate form under the guise of a charter freely conceded by the returned absolute monarch, Louis XVIII. The map of Europe was redrawn without concern for either the aspirations of the peoples or the rights of the numerous princes dispossessed at one time or another by the French, but with considerable concern for the balance of the five great powers which emerged from the wars, Russia, Britain, France, Austria, and Prussia. Only the first three of these really counted. Britain had no territorial ambitions on the continent, though she preferred to keep control or a protective hand over points of maritime and commercial importance. She retained Malta, the Ionian Islands and Heligoland, maintained a careful eye on Sicily, and benefited most evidently by the transfer of Norway from Denmark to Sweden, which prevented a single state from controlling the entry to the Baltic Sea, and the union of Holland and Belgium, the former Austrian Netherlands, which put the mouth of the Rhine and Scheldt in the hands of a harmless state, but one strong enough especially when assisted by the barrier fortresses in the south to resist the well-known French appetite for Belgium. Both arrangements were deeply unpopular with Belgians and Norwegians, and the latter only lasted until the 1830 revolution. It was then replaced, after some Franco-British friction, by a small permanently neutralized kingdom under a prince of British choice. Outside Europe, of course, British territorial ambitions were much greater, though the total control of all seas by the British Navy made it largely irrelevant whether any territory was actually under the British flag or not, except on the northwestern confines of India, where only weak or chaotic principalities or regions separated the British and the Russian empires. But the rivalry between Britain and Russia hardly affected the area which had to be resettled in 1814-15. In Europe British interests merely required no power to be too strong. Russia, the decisive military power on land, satisfied her limited territorial ambitions by the acquisition of Finland, at the expense of Sweden, Bessarabia, at the expense of Turkey, and of the greater part of Poland, which was granted a degree of autonomy under the local faction that had always favored a Russian alliance. After the rising of 1831 this autonomy was abolished. The remainder of Poland was distributed between Prussia and Austria, with the exception of the city republic of Krakow, which in turn did not survive the rising of 1846. For the rest Russia was content to exercise a remote, but far from ineffectual, hegemony over all absolute principalities east of France, her main interest being that revolution should be avoided. Tsar Alexander sponsored a holy alliance for this purpose, which Austria and Prussia joined, but Britain did not. From the British point of view this virtual Russian hegemony over most of Europe was perhaps a less than ideal arrangement, but it reflected the military realities, and could not be prevented except by allowing France a rather greater degree of power than any of her former adversaries were prepared for or at the intolerable cost of war. France's status as a great power was clearly recognized, but that was as far as anyone was as yet prepared to go. Austria and Prussia were really great powers by courtesy only, or so it was believed, rightly in view of Austria's well-known weakness in times of international crisis and wrongly in view of Prussia's collapse in 1806. Their chief function was to act as European stabilizers. Austria received back her Italian provinces plus the former Venetian territories in Italy and Dalmatia, and the protectorate over the lesser principalities of North and Central Italy, mostly ruled by Habsburg relatives, except for Piedmont Sardinia, which swallowed the former Genoese Republic to act as a more efficient buffer between Austria and France. If order was to be kept anywhere in Italy, Austria was the policeman on duty. Since her only interest was stability, anything else risked her disintegration. She could be relied upon to act as a permanent safeguard against any attempts to unsettle the continent. Prussia benefited by the British desire to have a reasonably strong power in Western Germany, a region whose principalities had long tended to fall in with France, or which could be dominated by France, and received the Rhineland, whose immense economic potentialities aristocratic diplomats failed to allow for. She also benefited by the conflict between Britain and Russia over what the British considered excessive Russian expansion in Poland. The net result of complex negotiations punctuated with threats of war was that she yielded part of her former Polish territories to Russia, but received instead half of wealthy and industrial Saxony. In territorial and economic terms, Prussia gained relatively more from the 1815 settlement than any other power, and in fact became for the first time a European great power in terms of real resources, though this did not become evident to the politicians until the 1860s. Austria, Prussia, and the herd of lesser German states, whose main international function was to provide good breeding stock for the royal houses of Europe, watched each other within the German Confederation, though Austrian seniority was not challenged. The main international function of the Confederation was to keep the lesser states outside the French orbit into which they traditionally tended to gravitate. In spite of nationalist disclaimers, they had been far from unhappy as Napoleonic satellites. The statesmen of 1815 were wise enough to know that no settlement, however carefully carpentered, would in the long run withstand the strain of state rivalries and changing circumstance. Consequently, they set out to provide a mechanism for maintaining peace, i.e. settling all outstanding problems as they arose by means of regular congresses. It was of course understood that the crucial decisions in these were played by the great powers. The term itself is an invention of this period. The Concert of Europe, another term which came into use then, did not correspond to a United Nations, but rather to the permanent members of the UN Security Council. However, regular congresses were only held for a few years from 1818, when France was officially readmitted to the concert, to 1822. The Congress system broke down, because it could not outlast the years immediately following the Napoleonic Wars, when the famine of 1816–17 and business depressions maintained a lively but unjustified fear of social revolution everywhere, including Britain. After the return of economic stability about 1820, every disturbance of the 1815 settlement merely revealed the divergences between the interests of the powers. Faced with the first bout of unrest and insurrection in 1820–22, only Austria stuck to the principle that all such movements must be immediately and automatically put down in the interests of the social order, and of Austrian territorial integrity. Over Germany, Italy, and Spain, the three monarchies of the Holy Alliance and France agreed, though the latter, exercising the job of international policeman with gusto in Spain, 1823, was less interested in European stability than in widening the scope of her diplomatic and military activities, particularly in Spain, Belgium, and Italy, where the bulk of her foreign investments lay. 4 Britain stood out. This was partly because, especially after the flexible Canning replaced the rigid reactionary Castlereagh, 1822, it was convinced that political reforms in absolutist Europe were sooner or later inevitable, and because British politicians had no sympathy for absolutism, but also because the application of the policing principle would merely have brought rival powers, notably France, into Latin America, which was, as we have seen, a British economic colony and a very vital one at that. Hence the British supported the independence of the Latin American states, as also did the USA in the Monroe Declaration of 1823, a manifesto which had no practical value if anything protected Latin American independence. It was the British Navy but considerable prophetic interest. Over Greece the powers were even more divided. Russia, with all its dislike of revolutions, could not but benefit from the movement of an Orthodox people, which weakened the Turks and must rely largely on Russian help. Moreover, she had a treaty right to intervene in Turkey in defense of Orthodox Christians. Fear of unilateral Russian intervention, Philhellene pressure, economic interests, and the general conviction that the DIST integration of Turkey could not be prevented, but could at best be organized, eventually led the British from hostility through neutrality to an informal pro-Hellenic intervention. Greece thus, 1829, won her independence through both Russian and British help. The international damage was minimized by turning the country into a kingdom under one of the many available small German princes, which would not be a mere Russian satellite. But the permanence of the 1815 settlement, the Congress system, and the principle of suppressing all revolutions lay in ruins. The revolutions of 1830 destroyed it utterly, for they affected not merely small states but a great power itself, France. In effect they removed all Europe west of the Rhine from the police operations of the Holy Alliance. Meanwhile the Eastern question, the problem of what to do about the inevitable disintegration of Turkey, turned the Balkans and the Levant into a battlefield of the powers, notably of Russia and Britain. The Eastern question disturbed the balance of forces, because everything conspired to strengthen the Russians, whose main diplomatic object, then as later, was to win control of the straits between Europe and Asia Minor, which controlled her access to the Mediterranean. This was a matter not merely of diplomatic and military importance, but with the growth of Ukrainian grain exports, of economic urgency also. Britain, concerned as usual about the approaches to India, was deeply worried about the southward march of the one great power which could reasonably threaten it. The obvious policy was to shore up Turkey against Russian expansion at all costs. This had the additional advantage of benefiting British trade in the Levant, which increased in a very satisfactory manner in this period. Unfortunately, such a policy was wholly impracticable. The Turkish Empire was by no means a helpless hulk, at least in military terms, but it was at best capable of fighting delaying actions against internal rebellion, which it could still beat fairly easily, and the combined force of Russia and an unfavorable international situation, which it could not. Nor was it yet capable of modernizing itself, or showed much readiness to do so, though the beginnings of modernization were made under Mahmud II, 1809–39, in the 1830s. Consequently only the direct diplomatic and military support of Britain, i.e. the threat of war, could prevent the steady increase in Russian influence and the collapse of Turkey under her various troubles. This made the Eastern question the most explosive issue in international affairs after the Napoleonic Wars, the only one likely to lead to a general war and the only one which in fact did so in 1854–6. However, the very situation which loaded the international dice in favor of Russia and against Britain, also made Russia inclined to compromise. She could achieve her diplomatic objectives in two ways, either by the defeat and partition of Turkey and an eventual Russian occupation of Constantinople and the Straits, or by a virtual protectorate over a weak and subservient Turkey. But one or the other would always be open. In other words, Constantinople was never worth a major war to the Tsar. Thus in the 1820s the Greek War fitted in with the policy of partition and occupation. Russia failed to get as much out of this as she might have hoped, but was unwilling to press her advantage too far. Instead, she negotiated an extraordinarily favorable treaty at Unkir-Skelessi, 1833, with a hard-pressed Turkey, which was now keenly aware of the need for a powerful protector. Britain was outraged. The 1830s saw the genesis of a mass Russophobia which created the image of Russia as a sort of hereditary enemy of Britain. 2 Faced with British pressure, The Russians in turn retreated, and in the 1840s reverted to proposals for the partition of Turkey. Russo-British rivalry in the East was therefore in practice much less dangerous than the public saber-rattling, especially in Britain, suggested. Moreover, the much greater British fear of a revival of France reduced its importance in any case. In fact, the phrase "the Great Game," which later came to be used for the cloak and dagger activities of the adventurers and secret agents of both powers who operated in the Oriental no man's land between the two empires, expresses it rather well. What made the situation really dangerous was the unpredictable course of the liberation movements within Turkey and the intervention of other powers. Of these, Austria had a considerable passive interest in the matter, being itself a ramshackle multinational empire, threatened by the movements of the very same peoples who also undermined Turkish stability, the Balkan Slavs, and notably the Serbs. However, their threat was not immediate, though it was later to provide the immediate occasion for World War I. France was more troublesome, having a long record of diplomatic and economic influence in the Levant, which it periodically attempted to restore and extend. In particular, since Napoleon's expedition to Egypt, French influence was powerful in that country, whose Pasha, Mohammed Ali, a virtually independent ruler, could more or less disrupt or hold together the Turkish Empire at will. Indeed, the crises of the Eastern Question in the 1830s, 1831-3 and 1839-41, were essentially crises in Muhammad Ali's relations with his nominal sovereign, complicated in the latter case by French support for Egypt. However, if Russia was unwilling to make war over Constantinople, France neither could nor wanted to. There were diplomatic crises. But in the end, apart from the Crimean episode, there was no war over Turkey at any time in the 19th century. It is thus clear from the course of international disputes in this period that the inflammable material in international relations was simply not explosive enough to set off a major war. Of the great powers, the Austrians and the Prussians were too weak to count for much. The British were satisfied. They had by 1815 gained the most complete victory of any power in the entire history of the world, having emerged from the 20 years of war against France as the only industrialized economy, the only naval power. The British Navy in 1840 had almost as many ships as all other navies put together and virtually the only colonial power in the world. Nothing appeared to stand in the way of the only major expansionist interest of British foreign policy, the expansion of British trade and investment. Russia, while not as satiated, had only limited territorial ambitions, and nothing which could for long, or so it appeared, stand in the way of her advance. At least nothing which justified a socially dangerous general war. France alone was a dissatisfied power, and had the capacity to disrupt the stable international order. But France could do so only under one condition, that she once again mobilized the revolutionary energies of Jacobinism at home and of liberalism and nationalism abroad. For in terms of orthodox great power rivalry she had been fatally weakened. She would never again be able, as under Louis XIV or the Revolution, to fight a coalition of two or more great powers on equal terms, relying merely on her domestic population and resources. In 1780 there were 2.5 Frenchmen to every Englishman, but in 1830 less than 3 to every 2. In 1780 there had been almost as many Frenchmen as Russians, but in 1830 there were almost half as many Russians again as French. And the pace of French economic evolution lagged fatally behind the British, the American, and very soon the German. But Jacobinism was too high a price for any French government to pay for its international ambitions. In 1830 and again in 1848, when France overthrew its regime and absolutism was shaken or destroyed elsewhere, the powers trembled. They could have saved themselves sleepless nights. In 1830-1 the French moderates were unprepared even to lift a finger for the rebellious Poles, with whom all French, as well as European liberal, opinions sympathized. And Poland, wrote the old but enthusiastic Lafayette to Palmerston in 1831. What will you do, what shall we do for her? 5. The answer was nothing. France could have readily reinforced her own resources with those of the European Revolution, as indeed all revolutionaries hoped she would. But the implications of such a leap into revolutionary war frightened moderate liberal French governments as much as Metternich. No French government between 1815 and 1848 would jeopardize general peace in its own state interests. Outside the range of the European balance, of course, nothing stood in the way of expansion and bellicosity. In fact, though extremely large, the actual territorial acquisitions of white powers were limited. The British were content to occupy points crucial to the naval control of the world and to their worldwide trading interests, such as the southern tip of Africa, taken from the Dutch during the Napoleonic Wars, Ceylon, Singapore, which was founded at this period, and Hong Kong, and the exigencies of the campaign against the slave trade which satisfied both humanitarian opinion at home and the strategic interests of the British Navy, which used it to reinforce its global monopoly led them to maintain footholds along the African coasts. But on the whole, with one crucial exception, their view was that a world lying open to British trade and safeguarded by the British Navy from unwelcome intrusion was more cheaply exploited without the administrative costs of occupation. The crucial exception was India and all that pertained to its control. India had to be held at all costs, as the most anti-colonialist free traders never doubted. Its market was of growing importance, cf. above pages 34 to 35, and would certainly, it was held, suffer if India were left to herself. It was the key to the opening up of the Far East, to the drug traffic and such other profitable activities as European businessmen wished to undertake. China was thus opened up in the Opium War of 1839–42. Consequently, between 1814 and 1849 the size of the British Indian Empire increased by 2/3 of the subcontinent, as the result of a series of wars against Marathas, Nepalese, Burmans, Rajputs, Afghans, Sindhis and Sikhs, and the net of British influence was drawn more closely round the Middle East, which controlled the direct route to India, organized from 1840 by the steamers of the P&O Line, supplemented by a land crossing of the Suez Isthmus. Though the reputation of the Russians for expansionism was far greater, at least among the British, their actual conquests were more modest. The Tsar in this period merely managed to acquire some large and empty stretches of Kyrgyz steppe east of the Urals and some bitterly contested mountain areas in the Caucasus. The USA on the other hand acquired virtually its entire west, south of the Oregon border, by insurrection and war against the hapless Mexicans. The French, on the other hand, had to confine their expansionist ambitions to Algeria, which they invaded on a trumped-up excuse in 1830 and attempted to conquer in the next 17 years. By 1847 they had broken the back of its resistance. One provision of the international peace settlement must, however, be mentioned separately: the abolition of the international slave trade. The reasons for this were both humanitarian and economic. Slavery was horrifying, and extremely inefficient. Moreover, from the point of view of the British, who were the chief international champions of this admirable movement among the powers, the economy of 1815–48 no longer rested, like that of the 18th century, on the sale of men and of sugar, but on that of cotton goods. The actual abolition of slavery came more slowly, except, of course, where the French Revolution had already swept it away. The British abolished it in their colonies, mainly the West Indies, in 1834, though soon tending to replace it, where large-scale plantation agriculture survived, by the import of indentured laborers from Asia. The French did not officially abolish it again until the Revolution of 1848. In 1848 there was still a very great deal of slavery, and consequently of illegal slave trading left in the world. I.e. throughout the period except for a few months in 1834–5 and in 1841–6. 2. In fact, Anglo-Russian relations, based on economic complementarity, had been traditionally most amiable, and only began to deteriorate seriously after the Napoleonic Wars. Chapter 6. Revolutions. Liberty, that nightingale with the voice of a giant, rouses the most profound sleepers. How is it possible to think of anything today except to fight for or against freedom? Those who cannot love humanity can still be great as tyrants. But how can one be indifferent? Ludwig Börny, February 14, 18311. The governments, having lost their balance, are frightened, intimidated and thrown into confusion by the cries of the intermediary class of society, which, placed between the kings and their subjects, breaks the scepter of the monarchs and usurps the cry of the people. Metternich to the Tsar, 18202. Rarely has the incapacity of governments to hold up the course of history been more conclusively demonstrated than in the generation after 1815. To prevent a second French Revolution, or the even worse catastrophe of a general European revolution on the French model, was the supreme object of all the powers which had just spent more than 20 years in defeating the first, even of the British, who were not in sympathy with the reactionary absolutisms which re-established themselves all over Europe and knew quite well that reforms neither could nor ought to be avoided, but who feared a new Franco-Jacobin expansion more than any other international contingency. And yet, never in European history and rarely anywhere else, has revolutionism been so endemic, so general, so likely to spread by spontaneous contagion as well as by deliberate propaganda. There were three main waves of revolution in the Western world between 1815 and 1848. Asia and Africa as yet remained immune. Asia's first major revolutions, the Indian Mutiny and the Taiping Rebellion, only occurred in the 1850s. The first occurred in 1820-4. In Europe it was confined mainly to the Mediterranean, with Spain, 1820, Naples, 1820, and Greece, 1821, as its epic entrees. Except for the Greek, all these risings were suppressed. The Spanish Revolution revived the liberation movement in Latin America, which had been defeated after an initial effort occasioned by Napoleon's conquest of Spain in 1808 and reduced to a few remote refugees and bands. The three great liberators of Spanish South America, Simon Bolívar, San Martin, and Bernardo O'Higgins, established the independence respectively of Great Colombia, which included the present republics of Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador, of the Argentine but minus the inland areas of what is now Paraguay and Bolivia and the Pampas across the River Plate where the cowboys of the Banda Oriental, now Uruguay, fought Argentines and Brazilians, and of Chile. San Martin, aided by the Chilean fleet under the British radical nobleman the original of C.S. Forester's Captain Hornblower Cochrane, liberated the last stronghold of Spanish power, the Viceroyalty of Peru. By 1822 Spanish South America was free, and San Martin, a moderate and far-seeing man of rare self-abnegation, left it to Bolívar and republicanism and retired to Europe, living out his noble life in what was normally a refuge for debt-harried Englishmen, Boulogne-sur-Mer, on a pension from O'Higgins. Meanwhile the Spanish general sent against the surviving peasant guerrillas in Mexico, Iturbide, made common cause with them under the impact of the Spanish Revolution and in 1821 permanently established Mexican independence. In 1822 Brazil quietly separated from Portugal under the regent left behind by the Portuguese royal family on its return from Napoleonic exile to Europe. The USA recognized the most important of the new states almost immediately, the British soon after, taking care to conclude commercial treaties with them, the French in effect before the 1820s were out. The second wave of revolutionism occurred in 1829-34, and affected all Europe west of Russia and the North American continent, for the great reforming age of President Andrew Jackson, 1829-37, though not directly connected with the European upheavals, must count as part of it. In Europe the overthrow of the Bourbons in France stimulated various other risings. Belgium, 1830, won independence from Holland. Poland, 1830-1, was suppressed only after considerable military operations. Various parts of Italy and Germany were agitated. Liberalism prevailed in Switzerland, a much less pacific country then than now, while a period of civil war between liberals and clericals opened in Spain and Portugal. Even Britain was affected, thanks in part to the threatened eruption of its local volcano, Ireland, which secured Catholic emancipation, 1829, and the reopening of the Reform agitation. The Reform Act of 1832 corresponds to the July Revolution of 1830 in France, and had indeed been powerfully stimulated by the news from Paris. This period is probably the only one in modern history when political events in Britain ran parallel with those on the continent, to the point where something not unlike a revolutionary situation might have developed in 1831-2 but for the restraint of both Whig and Tory parties. It is the only period in the 19th century when the analysis of British politics in such terms is not wholly artificial. The revolutionary wave of 1830 was therefore a much more serious affair than that of 1820. In effect, it marks the definitive defeat of aristocratic by bourgeois power in Western Europe. The ruling class of the next 50 years was to be the grande bourgeoisie of bankers, big industrialists, and sometimes top civil servants, accepted by an aristocracy which effaced itself or agreed to promote primarily bourgeois policies, unchallenged as yet by universal suffrage, though harassed from outside by the agitations of the lesser or unsatisfied businessmen, the petty bourgeoisie and the early labor movements. Its political system, in Britain, France, and Belgium, was fundamentally the same. Liberal institutions safeguarded against democracy by property or educational qualifications for the voters. There were, initially, only 168,000 of them in France under a constitutional monarch. In fact, something very like the institutions of the first and most moderately bourgeois phase of the French Revolution, the Constitution of 1791. In the USA, however, Jacksonian democracy marks a step beyond this, the defeat of the non-democratic propertied oligarchs whose role corresponded to what was now triumphing in Western Europe, by the unlimited political democracy swept into power with the votes of the frontiersmen, the small farmers, the urban poor. It was a portentous innovation, and those thinkers of moderate liberalism, realistic enough to know that extensions of the franchise would probably be inevitable sooner or later, scrutinized it closely and anxiously, notably Alexis de Tocqueville, whose Democracy in America, 1835, came to gloomy conclusions about it. But as we shall see, 1830 marks an even more radical innovation in politics, the emergence of the working class as an independent and self-conscious force in politics in Britain and France, and of nationalist movements in a great many European countries. Behind these major changes in politics lay major changes in economic and social development. Whichever aspect of social life we survey, 1830 marks a turning point in it. Of all the dates between 1789 and 1848, it is the most obviously memorable. In the history of industrialization and urbanization on the continent and in the USA, in the history of human migrations, social and geographical, in that of the arts and of ideology, it appears with equal prominence. And in Britain and Western Europe in general, it dates the beginning of those decades of crisis in the development of the new society which conclude with the defeat of the 1848 revolutions and the gigantic economic leap forward after 1851. The third and biggest of the revolutionary waves, that of 1848, was the product of this crisis. Almost simultaneously revolution broke out and, temporarily, one in France, the whole of Italy, the German states, most of the Habsburg Empire and Switzerland, 1847. In a less acute form the unrest also affected Spain, Denmark, and Romania, in a sporadic form Ireland, Greece, and Britain. There has never been anything closer to the world revolution of which the insurrectionaries of the period dreamed than this spontaneous and general conflagration, which concludes the era discussed in this volume. What had been in 1789 the rising of a single nation was now, it seemed, the springtime of peoples of an entire continent. 2. Unlike the revolutions of the late 18th century, those of the post-Napoleonic period were intended or even planned. For the most formidable legacy of the French Revolution itself was the set of models and patterns of political upheaval which it established for the general use of rebels anywhere. This is not to say that the revolutions of 1815 to 48 were the mere work of a few disaffected agitators, as the spies and policemen of the period, a very fully employed species, purported to tell their superiors. They occurred because the political systems reimposed on Europe were profoundly, and in a period of rapid social change, increasingly inadequate for the political conditions of the continent, and because economic and social discontents were so acute as to make a series of outbreaks virtually inevitable. But the political models created by the Revolution of 1789 served to give discontent a specific object, to turn unrest into revolution, and above all to link all Europe in a single movement, or perhaps it would be better to say current of subversion. There were several such models, though all stemmed from the experience of France between 1789 and 1797. They corresponded to the three main trends of post-1815 opposition: the moderate liberal, or, in social terms, that of the upper middle classes and liberal aristocracy; the radical democratic, or, in social terms, that of the lower middle class, part of the new manufacturers, the intellectuals and the discontented gentry; and the socialist, or, in social terms, the laboring poor or the new industrial working classes. Etymologically, by the way, all of them reflect the internationalism of the period. Liberal is Franco-Spanish in origin, radical British, socialist Anglo-French. Conservative is also partly French in origin, another proof of the uniquely close correlation of British and continental politics in the Reform Bill period. The inspiration of the first was the Revolution of 1789–91, its political ideal the sort of quasi-British constitutional monarchy with a property qualified, and therefore oligarchic, parliamentary system which the Constitution of 1791 introduced, and which, as we have seen, became the standard type of constitution in France, Britain, and Belgium after 1830–32. The inspiration of the second could best be described as the Revolution of 1792–3, and its political ideal, a democratic republic with a bias towards a welfare state and some animus against the rich, corresponds to the ideal Jacobin constitution of 1793. But just as the social groups which stood for radical democracy were a confused and oddly assorted collection, so also it is hard to attach a precise label to its French revolutionary model. Elements of what would in 1792–3 have been called Girondism, Jacobinism, and even Sansculottism were combined in it, though perhaps the Jacobinism of the Constitution of 1793 represented it best. The inspiration of the third was the revolution of the year 2 and the post-Thermidorian risings, above all Babeuf's conspiracy of the equals, that significant rising of extreme Jacobins and early communists which marks the birth of the modern communist tradition in politics. It was the child of Sansculottism and the left wing of Robespierreism, though deriving little but its strong hatred of the middle classes and the rich from the former. Politically, the Babeuvist revolutionary model was in the tradition of Robespierre and Saint-Just. From the point of view of the absolutist governments, all these movements were equally subversive of stability and good order, though some seemed more consciously devoted to the propagation of chaos than others, and some more dangerous than others, because more likely to inflame the ignorant and impoverished masses. Metternich's secret police in the 1830s therefore paid what seems to us a disproportionate amount of attention to the circulation of La Monnaie Paroles d'Uncroyant, 1834, for, in speaking the Catholic language of the unpolitical, it might appeal to subjects unaffected by frankly atheistic propaganda. 3. In fact, however, the opposition movements were united by little more than their common detestation of the regimes of 1815 and the traditional common front of all opposed, for whatever reason, to absolute monarchy, church and aristocracy. The history of the period from 1815 to 48 is that of the disintegration of that united front. 3. During the Restoration period, 1815 to 30, the blanket of reaction covered all who dissented equally, and in the darkness under it the differences between Bonapartists and Republicans, moderates and radicals, could hardly be seen. There were as yet no self-conscious working-class revolutionaries or socialists, at any rate in politics, except in Britain, where an independent proletarian trend in politics and ideology emerged under the aegis of Owenite cooperation towards 1830. Most non-British mass discontent was as yet non-political, or ostensibly legitimist and clerical, a dumb protest against the new society which appeared to bring nothing but evil and chaos. With few exceptions, therefore, political opposition on the continent was confined to tiny groups of the rich or the educated, which still meant very much the same thing, for even in so powerful a stronghold of the left as the École Polytechnique only one-third of the students, a notably subversive group, came from the petty bourgeoisie, mostly via the lower echelons of the army and civil service, and only 0.3% from the popular classes. Such of the poor as were consciously on the left accepted the classical slogans of middle-class revolution, though in the radical democratic rather than the moderate version, but as yet without much more than a certain overtone of social challenge. The classical program around which the British labouring poor rallied time and again was one of simple parliamentary reform as expressed in the 6 points of the People's Charter. Point 2. In substance, this program was no different from the Jacobinism of Paine's generation, and entirely compatible, but for its association with an increasingly self-conscious working class, with the political radicalism of the Benthamite middle-class reformers, as put forward say by James Mill. The only difference in the Restoration period was that the labouring radicals already preferred to hear it preached by men who spoke to them in their own terms, rhetorical windbags like Orator Hunt, 1773–1835, or brilliant and energetic stylists like William Cobbett, 1762–1835, and, of course, Tom Paine, 1737–1809, rather than by the middle-class reformers themselves. Consequently, in this period neither social nor even national distinctions as yet significantly divided the European opposition into mutually incomprehensible camps. If we omit Britain and the USA, where a regular form of mass politics was already established, though in Britain it was inhibited by anti-Jacobin hysteria until the early 1820s, the political prospects looked very much alike to oppositionists in all European countries, and the methods of achieving revolution, the united front of absolutism virtually excluded peaceful reform over most of Europe, were very much the same. All revolutionaries regarded themselves, with some justification, as small elites of the emancipated and progressive operating among, and for the eventual benefit of, a vast and inert mass of the ignorant and misled common people, which would no doubt welcome liberation when it came, but could not be expected to take much part in preparing it. All of them, at any rate west of the Balkans, saw themselves fighting against a single enemy, the union of absolutist princes under the leadership of the Tsar. All of them therefore conceived of revolution as unified and indivisible, a single European phenomenon rather than an aggregate of national or local liberations. All of them tended to adopt the same type of revolutionary organization, or even the same organization, the secret insurrectionary brotherhood. Such brotherhoods, each with a highly colored ritual and hierarchy derived or copied from Masonic models, sprang up towards the end of the Napoleonic period. The best known, because the most international, were the Good Cousins or Carbonari. They appear to descend from Masonic or similar lodges in eastern France via anti-Bonapartist French officers in Italy, took shape in southern Italy after 1806 and, with other similar groups, spread north and across the Mediterranean world after 1815. They, or their derivatives or parallels, are found as far afield as Russia, where such bodies bound together the Decembrists, who made the first insurrection of modern Russian history in 1825, but especially in Greece. The Carbonarist era reached its climax in 1820–1, most of the brotherhoods being virtually destroyed by 1823. However, Carbonarism, in the generic sense, persisted as the main stem of revolutionary organization, perhaps held together by the congenial task of assisting Greek freedom, Philhellenism, and after the failure of the 1830 revolutions, the political emigrants from Poland and Italy spread it still further afield. Ideologically, the Carbonari and their like were a mixed lot, united only by a common detestation of reaction. For obvious reasons, the radicals, among them the left-wing Jacobins and Bobovists, being the most determined of revolutionaries, increasingly influenced the brotherhoods. Filippo Buonarroti, Babeuf's old comrade in arms, was their ablest and most indefatigable conspirator, though his doctrines were probably very much to the left of most brethren or cousins. Whether their efforts were ever coordinated to produce simultaneous international revolution is still a matter for debate, though persistent attempts to link all secret brotherhoods, at least at their highest and most initiated levels, into international super-conspiracies were made. Whatever the truth of the matter, a crop of insurrections of the Carbonarist type occurred in 1820-1. They failed utterly in France, where the political conditions for revolution were quite absent and the conspirators had no access to the only effective levers of insurrection in a situation not otherwise ripe for it, a disaffected army. The French army, then and throughout the 19th century, was a part of the civil service, that is to say, it carried out the orders of whatever government was the official one. They succeeded completely, but temporarily in some Italian states and especially in Spain, where the pure insurrection discovered its most effective formula, the military pronunciamento. Liberal colonels organized in their own secret officers' brotherhoods ordered their regiments to follow them into insurrection, and they did so. The Decembrist conspirators in Russia tried to do the same with their Guards regiments in 1825 but failed owing to fear of going too far. The officers' brotherhood, often of a liberal tendency, since the new armies provided careers for non-aristocratic young men, and the pronunciamento henceforth became regular features of the Iberian and Latin American political scenes, and one of the most lasting and doubtful political acquisitions of the Carbonarist period. It may be observed in passing that the ritualized and hierarchical secret society, like Freemasonry, appealed very strongly to military men, for understandable reasons. The new Spanish liberal regime was overthrown by a French invasion backed by European reaction in 1823. Only one of the 1822 revolutions maintained itself, thanks partly to its success in launching a genuine people's insurrection and partly to a favorable diplomatic situation. The Greek Rising of 1821.3 Greece therefore became the inspiration of international liberalism, and Philhellenism, which included organized support for the Greeks and the departure of numerous volunteer fighters, played an analogous part in rallying the European left wing in the 1820s as the support for the Spanish Republic was to play in the later 1930s. The revolutions of 1830 changed the situation entirely. As we have seen, they were the first products of a very general period of acute and widespread economic and social unrest and rapidly quickening social change. Two chief results followed from this. The first was that mass politics and mass revolution on the 1789 model once again became possible, and the exclusive reliance on secret brotherhoods therefore less necessary. The Bourbons were overthrown in Paris by a characteristic combination of crisis in what passed for the politics of the Restoration monarchy, and popular unrest induced by economic depression. So far from mass inactivity, the Paris of July 1830 showed the barricades springing up in greater number and in more places than ever before or after. In fact, 1830 made the barricade into the symbol of popular insurrection. Though its revolutionary history in Paris goes back to at least 1588, it played no important part in 1789-94. The second result was that, with the progress of capitalism, the people and the laboring poor, i.e. the men who built barricades, could be increasingly identified with the new industrial proletariat as the working class. A proletarian socialist revolutionary movement therefore came into existence. The 1830 revolutions also introduced two further modifications of left-wing politics. They split moderates from radicals, and they created a new international situation. In doing so, they helped to split the movement not only into different social but into different national segments. Internationally, the revolutions split Europe into two major regions. West of the Rhine they broke the hold of the united reactionary powers for good. Moderate liberalism triumphed in France, Britain, and Belgium. Liberalism, of a more radical type, did not entirely triumph in Switzerland and the Iberian Peninsula, where popularly based liberal and anti-liberal Catholic movements confronted each other, but the Holy Alliance could no longer intervene in these regions, as it still did everywhere east of the Rhine. In the Portuguese and Spanish civil wars of the 1830s, the absolutist and moderate liberal powers each backed their side, though the liberal won slightly more energetically, and with the assistance of some foreign radical volunteers and sympathizers, which faintly foreshadowed the philo-Hispanism of the 1930s. But at bottom the issue in these countries was left to be decided by the local balance of forces. That is to say, it remained undecided, fluctuating between short periods of liberal victory, 1833 to 7, 1840 to 3, and conservative recovery. East of the Rhine the situation remained superficially as before 1830, for all the revolutions were suppressed, the German and Italian risings by or with the support of the Austrians, the Polish rising, much the most serious, by the Russians. Moreover, in this region the national problem continued to take precedence over all others. All peoples lived under states which were either too small or too large by national criteria, as members of disunited nations split into small principalities or none, Germany, Italy, Poland, as members of multinational empires, the Habsburg, the Russian and the Turkish, or in both capacities. We need not trouble about the Dutch and Scandinavians who, though belonging broadly to the non-absolutist zone, lived a relatively tranquil life outside the dramatic events of the rest of Europe. A great deal remained in common between the revolutionaries of both regions, as witness the fact that the 1848 revolutions occurred in both, though not in all sections of both. However, within each a marked difference in revolutionary ardor emerged. In the West, Britain and Belgium ceased to follow the general revolutionary rhythm, while Spain, Portugal, and to a lesser extent Switzerland, were now involved in their endemic civil struggles, whose crises no longer coincided with those elsewhere except by accident, as in the Swiss Civil War of 1847. In the rest of Europe a sharp difference between the actively revolutionary nations and the passive or unenthusiastic ones emerged. Thus the secret services of the Habsburgs were constantly troubled by the problem of the Poles, the Italians, and the non-Austrian Germans, as well as by the perennially obstreperous Hungarians, while reporting no dangers from the Alpine lands or the other Slav ones. The Russians had as yet only the Poles to worry about, while the Turks could still rely on most of the Balkan Slavs to remain tranquil. These differences reflected the variations in the tempo of evolution and in the social conditions in different countries, which became increasingly evident in the 1830s and 1840s, and increasingly important for politics. Thus the advanced industrialization of Britain changed the rhythm of British politics, while most of the continent had its most acute period of social crises in 1846-8, Britain had its equivalent, a purely industrial depression, in 1841-2. See also Chapter 9. Conversely, while in the 1820s groups of young idealists might plausibly hope that a military putsch could ensure the victory of freedom in Russia as in Spain or France, after 1830 the fact that the social and political conditions in Russia were far less ripe for revolution than in Spain could hardly be overlooked. Nevertheless, the problems of revolution were comparable in East and West, though not of the same kind. They led to increased tension between the moderates and the radicals. In the West the moderate liberals moved out of the common Restoration front of opposition, or out of close sympathy with it, into the world of government or potential government. Moreover, having gained power by the efforts of the radicals, for who else fought on the barricades, they immediately betrayed them. There was to be no truck with anything as dangerous as democracy or the republic. There is no longer legitimate cause, said Guizot, opposition liberal under the Restoration, Prime Minister under the July monarchy, nor specious pretext for the maxims and the passions so long placed under the banner of democracy. What was formerly democracy, would now be anarchy. The democratic spirit is now and long will be nothing but the revolutionary spirit. For more than this, after a short interval of toleration and zeal, the liberals tended to moderate their enthusiasm for further reform and to suppress the radical left, and especially the working-class revolutionaries. In Britain, the Owenite General Union of 1834-5 and the Chartists faced the hostility both of the men who had opposed the Reform Act and of many who had advocated it. The commander of the armed forces deployed against the Chartists in 1839 sympathized with many of their demands as a middle-class radical, but he held them in check nevertheless. In France, the suppression of the Republican Rising of 1834 marked the turning point. In the same year, the terrorization of 6 honest Wesleyan laborers who had tried to form an agricultural workers' union, the Tolpuddle Martyrs, marked the equivalent offensive against the working-class movement in Britain. Radicals, Republicans, and the new proletarian movements therefore moved out of alignment with the liberals. The moderates, when still in opposition, were haunted by the democratic and social republic, which now became the slogan of the left. In the rest of Europe, no revolutions had won. The split between moderates and radicals and the emergence of the new social revolutionary trend arose out of the inquest on defeat and the analysis of the prospects of victory. The moderates, Whiggish landowners and such of the middle class as existed, placed their hopes in reform by suitably impressionable governments and in the diplomatic support of the new liberal powers. Suitably impressionable governments were rare. Savoy in Italy remained sympathetic to liberalism and increasingly attracted a body of moderate support which looked toward it for help in the country's eventual unification. A group of liberal Catholics, encouraged by the curious and short-lived phenomenon of a liberal papacy under the new Pope Pius IX, 1846, dreamed, quite fruitlessly, of mobilizing the force of the Church for the same purpose. In Germany, no state of importance was other than hostile to liberalism. This did not prevent some moderates, fewer than Prussian historical propaganda has suggested, from looking towards Prussia, which had at least a German customs union, 1834, to its credit, and all to dream of suitably converted princes rather than barricades. In Poland, where the prospect of moderate reform with the support of the Tsar no longer encouraged the magnate faction which had always pinned its hopes to it, the Czartoryskis, moderates could at least hope against hope for Western diplomatic intervention. None of these prospects were in the least realistic, as things stood between 1830 and 1848. The radicals were equally disappointed by the failure of the French to play the part of international liberators assigned to them by the Great Revolution and by revolutionary theory. Indeed, this disappointment, together with the growing nationalism of the 1830s, cf. Chapter 7, and the new awareness of the differences in the revolutionary prospects of each country, shattered the unified internationalism the revolutionaries had aspired to during the Restoration. The strategic prospects remained the same. A neo-Jacobin France, and perhaps, as Marx thought, a radically interventionist Britain, still remained almost indispensable for European liberation, short of the unlikely prospect of a Russian Revolution. 5 Nevertheless, a nationalist reaction against the Franco-centric internationalism of the Carbonarist period gained ground, an emotion which fitted well into the new fashion of Romanticism, cf. Chapter 14, which captured much of the left after 1830. There is no sharper contrast than that. Between the reserved 18th-century music master and rationalist Buonarroti and the woolly and ineffective self-dramatizer Joseph Mazzini, 1805-72, who became the apostle of this anti-Carbonarist reaction, forming various national conspiracies, Young Italy, Young Germany, Young Poland, etc., linked together as Young Europe. In one sense, this decentralization of the revolutionary movement was realistic, for in 1848 the nations did indeed rise separately, spontaneously, and simultaneously. In another it was not. The stimulus for their simultaneous eruption still came from France, and French reluctance to play the role of liberator wrecked them. Romantic or not, the radicals rejected the moderates' trust in princes and powers for practical as well as ideological reasons. The peoples must be prepared to win their liberation themselves, for nobody else would do it for them, a sentiment also adapted for use by the proletarian socialist movements at the same time. They must do so by direct action. This was still largely conceived in the Carbonarist fashion, at all events while the masses remained passive. It was consequently not very effective, though there was a world of difference between ridiculous efforts like Mazzini's attempted invasion of Savoy and the serious and continued attempts by the Polish Democrats to maintain or revive partisan warfare in their country after the defeat of 1831. But the very determination of the radicals to take power without or against the established forces introduced yet another split in their ranks. Were they or were they not prepared to do so at the price of social revolution? 4. The question was inflammatory everywhere except in the USA, where nobody could any longer take or refrain from the decision to mobilize the common people in politics, because Jacksonian democracy had already done so. But, in spite of the appearance of a workingmen's party in the USA in 1828-9, social revolution of the European kind was not a serious issue in that vast and rapidly expanding country, though sectional discontents were. Nor was it inflammatory in Latin America, where nobody in politics, except perhaps in Mexico, dreamed of mobilizing the Indians, i.e. peasants or rural laborers, the Negro slaves, or even the mixed breeds, i.e. small farmers, craftsmen and urban poor, for any purpose whatever. But in Western Europe, where social revolution by the urban poor was a real possibility, and in the large European zone of agrarian revolution, the question whether or not to appeal to the masses was urgent and unavoidable. The growing disaffection of the poor, especially the urban poor in Western Europe, was visible everywhere. Even in Imperial Vienna it was reflected in that faithful mirror of plebeian and petty bourgeois attitudes, the popular suburban theatre. In the Napoleonic period its plays had combined Gemütlichkeit with a naive Habsburg loyalty. Its greatest writer in the 1820s, Ferdinand Raymond, filled the stage with fairy tales, sadness, and nostalgia for the lost innocence of the simple, traditional, uncapitalist community. But from 1835 it was dominated by a star, Johann Nestroy, who was primarily a social and political satirist, a bitter and dialectical wit, a destroyer who, characteristically, became an enthusiastic revolutionary in 1848. Even German emigrants, passing through Le Havre, gave as their reason for going to the USA, which in the 1830s began to be the poor European's dream country, that there's no king there. 6. Urban discontent was universal in the West. A proletarian and socialist movement was chiefly visible in the countries of the dual revolution, Britain and France. Cf. also Chapter 11. In Britain it emerged round 1830 and took the extremely mature form of a mass movement of the labouring poor, which regarded the Whigs and Liberals as its probable betrayers and the capitalists as its certain enemies. The vast movement for the People's Charter, which reached its peak in 1839-42 but retained great influence until after 1848, was its most formidable achievement. British socialism or cooperation was very much weaker. It began impressively in 1829-34 by recruiting perhaps the bulk of working-class militants to its doctrines, which had been propagated, mainly among artisans and skilled workers, since the early 1820s, and by ambitious attempts to set up national general unions of the working class which, under Owenite influence, even made attempts to establish a general cooperative economy bypassing the capitalist. Disappointment after the Reform Act of 1832 caused the bulk of the labor movement to look towards these Owenites, cooperators, primitive revolutionary syndicalists, etc., for leadership, but their failure to develop an effective political strategy and leadership, and systematic offensives by employers and government, destroyed the movement in 1834-6. This failure reduced the socialists to propagandist and educational groups standing somewhat outside the mainstream of labor agitation, or to pioneers of the more modest consumers' cooperation, in the form of the cooperative shop, pioneered in Rochdale, Lancashire, from 1844. Hence the paradox that the peak of the revolutionary mass movement of the British labouring poor, Chartism, was ideologically somewhat less advanced, though politically more mature, than the movement of 1829–34. But his did not save it from defeat through the political incapacity of its leaders, local and sectional differences, and an inability for concerted national action other than the preparation of monster petitions. In France no comparable mass movement of the industrial labouring poor existed. The militants of the French working class movement in 1830–48 were in the main old-fashioned urban craftsmen and journeymen, mostly in the skilled trades, and centers of traditional domestic and putting-out industry such as the Lyons silk trade. The arch-revolutionary knaps of Lyons were not even wage workers but a form of small masters. Moreover, the various brands of the new utopian socialism, the followers of Saint-Simon, Fourier, Cabet and the rest, were uninterested in political agitation, though in fact their little conventicles and groups, notably the Fourierists, were to act as nuclei of working-class leadership and mobilizers of mass action at the outset of the 1848 revolution. On the other hand, France possessed the powerful and politically highly developed tradition of left-wing Jacobinism and Bobovism, a crucial part of which after 1830 became communist. Its most formidable leader was Auguste Blanqui, 1805–1881, a pupil of Buonarroti. In terms of social analysis and theory, Blanquism had little to contribute to socialism except the assertion of its necessity, and the decisive observation that the proletariat of exploited wage workers was to be its architect and the middle class, no longer the upper, its main enemy. In terms of political strategy and organization, it adapted the traditional organ of revolutionism, the secret conspiratorial brotherhood, to proletarian conditions, incidentally stripping it of much of its restoration ritualism and fancy dress and the traditional method of Jacobin revolution, insurrection, and centralized popular dictatorship to the cause of the workers. From the Blanquists, who in turn derived it from Saint-Just, Babeuf, and Buonarroti, the modern socialist revolutionary movement acquired the conviction that its object must be the seizure of political power, followed by the dictatorship of the proletariat. The term is of Blanquist coinage. The weakness of Blanquism was in part that of the French working class. In the absence of a large mass movement, it remained, like its Carbonarist predecessors, an elite which planned its insurrections somewhat in the void, and therefore often failed, as in the attempted rising of 1839. Working class or urban revolution and socialism therefore appeared very real dangers in Western Europe, though in fact in the most industrialized countries like Britain and Belgium, government and employing classes regarded them with relative and justified placidity. There is no evidence that the British government was seriously troubled by the threat to public order of the huge, but divided, ill-organized, and abysmally led Chartists. 7 On the other hand, the rural population offered little to encourage the revolutionaries or frighten the rulers. In Britain the government had a moment's panic when a wave of rioting and machine breaking rapidly propagated itself among the starving farm labourers of southern and eastern England at the end of 1830. The influence of the French Revolution of July 1830 was detected in this spontaneous, widespread, but rapidly subsiding last labourers' revolt, which was punished with far greater savagery than the Chartist agitations, as was perhaps to be expected in view of the much tenser political situation during the Reform Bill period. However, agrarian unrest soon relapsed into politically less frightening forms. In the rest of the economically advanced areas, except to some extent in Western Germany, no serious agrarian revolutionism was expected or envisaged, and the entirely urban outlook of most revolutionaries held little attraction for the peasantry. In all Western Europe, leaving aside the Iberian Peninsula, only Ireland contained a large and endemic movement of agrarian revolution, organized in secret and widespread terrorist societies such as the Ribbonmen and Wittibois. But socially and politically Ireland belonged to a different world from its neighbor. The issue of social revolution therefore split the middle-class radicals, i.e. those groups of discontented businessmen, intellectuals, and others who still found themselves in opposition to the moderate liberal governments of 1830. In Britain it divided the middle-class radicals into those who were prepared to support Chartism, or to make common cause with it, as in Birmingham or in the Quaker Joseph Sturge's Complete Suffrage Union, and those who insisted, like the Manchester Anti-Corn Law Leaguers, in fighting both aristocracy and Chartism. The intransigents prevailed, confident in the greater homogeneity of their class consciousness, in their money, which they spent in vast quantities, and in the effectiveness of the propagandist and advertising organization which they set up. In France the weakness of the official opposition to Louis Philippe and the initiative of the revolutionary Paris masses swung the decision the other way. "So we have become Republicans again," wrote the radical poet Béranger after the February Revolution of 1848. "Perhaps it has been a little too soon and a little too fast. I should have preferred a more cautious procedure, but we have chosen neither the hour, nor marshaled the forces, nor determined the route of the march. 9 The break of the middle-class radicals with the extreme left here was to occur only after the revolution. For the discontented petty bourgeoisie of independent artisans, shopkeepers, farmers, and the like who, together with a mass of skilled workers, probably formed the main core of radicalism in Western Europe, the problem was less taxing. As little men they sympathized with the poor against the rich, as men of small property with the rich against the poor. But the division of their sympathies led them into hesitation and doubt rather than into a major change of political allegiance. When it came to the point they were, however feebly, Jacobins, Republicans and Democrats. A hesitant component of all popular fronts, they were nevertheless an invariable component, until potential expropriators were actually in power. V. In the rest of revolutionary Europe, where the discontented lesser country gentry and the intellectuals formed the core of radicalism, the problem was far more serious. For the masses were the peasantry, often a peasantry belonging to a different nation from its landlords and townsmen, Slavonic and Romanian in Hungary, Ukrainian in eastern Poland, Slavonic in parts of Austria. And the poorest and least efficient landlords, who could least afford to abandon the status which gave them their income, were often the most radically nationalist. Admittedly, while the bulk of the peasantry remained sunk in ignorance and political passivity, the question of its support for the revolution was less immediate than it might have been, but not less burning. And in the 1840s even this passivity could no longer be taken for granted. The serf rising in Galicia in 1846 was the greatest jacquerie since the days of the French Revolution of 1789. Burning as the question was, it was also to some extent rhetorical. Economically, the modernization of backward areas, such as those of Eastern Europe, demanded agrarian reform, or at the very least the abolition of serfdom which still persisted in the Austrian, Russian, and Turkish empires. Politically, once the peasantry reached the threshold of activity, nothing was more certain than that something would have to be done to meet its demands, at any rate in countries where revolutionaries fought against foreign rule. For if they did not attract the peasants to their side, the reactionaries would. Legitimate kings, emperors, and churches in any case held the tactical advantage that traditionalist peasants trusted them more than lords and were still in principle prepared to expect justice from them. And monarchs were perfectly prepared to play peasants against gentry, if necessary. The Bourbons of Naples had done so without hesitation against the Neapolitan Jacobins in 1799. Long live Radetzky, the Lombard peasants were to shout in 1848, cheering the Austrian general who overthrew the nationalist rising. Death to the Lords. 10 The question before the radicals in underdeveloped countries was not whether to seek alliance with the peasantry, but whether they would succeed in obtaining it. The radicals in such countries therefore fell into two groups, the Democrats and the extreme left. The former, represented in Poland by the Polish Democratic Society, in Hungary by Kossuth's followers, in Italy by the Mazzinians, recognized the need to attract the peasantry to the revolutionary cause, where necessary by the abolition of serfdom and the grant of property rights to small cultivators, but hoped for some sort of peaceful coexistence between a nobility voluntarily renouncing its feudal rights not without compensation and a national peasantry. However, where the wind of peasant rebellion had not reached gale force or the fear of its exploitation by princes was not great, as in much of Italy, the Democrats in practice neglected to provide themselves with a concrete agrarian, or indeed with any social program, preferring to preach the generalities of political democracy and national liberation. The extreme left frankly conceived of the revolutionary struggle as one of the masses against both foreign rulers and domestic exploiters. Anticipating the national social revolutionaries of our century, they doubted the capacity of the nobility and of the weak middle class, with its frequent vested interest in imperial rule, to lead the new nation into independence and modernization. Their own program was thus powerfully influenced by the nascent socialism of the West, though, unlike most pre-Marxist utopian socialists, they were political revolutionaries as well as social critics. The short-lived Republic of Krakow in 1846 thus abolished all peasant burdens and promised its urban poor national workshops. The most advanced of the South Italian Carbonari adopted the Bobovist-Blanquist platform. Except perhaps in Poland, this current of thought was relatively weak, and its influence was further diminished by the failure of movements substantially composed of schoolboys, students, déclassés intellectuals of gentry or plebeian origins and a few idealists to mobilize the peasantry which they so earnestly sought to recruit. Vi. The radicals of underdeveloped Europe therefore never effectively solved their problem, partly through the reluctance of their supporters to make adequate or timely concessions to the peasantry, partly through the political immaturity of the peasants. In Italy, the revolutions of 1848 were conducted substantially over the heads of an inactive rural population. In Poland, where the rising of 1846 had rapidly developed into a peasant rebellion against the Polish gentry, encouraged by the Austrian government, no revolution took place at all in 1848, except in Prussian Poznania. Even in the most advanced of revolutionary nations, Hungary, the qualifications of a gentry-operated land reform was to make it impossible fully to mobilize the peasantry for the war of national liberation. And over most of Eastern Europe, the Slav peasants in imperial soldiers' uniforms were the effective suppressors of German and Magyar revolutionaries. 6. Nevertheless, though now divided by differences in local conditions, by nationality, and by class, the revolutionary movements of 1830–48 maintained a good deal in common. In the first place, as we have seen, they remained to a great extent minority organizations of middle-class and intellectual conspirators, often in exile, or confined to the relatively small world of the literate. When revolutions broke out, of course, the common people came into its own. Of the 350 dead in the Milan insurrection of 1848, only a dozen or so were students, clerks or from landowning families. 74 were women and children and the rest artisans or workmen. 11. In the second place, they retained a common pattern of political procedure, strategic and tactical ideas, etc. derived from the experience and heritage of the revolution of 1789, and a strong sense of international unity. The first factor is easily explicable. A long-established tradition of mass agitation and organization as part of normal, and not immediately pre- or post-revolutionary, social life hardly existed except in the USA and Britain, or perhaps Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia, nor were the conditions for it present outside Britain and the USA. For a newspaper to have a weekly circulation of over 60,000 and a much vaster number of readers, like the Chartist Northern Star in April 1839,12 was altogether unthinkable elsewhere. 5,000 seems to have been a more common circulation for newspapers, though semi-official ones or from the 1830s entertainment journals could probably exceed 20,000 in a country like France. 13 Even in constitutional countries like Belgium and France, the legal agitation of the extreme left was only intermittently allowed, and its organizations were often illegal. Consequently, while a simulacrum of democratic politics existed among the restricted classes who formed the pays legal, some of which had its repercussions among the unprivileged, the fundamental devices of mass politics, public campaigns to put pressure on governments, mass organizations, petitions, itinerant oratory addressed to the common people and the like were only rarely possible. Outside Britain, nobody would have seriously thought of achieving universal parliamentary franchise by a mass campaign of signatures and public demonstrations, or to abolish an unpopular law by a mass advertising and pressure campaign, as Chartism and the Anti-Corn Law League tried respectively to do. Major constitutional changes mean a break with legality, and so a fortiori did major social changes. Illegal organizations are naturally smaller than legal ones, and their social composition is far from representative. Admittedly, the evolution of general Carbonarist secret societies into proletarian revolutionary ones, such as the Blanquist, brought about a relative decline in their middle class and a rise in their working class membership, i.e. in the number of craftsmen and skilled journeymen. The Blanquist organizations of the later 1830s and 1840s were said to be strongly lower class. 14 So was the German League of the Outlaws, which in turn became the League of the Just and the Communist League of Marx and Engels, whose backbone consisted of expatriate German journeymen. But this was a rather exceptional case. The bulk of the conspirators consisted, as before, of men from the professional classes or the lesser gentry, students and schoolboys, journalists and the like, though perhaps with a smaller component, outside the Iberian countries, of young officers than in the Carbonarist heyday. Moreover, up to a point the entire European and American left continued to fight the same enemies, to share common aspirations and a common program. We renounce, repudiate, and condemn all hereditary inequalities and distinctions of caste, wrote the Fraternal Democrats, composed of natives of Great Britain, France, Germany, Scandinavia, Poland, Italy, Switzerland, Hungary, and other countries, in their Declaration of Principles. Consequently, we regard kings, aristocracies, and classes monopolizing privileges in virtue of their possession of property, as usurpers. Governments elected by and responsible to the entire people is our political creed. 15 What radical or revolutionary would have disagreed with them? If bourgeois, he would favor a state in which property, while not enjoying political privilege as such, as in the constitutions of 1832 which made the vote dependent on a property qualification, would have economic elbow room, if socialist or communist, that it must be socialized. No doubt the point would be reached in Britain it already had by the time of Chartism, when the former allies against king, aristocracy, and privilege would turn against each other, and the fundamental conflict would be that between bourgeois and workers. But before 1848, that point had not yet been reached anywhere else. Only the grande bourgeoisie of a few countries was as yet officially in the government camp. Even the most conscious proletarian communists still saw themselves and acted as the extreme left wing of the general radical and democratic movement, and normally regarded the achievement of the bourgeois democratic republic as the indispensable preliminary for the further advance of socialism. Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto is a declaration of future war against the bourgeoisie, but at least for Germany of present alliance. The most advanced German middle class, the Rhineland industrialists, not merely asked Marx to edit their radical organ the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung in 1848, he accepted and edited it not simply as a communist organ, but as the spokesman and leader of German radicalism. More than a merely common outlook, the European left shared a common picture of what the revolution would be like, derived from 1789 with touches of 1830. There would be a crisis in the political affairs of the state, leading to insurrection. The Carbonarist idea of an elite putsch or rising organized without reference to the general political or economic climate was increasingly discredited, except in Iberian countries, notably by the abject failure of various attempts of the kind in Italy, e.g. in 1833–4, 1841, 5, and of putches such as that attempted by Napoleon's nephew Louis Napoleon in 1836. Barricades would go up in the capital, the revolutionaries would make for the palace, parliament, or, among extremists who recalled 1792, the city hall, hoist whichever tricolor was theirs and proclaim the republic and a provisional government. The country would then accept the new regime. The decisive importance of the capitals was universally accepted, though it was not until after 1848 that governments began to replan them in order to facilitate the operation of troops against revolutionaries. A national guard of armed citizens would be organized, democratic elections for a constituent assembly would be held, the provisional government would become a definitive government and the new constitution would come into force. The new regime would then give brotherly aid to the other revolutions which, almost certainly, would have also occurred. What happened thereafter belonged to the post-revolutionary era, for which the events of France in 1792-9 also provided fairly concrete models of what to do and what to avoid. The minds of the most Jacobin among the revolutionaries would naturally turn readily to the problems of safeguarding the revolution against overthrow by foreign or domestic counter-revolutionaries. On the whole, it can also be said that the more left-wing the politician, the more he was likely to favor the Jacobin principle of centralization and a strong executive against the Girondin principles of federalism, decentralization, or the division of powers. This common outlook was strongly reinforced by the strong tradition of internationalism, which survived even among those separatist nationalists who refused to accept the automatic leadership of any country, i.e. of France, or rather Paris. The cause of all nations was the same, even without considering the obvious fact that the liberation of most European ones appeared to imply the defeat of Tsarism. National prejudices, which had, as the fraternal democrats held, been, in all ages, taken advantage of by the people's oppressors, would disappear in the world of fraternity. Attempts to set up international revolutionary bodies never ceased, from Mazzini's Young Europe designed as a counter to the old Carbonarist Masonic internationals to the Democratic Association for the Unification of All Countries of 1847. Among the nationalist movements such internationalism tended to decline in importance, as countries won their independence and the relations between peoples proved to be less fraternal than had been supposed. Among the social revolutionary ones, increasingly accepting the proletarian orientation, it grew in strength. The International, as an organization and as a song, was to become an integral part of socialist movements later in the century. One accidental factor which reinforced the internationalism of 1830-48 was exile. Most political militants of the continental left were expatriates for some time, many for decades, congregating in the relatively few zones of refuge or asylum, France, Switzerland, to a lesser extent Britain and Belgium. The Americas were too far for temporary political emigration, though they attracted some. The largest contingent of such exiles was that of the great Polish emigration of between 5,000 and 6,000, driven from their country by the defeat of 1831, the next largest the Italian and German, both reinforced by the important non-political émigré or locally settled communities of their nationalities in other countries. By the 1840s a small colony of Russian intellectuals of wealth had also absorbed Western revolutionary ideas on study tours abroad or sought an atmosphere more congenial than that of Nicholas I's combination of the dungeon and the drill square. Students and wealthy residents from small or backward countries were also to be found in the two cities which formed the cultural sons of Eastern Europe, Latin America, and the Levant, Paris and, a long way after, Vienna. In the centers of refuge the émigrés organized, argued, quarreled, frequented and denounced one another, and planned the liberation of their countries, or in the meantime that of other countries. The Poles and to a lesser extent the Italians, Garibaldi in exile fought for the liberty of various Latin American countries, became in effect international corps of revolutionary militants. No rising or war of liberation anywhere in Europe between 1831 and 1871 was to be complete without its contingent of Polish military experts or fighters, not even, it has been held, the only armed rising in Britain during the Chartist period, in 1839. However, they were not the only ones. A fairly typical expatriate liberator of peoples, Harro Herring of, as he claimed, Denmark, successively fought for Greece, in 1821, for Poland, in 1831, as member of Mazzini's Young Germany, Young Italy, and the somewhat more shadowy Young Scandinavia, across the oceans in the struggle for a projected United States of Latin America and in New York, before returning for the 1848 revolution, meanwhile publishing works with such titles as The Peoples, Drops of Blood, Words of a Man and Poetry of a Scandinavian. 7. A common fate and a common ideal bound these expatriates and travelers together. Most of them faced the same problems of poverty and police surveillance, of illegal correspondence, espionage, and the ubiquitous agent provocateur. Like fascism in the 1930s, absolutism in the 1830s and 1840s bound its common enemies together. Then, as a century later, communism, which purported to explain and provide solutions for the social crisis of the world, attracted the militant and the mere intellectually curious to its capital Paris, thus adding a serious attraction to the lighter charms of the city. If it were not for the French women, life would not be worth living. Mais tant chulia de grisets, va. 17. In these centers of refuge the émigrés formed that provisional, but so often permanent community of exile while they planned the liberation of mankind. They did not always like or approve of each other, but they knew each other, and that their fate was the same. Together they prepared for and awaited the European Revolution, which came and failed in 1848. Chapter 7. Nationalism. Every people has its special mission, which will cooperate towards the fulfillment of the general mission of humanity. That mission constitutes its nationality. Nationality is sacred. Act of Brotherhood of Young Europe, 1834. The day will come, when sublime Germania shall stand on the bronze pedestal of liberty and justice, bearing in one hand the torch of enlightenment, which shall throw the beam of civilization into the remotest corners of the earth, and in the other the arbiter's balance. The people will beg her to settle their disputes, those very people who now show us that might is right, and kick us with the jackboot of scornful contempt. From Siebenpfeffer's speech at the Hambake Festival, 1832. After 1830, as we have seen, the general movement in favor of revolution split. One product of this split deserves special attention: the self-consciously nationalist movements. The movements which best symbolize this development are the youth movements founded or inspired by Giuseppe Mazzini shortly after the 1830 revolution: Young Italy, Young Poland, Young Switzerland, Young Germany, and Young France, 1831-6, and the analogous Young Ireland of the 1840s, the ancestor of the only lasting and successful revolutionary organization on the model of the early 19th century conspiratory brotherhoods, the Fenians or Irish Republican Brotherhood, better known through its executive arm of the Irish Republican Army. In themselves these movements were of no great importance; the mere presence of Mazzini would have been enough to ensure their total ineffectiveness. Symbolically they are of extreme importance, as is indicated by the adoption in subsequent nationalist movements of such labels as Young Czechs or Young Turks. They mark the disintegration of the European revolutionary movement into national segments. Doubtless each of these segments had much the same political program, strategy, and tactics as the others, and even much the same flag, almost invariably a tricolor of some kind. Its members saw no contradiction between their own demands and those of other nations, and indeed envisaged a brotherhood of all, simultaneously liberating themselves. On the other hand, each now tended to justify its primary concern with its own nation by adopting the role of a messiah for all. Through Italy, according to Mazzini, through Poland, according to Mickiewicz, the suffering peoples of the world were to be led to freedom, an attitude readily adaptable to conservative or indeed imperialist policies, as witness the Russian Slavophiles with their championship of Holy Russia, the Third Rome, and the Germans who were subsequently to tell the world at some length that it would be healed by the German spirit. Admittedly, this ambiguity of nationalism went back to the French Revolution. But in those days there had been only one great and revolutionary nation, and it made sense, as indeed it still did, to regard it as the headquarters of all revolutions, and the necessary prime mover in the liberation of the world. To look to Paris was rational; to look to a vague Italy, Poland, or Germany, represented in practice by a handful of conspirators and émigrés, made sense only for Italians, Poles, and Germans. If the new nationalism had been confined only to the membership of the national revolutionary brotherhoods, it would not be worth much more attention. However, it also reflected much more powerful forces, which were emerging into political consciousness in the 1830s as the result of the double revolution. The most immediately powerful of these were the discontent of the lesser landowners or gentry and the emergence of a national middle and even lower middle class in numerous countries, the spokesmen for both being largely professional intellectuals. The revolutionary role of the lesser gentry is perhaps best illustrated in Poland and Hungary. There, on the whole, the large landed magnates had long found it possible and desirable to make terms with absolutism and foreign rule. The Hungarian magnates were in general Catholic and had long been accepted as pillars of Viennese court society. Very few of them were to join the revolution of 1848. The memory of the old Rzeczpospolita made even Polish magnates nationally minded, but the most influential of their quasi-national parties, the Czartoryski connection, now operating from the luxurious emigration of the Hotel Lambert in Paris, had always favored the alliance with Russia and continued to prefer diplomacy to revolt. Economically they were wealthy enough to afford what they needed, short of really titanic dissipation, and even to invest enough in the improvement of their estates to benefit from the economic expansion of the age, if they chose to. Count Zechariah, one of the few moderate liberals from this class and a champion of economic improvement, gave a year's income for the new Hungarian Academy of Sciences some 60,000 florins. There is no evidence that his standard of life suffered from such disinterested generosity. On the other hand, the numerous gentlemen who had little but their birth to distinguish them from other impoverished farmers, 1 in 8 of the Hungarian population claimed gentlemanly status, had neither the money to make their holdings profitable nor the inclination to compete with Germans and Jews for middle-class wealth. If they could not live decently on their rents, and a degenerate age deprived them of a soldier's chances, then they might, if not too ignorant, consider the law, administration, or some intellectual position, but no bourgeois activity. Such gentlemen had long been the stronghold of opposition to absolutism, foreigners, and magnate rule in their respective countries, sheltering, as in Hungary, behind the dual buttress of Calvinism and county organization. It was natural that their opposition, discontent, and aspiration for more jobs for local gentlemen should now fuse with nationalism. The national business classes which emerged in this period were, paradoxically, a rather less nationalist element. Admittedly, in disunited Germany and Italy the advantages of a large unified national market made sense. The author of Deutschland über alles apostrophized. Ham and scissors, boots and garters. Wool and soap and yarn and beer 1. Because they had achieved, what the spirit of nationality had been unable to, a genuine sense of national unity through customs union. However, there is little evidence that, say, the shippers of Genoa, who were later to provide much of the financial backing for Garibaldi, preferred the possibilities of a national Italian market to the larger prosperity of trading all over the Mediterranean. And in the large multinational empires the industrial or trading nuclei which grew up in particular provinces might grumble about discrimination, but at bottom clearly preferred the great markets open to them now to the little ones of future national independence. The Polish industrialists, with all Russia at their feet, took little part as yet in Polish nationalism. When Palaki claimed on behalf of the Czechs that if Austria did not exist, it would have to be invented, he was not merely calling on the monarchy's support against the Germans, but also expressing the sound economic reasoning of the economically most advanced sector of a large and otherwise backward empire. Business interests were sometimes at the head of nationalism, as in Belgium, where a strong pioneer industrial community regarded itself, with doubtful reason, as disadvantaged under the rule of the powerful Dutch merchant community, to which it had been hitched in 1815. But this was an exceptional case. The great proponents of middle-class nationalism at this stage were the lower and middle professional, administrative, and intellectual strata, in other words the educated classes. These are not, of course, distinct from the business classes, especially in backward countries where estate administrators, notaries, lawyers, and the like are among the key accumulators of rural wealth. To be precise, the advance guard of middle-class nationalism fought its battle along the line which marked the educational progress of large numbers of new men into areas hitherto occupied by a small elite. The progress of schools and universities measures that of nationalism, just as schools and especially universities became its most conscious champions. The conflict of Germany and Denmark over Schleswig-Holstein in 1848 and again in 1864 was anticipated by the conflict of the universities of Kiel and Copenhagen on this issue in the middle 1840s. That progress was striking, though the total number of the educated remained small. The number of pupils in the French state lycées doubled between 1809 and 1842, and increased with particular rapidity under the July monarchy, but even so in 1842 it was only just under 19,000. The total of all children receiving secondary education too then was about 70,000. Russia, around 1,850, had some 20,000 secondary pupils out of a total population of 68 millions. 3 The number of university students was naturally even smaller, though it was rising. It is difficult to realize that the Prussian academic youth which was so stirred by the idea of liberation after 1806 consisted in 1805 of not much more than 1,500 young men all told, that the Polytechnique, the bane of the post-1815 Bourbons, trained a total of 1,581 young men in the entire period from 1815 to 1830, i.e. an annual intake of about 100. The revolutionary prominence of the students in the 1848 period makes us forget that in the whole continent of Europe, including the unrevolutionary British Isles, there were probably not more than 40,000 university students in all. 4 Still their numbers rose. In Russia it rose from 1,700 in 1825 to 4,600 in 1848. And even if they did not, the transformation of society and the universities, cf. Chapter 15, gave them a new consciousness of themselves as a social group. Nobody remembers that in 1789 there were something like 6,000 students in the University of Paris, because they played no independent part in the revolution. 5 But by 1830 nobody could possibly overlook such a number of young academics. Small elites can operate in foreign languages. Once the cadre of the educated becomes large enough, the national language imposes itself, as witness the struggle for linguistic recognition in the Indian states since the 1940s. Hence the moment when textbooks or newspapers in the national language are first written, or when that language is first used for some official purpose, measures a crucial step in national evolution. The 1830s saw this step taken over large areas of Europe. Thus the first major Czech works on astronomy, chemistry, anthropology, mineralogy, and botany were written or completed in this decade, and so, in Romania, were the first school textbooks substituting Romanian for the previously current Greek. Hungarian was adopted instead of Latin as the official language of the Hungarian Diet in 1840, though Budapest University, controlled from Vienna, did not abandon Latin lectures until 1844. However, the struggle for the use of Hungarian as an official language had gone on intermittently since 1790. In Zagreb Guy published his Croatian Gazette, later, Lyrian National Gazette, from 1835 in the first literary version of what had hitherto been merely a complex of dialects. In countries which had long possessed an official national language, the change cannot be so easily measured, though it is interesting that after 1830 the number of German books published in Germany, as against Latin and French titles, for the first time consistently exceeded 90%, or the number of French ones after 1820 fell below 4%. 6 More generally, the expansion of publishing gives us a comparable indication. Thus in Germany the number of books published remained much the same in 1821 as in 1800, about 4,000 titles a year, but by 1841 it had risen to 12,000 titles. 7. Of course the great mass of Europeans, and of non-Europeans, remained uneducated. Indeed, with the exception of the Germans, the Dutch, Scandinavians, Swiss and the citizens of the USA, no people can in 1840 be described as literate. Several can be described as totally illiterate, like the Southern Slavs, who had less than 0.5% literacy in 1827, even much later only 1% of Dalmatian recruits to the Austrian army could read and write, or the Russians who had 2%, 1,840, and a great many as almost illiterate, like the Spaniards, the Portuguese, who appear to have had barely 8,000 children in all at school after the Peninsular War, and, except for the Lombards and Piedmontese, the Italians. Even Britain, France, and Belgium were 40 to 50% illiterate in the 1840s. 8 Illiteracy is no bar to political consciousness, but there is, in fact, no evidence that nationalism of the modern kind was a powerful mass force except in countries already transformed by the dual revolution, in France, in Britain, in the USA, and because it was an economic and political dependency of Britain in Ireland. To equate nationalism with the literate class is not to claim that the mass of, say, Russians, did not consider themselves Russian when confronted with somebody or something that was not. However, for the masses in general the test of nationality was still religion. The Spaniard was defined by being Catholic, the Russian by being Orthodox. However, though such confrontations were becoming rather more frequent, they were still rare, and certain kinds of national feelings such as the Italian, were as yet wholly alien to the great mass of the people, which did not even speak the national literary language but mutually almost incomprehensible patois. Even in Germany patriotic mythology has greatly exaggerated the degree of national feeling against Napoleon. France was extremely popular in Western Germany, especially among soldiers, whom it employed freely. 9 Populations attached to the Pope or the Emperor might express resentment against their enemies, who happened to be the French, but this hardly implied any feelings of national consciousness, let alone any desire for a national state. Moreover, the very fact that nationalism was represented by middle class and gentry was enough to make the poor man suspicious. The Polish radical democratic revolutionaries tried earnestly, as did the more advanced of the South Italian Carbonari and other conspirators, to mobilize the peasantry even to the point of offering agrarian reform. Their failure was almost total. The Galician peasants in 1846 opposed the Polish revolutionaries even though these actually proclaimed the abolition of serfdom, preferring to massacre gentlemen and trust to the emperor's officials. The uprooting of peoples, which is perhaps the most important single phenomenon of the 19th century, was to break down this deep, age-old, and localized traditionalism. Yet over most of the world up to the 1820s hardly anybody as yet migrated or emigrated, except under the compulsion of armies and hunger, or in the traditionally migratory groups such as the peasants from central France who did seasonal building jobs in the north, or the traveling German artisans. Uprooting still meant, not the mild form of homesickness which was to become the characteristic psychological disease of the 19th century, reflected in innumerable sentimental popular songs, but the acute, killing mal de pays or mal de coeur which had first been clinically described by doctors among the old Swiss mercenaries in foreign lands. The conscription of the Revolutionary Wars revealed it, notably among the Bretons. The pull of the remote northern forests was so strong, that it could lead an Estonian servant girl to leave her excellent employers the Kujelgens in Saxony, where she was free, and return home to serfdom. Migration and emigration, of which the migration to the USA is the most convenient index, increased notably from the 1820s, though it did not reach anything like major proportions until the 1840s, when 1.75 million crossed the North Atlantic, a little less than 3 times the figure for the 1830s. Even so, the only major migratory nation outside the British Isles was as yet the German, long used to sending its sons as peasant settlers to Eastern Europe and America, as traveling artisans across the continent and as mercenaries everywhere. We can in fact speak of only one Western national movement organized in a coherent form before 1848 which was genuinely based on the masses, and even this enjoyed the immense advantage of identification with the strongest carrier of tradition, the Church. This was the Irish Repeal movement under Daniel O'Connell, 1785 to 1847, a golden-voiced lawyer demagogue of peasant stock, the first and up to 1848 the only one of those charismatic popular leaders who marked the awakening of political consciousness in hitherto backward masses. The only comparable figures before 1848 were Feargus O'Connor, 1794–1855, another Irishman, who symbolized Chartism in Britain, and perhaps Lewis Kossuth, 1802–1894, who may have acquired something of his subsequent mass prestige before the 1848 revolution, though in fact his reputation in the 1840s was made as a champion of the gentry, and his later canonization by nationalist historians makes it difficult to see his early career at all clearly. O'Connell's Catholic Association, which won its mass support and the not wholly justified confidence of the clergy in the successful struggle for Catholic emancipation, 1829, was in no sense tied to the gentry, who were in any case Protestant and Anglo-Irish. It was a movement of peasants, and such elements of a native Irish lower middle class as existed in that pauperized island. The Liberator was born into leadership by successive waves of a mass movement of agrarian revolt, the chief motive force of Irish politics throughout that appalling century. This was organized in secret terrorist societies which themselves helped to break down the parochialism of Irish life. However, his aim was neither revolution or national independence, but a moderate middle-class Irish autonomy by agreement or negotiation with the British Whigs. He was, in fact, not a nationalist and still less a peasant revolutionary but a moderate middle-class autonomist. Indeed, the chief criticism which has been not unjustifiably raised against him by later Irish nationalists, much as the more radical Indian nationalists have criticized Gandhi, who occupied an analogous position in his country's history, was that he could have raised all Ireland against the British, and deliberately refused to do so. But this does not alter the fact that the movement he led was genuinely supported by the mass of the Irish nation. 2. Outside the zone of the modern bourgeois world there were, however, movements of popular revolt against alien rule, i.e. normally understood as meaning rule by a different religion rather than a different nationality, which sometimes appear to anticipate later national movements. Such were the rebellions against the Turkish Empire, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and the fight against the encroaching British Raj in and on the confines of India. It is unwise to read too much modern nationalism into these, though in backward areas populated by armed and combative peasants and herdsmen, organized in clan groups and inspired by tribal chieftains, bandit heroes and prophets, resistance to the foreign, or better, the unbelieving, ruler could take the form of veritable people's wars quite unlike the elite nationalist movements in less Homeric countries. In fact, however, the resistance of Marathas, a feudal military Hindu group, and Sikhs, a militant religious sect, to the British in 1803–18 and 1845–49 respectively have little connection with subsequent Indian nationalism and produced none of their own. To the Caucasian tribes, savage, heroic and feud-ridden, found in the Puritan Islamic sect of Muridism a temporary bond of unity against the invading Russians, and in Shamil, 1797–1871, a leader of major stature, but there is not to this day a Caucasian nation, but merely a congeries of small mountain peoples in small Soviet republics. The Georgians and Armenians, who have formed nations in the modern sense, were not involved in the Shamil movement. The Bedouin, swept by Puritan religious sects like the Wahhabi in Arabia and the Senussi in what is today Libya, fought for the simple faith of Allah and the simple life of the herdsman and raider against the corruption of taxes, pashas, and cities. But what we now know as Arab nationalism, a product of the 20th century, has come out of the cities, not the nomadic encampments. Even the rebellions against the Turks in the Balkans, especially among the rarely subdued mountain peoples of the south and west, should not be too readily interpreted in modern nationalist terms, though the bards and braves of several the two were often the same, as among the poet-warrior bishops of Montenegro recalled the glories of quasi-national heroes like the Albanian Skanderbeg and the tragedies like the Serbian defeat at Kosovo in the remote battles against the Turks. Nothing was more natural than to revolt, where necessary or desirable, against a local administration or a weakening Turkish empire. However, little but a common economic backwardness united what we now know as the Yugoslavs, even those in the Turkish Empire, and the very concept of Yugoslavia was the product of intellectuals in Austro-Hungary rather than of those who actually fought for liberty. 3 The Orthodox Montenegrins, never subdued, fought the Turks, but with equal zest they fought the unbelieving Catholic Albanians and the unbelieving, but solidly Slav, Muslim Bosnians. The Bosnians revolted against the Turks, whose religion many of them shared, with as much readiness as the Orthodox Serbs of the wooded Danube plain, and with more zest than the Orthodox Old Serbs of the Albanian frontier area. The first of the Balkan peoples to rise in the 19th century were the Serbs under a heroic pig dealer and brigand Black George, 1760 to 1817, but the initial phase of his rising, 1804 to 7, did not even claim to be against Turkish rule, but on the contrary for the Sultan against the abuses of the local rulers. There is little in the early history of mountain rebellion in the Western Balkans to suggest that the local Serbs, Albanians, Greeks, and others would not in the early 19th century have been satisfied with the sort of non-national autonomous principality which a powerful satrap, Ali Pasha the Lion of Janina, 1741 to 1822, for a time set up in Epirus. In one and only one case did the perennial fight of the sheep-herding clansmen and bandit heroes against any real government fuse with the ideas of middle-class nationalism and the French Revolution, in the Greek struggle for independence, 1821 to 30. Not unnaturally Greece therefore became the myth and inspiration of nationalists and liberals everywhere. For in Greece alone did an entire people rise against the oppressor in a manner which could be plausibly identified with the cause of the European left, and in turn the support of the European left, headed by the poet Byron who died there, was of very considerable help in the winning of Greek independence. Most Greeks were much like the other forgotten warrior peasantries and clans of the Balkan Peninsula. A part, however, formed an international merchant and administrative class also settled in colonies or minority communities throughout the Turkish Empire and beyond, and the language and higher ranks of the entire Orthodox Church, to which most Balkan peoples belonged, were Greek, headed by the Greek Patriarch of Constantinople. Greek civil servants, transmuted into vassal princes, governed the Danubian principalities, the present Romania. In a sense the entire educated and mercantile classes of the Balkans, the Black Sea area and the Levant, whatever their national origins, were Hellenized by the very nature of their activities. During the 18th century this Hellenization proceeded more powerfully than before, largely because of the marked economic expansion which also extended the range and contacts of the Greek diaspora. The new and thriving Black Sea grain trade took it into Italian, French, and British business centers and strengthened its links with Russia. The expansion of Balkan trade brought Greek or Greecized merchants into Central Europe. The first Greek-language newspapers were published in Vienna, 1784 to 1812. Periodic emigration and resettlement of peasant rebels further reinforced the exile communities. It was among this cosmopolitan diaspora that the ideas of the French Revolution, liberalism, nationalism, and the methods of political organization by Masonic secret societies took root. Regas, 1760–98, the leader of an early obscure and possibly pan-Balkanist revolutionary movement, spoke French and adapted the Marseillaise to Hellenic conditions. The Philike Hetaira, the secret patriotic society mainly responsible for the revolt of 1821, was founded in the great new Russian grain port of Odessa in 1814. Their nationalism was to some extent comparable to the elite movements of the West. Nothing else explains the project of raising a rebellion for Greek independence in the Danube principalities under the leadership of local Greek magnates, for the only people who could be described as Greeks in these miserable serflands were lords, bishops, merchants and intellectuals. Naturally enough that rising failed miserably, 1821. Fortunately, however, the Hetaira had also set out to enroll the anarchy of local brigand heroes, outlaws and clan chieftains in the Greek mountains, especially in the Peloponnese, and with considerably greater success at any rate after 1818 than the South Italian gentleman Carbonari, who attempted a similar proselytization of their local banditti. It is doubtful whether anything like modern nationalism meant much to these clefts, though many of them had their clerks. A respect for and interest in book learning was a surviving relic of ancient Hellenism, who composed manifestos in the Jacobin terminology. If they stood for anything, it was for the age-old ethos of a peninsula in which the role of man was to become a hero, and the outlaw who took to the mountains to resist any government and to right the peasants' wrongs was the universal political ideal. To the rebellions of men like Kolokotrones, brigand and cattle dealer, the nationalists of the Western type gave leadership and a pan-Hellenic rather than a purely local scale. In turn they got from them that unique and awe-inspiring thing, the mass rising of an armed people. The new Greek nationalism was enough to win independence, though the combination of middle-class leadership, kleptic disorganization and great power intervention produced one of those petty caricatures of the Western liberal ideal which were to become so familiar in areas like Latin America. But it also had the paradoxical result of narrowing Hellenism to Hellas, and thus creating or intensifying the latent nationalism of the other Balkan peoples. While being Greek had been little more than the professional requirement of the literate Orthodox Balkan Christian, Hellenization had made progress. Once it meant the political support for Hellas, it receded, even among the assimilated Balkan literate classes. In this sense, Greek independence was the essential preliminary condition for the evolution of the other Balkan nationalisms. Outside Europe it is difficult to speak of nationalism at all. The numerous Latin American republics which replaced the broken Spanish and Portuguese empires, to be accurate, Brazil became and remained an independent monarchy from 1810 to 1889, their frontiers often reflecting little more than the distribution of the estates of the grandees who had backed one rather than another of the local rebellions, began to acquire vested political interests and territorial aspirations. The original Pan-American ideal of Simon Bolívar, 1783 to 1830, of Venezuela and San Martin, 1778 to 1850, of the Argentine was impossible to realize, though it has persisted as a powerful revolutionary current throughout all the areas united by the Spanish language, just as Pan-Balkanism, the heir of Orthodox unity against Islam, persisted and may still persist today. The vast extent and variety of the continent, the existence of independent foci of rebellion in Mexico, which determined Central America, Venezuela, and Buenos Aires, and the special problem of the center of Spanish colonialism in Peru, which was liberated from without, imposed automatic fragmentation. But the Latin American revolutions were the work of small groups of patricians, soldiers, and Gallicized evolus, leaving the mass of the Catholic poor white population passive and the Indians indifferent or hostile. Only in Mexico was independence won by the initiative of a popular agrarian, i.e. Indian movement marching under the banner of the Virgin of Guadalupe, and Mexico has consequently ever since followed a different and politically more advanced road from the remainder of continental Latin America. However, even among the tiny layer of the politically decisive Latin Americans it would be anachronistic in our period to speak of anything more than the embryo of Colombian, Venezuelan, Ecuadorian, etc. national consciousness. Something like a proto-nationalism, however, existed in various countries of Eastern Europe, but paradoxically it took the direction of conservatism rather than national rebellion. The Slavs were oppressed everywhere, except in Russia and in a few wild Balkan strongholds, but in their immediate perspective the oppressors were, as we have seen, not the absolute monarchs, but the German or Magyar landlords and urban exploiters. Nor did the nationalism of these allow any place for Slav national existence. Even so radical a program as that of the German United States proposed by the Republicans and Democrats of Baden, in southwest Germany, envisaged the inclusion of an Illyrian, i.e. Croat and Slovene, republic with its capital in Italian Trieste, a Moravian one with its capital in Olomouc, and a Bohemian one led by Prague. 10 Hence the immediate hope of the Slav nationalists lay in the emperors of Austria and Russia. Various versions of Slav solidarity expressed the Russian orientation, and attracted Slav rebels, even the anti-Russian Poles, especially in times of defeat and hopelessness as after the failure of the risings in 1846. Illyrianism in Croatia and a moderate Czech nationalism expressed the Austrian trend, and both received deliberate support from the Habsburg rulers, two of whose leading ministers Kolorat and the chief of the police system, Sedlnitsky, were themselves Czechs. Croatian cultural aspirations were protected in the 1830s, and by 1840 Kolorat actually proposed what was later to prove so useful in the 1848 revolution, the appointment of a Croat military ban as chief of Croatia, and with control over the military frontier with Hungary, as a counterweight to the obstreperous Magyars. 11 To be a revolutionary in 1848 therefore came to be virtually identical with opposition to Slav national aspirations, and the tacit conflict between the progressive and the reactionary nations did much to doom the revolutions of 1848 to failure. Nothing like nationalism is discoverable elsewhere, for the social conditions for it did not exist. In fact, if anything, the forces which were later to produce nationalism were at this stage opposed to the alliance of tradition, religion, and mass poverty which produced the most powerful resistance to the encroachment of Western conquerors and exploiters. The elements of a local bourgeoisie which grew up in Asian countries did so in the shelter of the foreign exploiters whose agents, intermediaries, and dependents they largely were. The Parsi community of Bombay is an example. Even if the educated and enlightened Asian was not a compradore or a lesser official of some foreign ruler or firm, a situation not dissimilar to that of the Greek diaspora in Turkey, his first political task was to westernize, i.e. to introduce the ideas of the French Revolution and of scientific and technical modernization among his people against the united resistance of traditional rulers and traditional ruled, a situation not dissimilar to that of the gentleman Jacobins of southern Italy. He was therefore doubly cut off from his people. Nationalist mythology has often obscured this divorce, partly by suppressing the link between colonialism and the early native middle classes, partly lending to earlier anti-foreign resistance the colors of a later nationalist movement. But in Asia, in the Islamic countries, and even more in Africa, the junction between the values and nationalism, and between both and the masses, was not made until the 20th century. Nationalism in the East was thus the eventual product of Western influence and Western conquest. This link is perhaps most evident in the one plainly Oriental country in which the foundations of what was to become the first modern colonial nationalist movement were laid, in Egypt. Napoleon's conquest introduced Western ideas, methods, and techniques, whose value an able and ambitious local soldier, Mehmet Ali, soon recognized. Having seized power and virtual independence from Turkey in the confused period which followed the withdrawal of the French, and with French support, Muhammad Ali set out to establish an efficient and westernizing despotism with foreign, mainly French, technical aid. European left-wingers in the 1820s and 30s hailed this enlightened autocrat, and put their services at his disposal, when reaction in their own countries looked too dispiriting. The extraordinary sect of the Saint Simonians, equally suspended between the advocacy of socialism and of industrial development by investment bankers and engineers, temporarily gave him their collective aid and prepared his plans of economic development. For them, CP 241. They thus also laid the foundation for the Suez Canal, built by the Saint Simonian de Lesseps, and the fatal dependence of Egyptian rulers on vast loans negotiated by competing groups of European swindlers, which turned Egypt into a center of imperialist rivalry and anti-imperialist rebellion later on. But Muhammad Ali was no more a nationalist than any other Oriental despot. His westernization, not his or his people's aspirations, laid the foundations for later nationalism. If Egypt acquired the first nationalist movement in the Islamic world and Morocco one of the last, it was because Muhammad Ali, for perfectly comprehensible geopolitical reasons, was in the main paths of westernization, and the isolated self-sealed Sharifian empire of the Muslim Far West was not, and made no attempts to be. Nationalism, like so many other characteristics of the modern world, is the child of the dual revolution. Part 2. Results. Chapter 8. Land. I am your lord and my lord is the Tsar. The Tsar has a right to give me orders and I must obey, but not to give them to you. On my estate I am the Tsar, I am your God on earth, and I must be responsible for you to God in heaven. First a horse must be curried 10 times with the iron curry comb, then only can you brush it with the soft brush. I shall have to curry you pretty roughly, and who knows whether I shall ever get down to the brush. God cleanses the air with thunder and lightning, and in my village I shall cleanse with thunder and fire, whenever I think it necessary. A Russian estate owner to his serfs. 1. The possession of a cow or two, with a hog, and a few geese, naturally exalts the peasant, in his own conception, above his brothers in the same rank of society. In sauntering after his cattle, he acquires a habit of indolence. Day labor becomes disgusting, the aversion increases by indulgence, and at length the sale of a half-fed calf, or hog, furnishes the means of adding intemperance to idleness. The sale of the cow frequently succeeds, and its wretched and disappointed possessor, unwilling to resume the daily and regular course of labor, from whence he drew his former subsistence, extracts from the poor's rate the relief to which he is in no degree entitled. Survey of the Board of Agriculture for Somerset, 17,982. What happened to the land determined the life and death of most human beings in the years from 1789 to 1848. Consequently, the impact of the dual revolution on landed property, land tenure, and agriculture was the most catastrophic phenomenon of our period. For neither the political nor the economic revolution could neglect land, which the first school of economists, the physiocrats, considered the sole source of wealth, and whose revolutionary transformation all agreed to be the necessary precondition and consequence of bourgeois society, if not of all rapid economic development. The great frozen ice cap of the world's traditional agrarian systems and rural social relations lay above the fertile soil of economic growth. It had at all costs to be melted, so that that soil could be plowed by the forces of profit-pursuing private enterprise. This implied 3 kinds of changes. In the first place, land had to be turned into a commodity, possessed by private owners and freely purchasable and saleable by them. In the second place, it had to pass into the ownership of a class of men willing to develop its productive resources for the market and impelled by reason, i.e. enlightened self-interest and profit. In the third place, the great mass of the rural population had in some way to be transformed, at least in part, into freely mobile wage workers for the growing non-agricultural sector of the economy. Some of the more thoughtful or radical economists were also aware of a fourth desirable change, though one difficult if not impossible to achieve. For in an economy which assumed the perfect mobility of all factors of production, land, a natural monopoly did not quite fit. Since the size of the earth was limited, and its various pieces differed in fertility and accessibility, those who owned its more fertile parts must inevitably enjoy a special advantage and levy a rent on the rest. How this burden was to be removed or mitigated, e.g. by suitable taxation, by laws against the concentration of land ownership, or even by nationalization, was the subject of acute debate, especially in industrial England. Such arguments also affected other natural monopolies like railways, whose nationalization was for this reason never considered incompatible with a private enterprise economy, and widely practiced. However, these were problems of land in a bourgeois society. The immediate task was to install it. 2 major obstacles stood in the way of such an imposition, and both required a combination of political and economic action: pre-capitalist landlords and the traditional peasantry. On the other hand, the task could be fulfilled in a variety of ways. The most radical were the British and the American, for both eliminated the peasantry and won the landlord altogether. The classical British solution produced a country in which perhaps 4,000 proprietors owned perhaps 4/7 of the land, 3 which was cultivated. I take the 1,851 figures by 250,000 farmers, 3/4 of the acreage being in farms of from 50 to 500 acres, who employed about 1.25 million of hired laborers and servants. Pockets of smallholders persisted, but outside of the Scots Highlands and parts of Wales only the pedant can speak of a British peasantry in the continental sense. The classical American solution was that of the owner-occupying commercial farmer, who made up for the shortage of a hired labor force by intensive mechanization. Obed Hussey's, 1833, and Cyrus McCormick's, 1834, mechanical reapers were the complement to the purely commercial-minded farmers or land-speculating entrepreneurs who extended the American way of life westwards from the New England states, seizing their land or later by buying it at the most nominal prices from the government. The classical Prussian solution was socially the least revolutionary. It consisted in turning feudal landlords themselves into capitalist farmers and serfs into hired laborers. The Junkers retained control of their lean estates which they had long cultivated for the export market with servile labor, but they now operated with peasants liberated from serfdom and from land. The Pomeranian example, where later in the century some 2,000 large estates covered 61% of the land, some 60,000 middle and small holdings the rest and the remainder of the population was landless, is doubtless extreme, but it is a fact that a rural laboring class was too unimportant for the word laborer even to be mentioned in Krune's Encyclopedia of Domestic and Agricultural Economy of 1773, while in 1849 the number of landless or substantially wage-employed rural laborers in Prussia was estimated at almost 2 millions. 5 The only other systematic solution of the agrarian problem in a capitalist sense was the Danish, which also created a large body of small and medium commercial farmers. However, it was due in the main to the reforms of the period of enlightened despotism in the 1780s, and therefore falls somewhat outside the range of this volume. The Northern American solution depended on the unique fact of a virtually unlimited supply of free land, and the absence of all relics of feudal relations or traditional peasant collectivism. Virtually the only obstacle to the extension of pure individualist farming was the slight one of the Red Indian tribes, whose lands normally guaranteed by treaties with the British, French, and American governments were held in collectivity, often as hunting grounds. The total conflict between a view of society which regarded individual perfectly alienable property not merely as the only rational but the only natural arrangement and one which did not is perhaps most evident in the confrontation between Yankees and Indians. Amongst the most mischievous and fatal of the causes which prevented the Indians from learning the benefits of civilization, argued the Commissioner for Indian Affairs, 6 were their possession of too great an extent of country held in common, and the right to large money annuities, the one giving them ample scope for their indulgence in their unsettled and vagrant habits, and preventing their acquiring a knowledge of individuality in property and the advantage of settled homes, the other fostering idleness and want of thrift, and giving them means of gratifying their depraved tastes and appetites. To deprive them of their lands by fraud, robbery, and any other suitable kind of pressure was therefore as moral as it was profitable. Nomadic and primitive Indians were not the only people who neither understood bourgeois individualist rationalism on the land nor wished for it. In fact, with the exception of minorities of the enlightened, the acquisitive and the strong and sober among the peasantry, the vast bulk of the rural population from the largest feudal lord down to the most poverty-stricken shepherd united in abominating it. Only a politico-legal revolution directed against both lords and traditional peasants could create the conditions in which the rational minority might become the rational majority. The history of agrarian relations over most of Western Europe and its colonies in our period is the history of this revolution, though its full consequences were not felt until the second half of the century. As we have seen, its first object was to turn land into a commodity. Entails and other prohibitions of sale or dispersal which rested on noble estates had to be broken, and the landowner therefore subjected to the salutary penalty of bankruptcy for economic incompetence, which would allow economically more competent purchasers to take over. Above all, in Catholic and Moslem countries, Protestant ones had long since done so, the great block of ecclesiastical land had to be taken out of the Gothic realm of non-economic superstition and opened to the market and rational exploitation. Secularization and sale awaited them. The equally vast blocks of collectively owned and therefore badly utilized lands of village and town communities, common fields, common pastures, woodlands, etc., had to be made accessible to individual enterprise. Division into individual lots and enclosure awaited them. That the new purchasers would be the enterprising, strong, and sober could hardly be doubted, and thus the second of the objects of the agrarian revolution would be achieved. but only on condition that the peasantry, from whose ranks many of them would doubtless arise, was itself turned into a class freely capable of disposing of its resources, a step which would also automatically achieve the third object, the creation of a large free labor force composed from those who failed to become bourgeois. The liberation of the peasant from non-economic bonds and duties, villanage, serfdom, payments to lords, forced labor, slavery, etc., was therefore also essential. This would have an additional and crucial advantage. For the free wage laborer, open to the incentive of higher rewards, or the free farmer, could be shown, it was thought, to be a more efficient worker than the forced laborer, whether serf, peon, or slave. Only one further condition had to be fulfilled. The very large number of those who now vegetated on the land to which all human history tied them, but who, if it were productively exploited, would be a mere surplus population too, had to be torn away from their roots and allowed to move freely. Only thus would they migrate into the towns and factories where their muscles were increasingly needed. In other words, the peasants had to lose their land together with their other bonds. Over most of Europe this meant that the complex of traditional legal and political arrangements commonly known as feudalism had to be abolished, where it was not already absent. Broadly speaking, in the period from 1789 to 1848 this was achieved mostly by direct or indirect agency of the French Revolution from Gibraltar to East Prussia, and from the Baltic to Sicily. The equivalent changes in Central Europe only took place in 1848, in Russia and Romania in the 186 OS. Outside Europe something nominally like them was achieved in the Americas, with the major exceptions of Brazil, Cuba, and the southern USA where slavery persisted until 1862–88. In a few colonial areas directly administered by European states, notably in parts of India and Algeria, similar legal revolutions were also introduced. So they were in Turkey and, for a brief period, in Egypt. 8. Except for Britain and a few other countries in which feudalism in this sense had either been abolished already or had never really existed, though traditional peasant collectivities had, the actual methods of achieving this revolution were very similar. In Britain no legislation to expropriate large property was necessary or politically feasible, for the large landowners or their farmers were already attuned to a bourgeois society. Their resistance to the final triumph of bourgeois relations in the countryside between 1795 and 1846 was bitter. However, though it contained, in an inarticulate form, a sort of traditionalist protest against the destructive sweep of the pure individualist profit principle, the cause of their most obvious discontents was much simpler, the desire to maintain the high prices and high rents of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars in a period of post-war depression. Theirs was an agrarian pressure group rather than a feudal reaction. The main cutting edge of the law was therefore turned against the relics of the peasantry, the cottagers and laborers. Some 5,000 enclosures under private and general enclosure acts broke up some 6 million acres of common fields and common lands from 1760 onwards, transformed them into private holdings, and numerous less formal arrangements supplemented them. The Poor Law of 1834 was designed to make life so intolerable for the rural paupers as to force them to migrate to any jobs that offered. And indeed they soon began to do so. In the 1840s several counties were already on the verge of an absolute loss of population, and from 1850 land flight became general. The reforms of the 1780s abolished feudalism in Denmark, though their main beneficiaries there were not landlords but peasant tenants and owners who were encouraged after the abolition of the open fields to consolidate their strips into individual holdings, a process analogous to enclosure which was largely complete by 1800. Estates tended to be parceled out and sold to their former tenants, though the post-Napoleonic depression, which small owners found harder to survive than tenants, slowed this process down between 1816 and about 1830. By 1865 Denmark was mainly a country of independent peasant owners. In Sweden similar but less drastic reforms had similar effects, so that by the second half of the 19th century traditional communal cultivation, the strip system had virtually disappeared. The formerly feudal areas of this country were assimilated to the rest of the country, in which the free peasantry had always been predominant, as it was overwhelmingly in Norway, after 1815 a part of Sweden, formerly of Denmark. A tendency to subdivide larger enterprises, in some regions, a phase set by one to consolidate holdings, made itself felt. The net result was that agriculture improved its productivity rapidly in Denmark. The number of cattle doubled in the last quarter of the 18th century, but with the rapid rise in population a growing number of the rural poor found no employment. After the middle of the 19th century their hardship led to what was proportionately the most massive of all the century's movements of emigration, mostly to the American Midwest, from infertile Norway and a little later from Sweden, though less so from Denmark. 2. In France, as we have seen, the abolition of feudalism was the work of the Revolution. Peasant pressure and Jacobinism pushed agrarian reform beyond the point where champions of capitalist development would have wished it to stop, cf. above pages 49, 69-70. France as a whole therefore became neither a country of landlords and farm laborers nor of commercial farmers, but largely of various types of peasant proprietors, who became the chief prop of all subsequent political regimes which did not threaten to take away their land. That the number of peasant owners increased by over 50% from 4 to 6.5 millions is an old, plausible, but not readily verifiable guess. All we know for certain is that the number of such proprietors did not diminish and in some areas increased more than in others, but whether the Moselle department, where it increased by 40% or between 1789 and 1801, is more typical than the Norman-Eure department, where it remained unchanged 10 must await further study. Conditions on the land were, on the whole, good. Even in 1847-8 there was no real hardship except among a section of the wage laborers. 11 The flow of surplus labor from the village to town was therefore small, a fact which helped to retard French industrial development. Over most of Latin Europe, the Low Countries, Switzerland, and Western Germany the abolition of feudalism was the work of the French conquering armies, determined to proclaim immediately in the name of the French nation, the abolition of tithes, feudality and seigneurial rights 12 or of native liberals who cooperated with them or were inspired by them. By 1799 the legal revolution had thus conquered in the countries adjoining eastern France and in northern and central Italy, often merely completing an evolution already far advanced. The return of the Bourbons after the abortive Neapolitan Revolution of 1798-9 postponed it in continental southern Italy until 1808, the British occupation kept it out of Sicily, though feudalism was formally abolished in that island between 1812 and 1843. In Spain the anti-French liberal Cortes of Cádiz in 1811 abolished feudalism and in 1813 certain entails, though, as usual outside the areas profoundly transformed by long incorporation into France, the return of the old regimes delayed the practical application of these principles. The French reforms therefore began or continued, rather than completed, the legal revolution in such areas as northwestern Germany east of the Rhine and in the Illyrian provinces, Istria, Dalmatia, Ragusa, later also Slovenia and part of Croatia, which did not come under French rule or domination until after 1805. The French Revolution was not, however, the only force making for a thorough revolution of agrarian relations. The sheer economic argument in favor of a rational utilization of the land had greatly impressed the enlightened despots of the pre-revolutionary period, and produced very similar answers. In the Habsburg Empire Joseph II had actually abolished serfdom and secularized much church land in the 1780s. For comparable reasons, and because of their persistent rebellions the serfs of Russian Livonia were formally restored to the status of peasant proprietors which they had enjoyed rather earlier under Swedish administration. It did not help them in the slightest, for the greed of the all-powerful landlord soon turned emancipation into a mere instrument of peasant expropriation. After the Napoleonic Wars the peasants' few legal safeguards were swept away and between 1819 and 1850 they lost at least 1/5 of their land while the noble demesnes grew between 60 and 180 per cent. 13 A class of landless laborers now cultivated them. These three factors, the influence of the French Revolution, the rational economic argument of civil servants, and the greed of the nobility, determined the emancipation of the peasants in Prussia between 1807 and 1816. The influence of the revolution was clearly decisive, for its armies had just pulverized Prussia and thus demonstrated with dramatic force the helplessness of old regimes which did not adopt modern methods, i.e. those patterned on the French. As in Livonia, emancipation was combined with the abolition of the modest legal protection which the peasantry had previously enjoyed. In return for the abolition of forced labor and feudal dues and for his new property rights, the peasant was obliged, among other losses, to give his former lord 1/3 or 1/2 of his old holding or an equivalent and crippling sum of money. The long and complex legal process of transition was far from complete by 1848, but it was already evident that while the estate owners had benefited greatly and a smaller number of comfortable peasants somewhat, thanks to their new property rights, the bulk of the peasantry were distinctly worse off and the landless laborers were increasing fast. 3. Economically, the result was beneficial in the long run, though the losses in the short run were, as often in major agrarian changes, serious. By 1830–31 Prussia had only just got back to the numbers of cattle and sheep of the beginning of the century, the landlords now owning a larger and the peasants a smaller share. On the other hand, the area under tillage rose by well over 1/3 and productivity by half in, roughly, the first half of the century. 15 The surplus rural population clearly grew rapidly, and since rural conditions were distinctly bad, the famine of 1846–8 was probably worse in Germany than anywhere else except Ireland and Belgium. It had plenty of incentive to migrate. And indeed, of all peoples before the Irish famine, the Germans provided the largest body of emigrants. The actual legal steps to secure bourgeois systems of landed property were thus, as we have seen, taken mostly between 1789 and 1812. Their consequences, outside France and a few adjoining areas, made themselves felt much more slowly, mostly because of the strength of social and economic reaction after Napoleon's defeat. In general, every further advance of liberalism pushed the legal revolutions a step further from theory to practice, every recovery of the old regimes delayed them, notably in Catholic countries where the secularization and sale of church lands were among the most urgent of the liberal demands. Thus in Spain the temporary triumph of a liberal revolution in 1820 brought a new law of unfettering, desvinculation, which allowed nobles to sell their lands freely. The restoration of absolutism abrogated it in 1823, the renewed victory of liberalism reaffirmed it in 1836, and so on. The actual volume of land transfers in our period, insofar as we can measure it, was therefore as yet modest, except in areas where an active body of middle-class buyers and land speculators stood ready to use their opportunities. On the plain of Bologna, North Italy, noble lands fell from 78% of total value in 1789 through 66% in 1804 to 51% in 1835.16. On the other hand, in Sicily 90% of all land continued to remain in noble hands until much later. 1704. There was one exception to this, the lands of the church. These vast and almost invariably ill-utilized and ramshackle estates, it has been claimed that 2/3 of the land in the Kingdom of Naples around 1760 was ecclesiastical. 19 had few defenders and only too many wolves hovering round them. Even in the absolutist reaction in Catholic Austria after the collapse of Joseph II's enlightened despotism, nobody suggested the return of the secularized and dissipated monastery lands. Thus in one commune in the Romagna, Italy, church lands fell from 42.5% of the area in 1783 to 11.5% in 1812, but the lost lands passed not only to bourgeois owners, who rose from 24 to 47%, but also to nobles, who rose from 34 to 41%. 20 Consequently, it is not surprising that even in Catholic Spain the intermittent liberal governments managed by 1845 to sell off over half the church estates, most notably in the provinces in which ecclesiastical property was most concentrated or economic development was most advanced. In 15 provinces over 3/4 of all church estates had been sold, Point 21. Unfortunately for liberal economic theory, this large-scale redistribution of land did not produce that class of enterprising and progressive landlords or farmers which had been confidently expected. Why should even a middle-class purchaser, a city lawyer, merchant, or speculator in economically undeveloped and inaccessible areas saddle himself with the investment and trouble of transforming landed property into a soundly run business enterprise, instead of merely taking the place, from which he had been hitherto debarred, of the former noble or clerical landlord, whose powers he could now exercise with more regard for cash and less for tradition and custom? Throughout vast areas of southern Europe a new and harsher set of barons thus reinforced the old. The great latifundist concentrations were slightly diminished, as in continental southern Italy, left untouched, as in Sicily, or even reinforced, as in Spain. In such regimes the legal revolution thus reinforced the old feudality by a new, all the more so as the small purchaser, and especially the peasant, hardly benefited at all from the land sales. However, in most of southern Europe the age-old social structure remained strong enough to make even the thought of mass migration impossible. Men and women lived where their ancestors had done, and, if they had to, starved there. The mass exodus from southern Italy, for instance, was a half-century away. But even where the peasantry actually received the land, or were confirmed in its possession, as in France, parts of Germany, or Scandinavia, they did not automatically, as hoped for, turn into the enterprising class of small farmers. And this for the simple reason that while the peasantry wanted land, it rarely wanted a bourgeois agrarian economy. 3. For the old traditional system, inefficient and oppressive as it had been, was also a system of considerable social certainty and, at a most miserable level, of some economic security, not to mention that it was hallowed by custom and tradition. The periodic famines, the burden of labor which made men old at 40 and women at 30, were acts of God. They only became acts for which men were held responsible in times of abnormal hardship or revolution. The legal revolution, from the peasant's point of view, gave nothing except some legal rights, but it took away much. Thus in Prussia emancipation gave him 2/3 or half the land he already tilled and freedom from forced labor and other dues, but it formally took away his claim to assistance from the Lord in times of bad harvest or cattle plague, his right to collect or buy cheap fuel from the Lord's forest, his right to the Lord's assistance in repairing or rebuilding his house, his right in extreme poverty to ask the Lord's help in paying taxes, his right to pasture animals in the Lord's forest. For the poor peasant it seemed a distinctly hard bargain. Church property might have been inefficient, but this very fact recommended it to the peasants, for on it their custom tended to become prescriptive right. The division and enclosure of common field, pasture, and forest merely withdrew from the poor peasant or cottager resources and reserves to which he felt he, or rather he as part of the community, had a right. The free land market meant that he probably had to sell his land, the creation of a rural class of entrepreneurs, that the most hard-hearted and hard-headed exploited him instead of, or in addition to, the old lords. Altogether the introduction of liberalism on the land was like some sort of silent bombardment which shattered the social structure he had always inhabited and left nothing in its place but the rich, a solitude called freedom. Nothing was more natural than that the peasant poor or the entire rural population should resist as best it could, and nothing was more natural than that it should resist in the name of the age-old customary ideal of a stable and just society, i.e. in the name of church and legitimate king. If we accept the peasant revolution of France, and even this was in 1789 neither generally anti-clerical nor anti-monarchical, virtually all important peasant movements in our period which were not directed against the foreign king or church, were ostensibly made for priest and ruler. The South Italian peasantry joined with the urban sub-proletariat to make a social counter-revolution against the Neapolitan Jacobins and the French in 1799 in the name of the Holy Faith and the Bourbons, and these also were the slogans of the Calabrian and Apulian brigand guerrillas against the French occupation, as later against Italian unity. Priests and brigand heroes led the Spanish peasantry in their guerrilla war against Napoleon. church, king, and a traditionalism so extreme as to be odd even in the early 19th century, inspired the Carlist guerrillas of the Basque country, Navarre, Castile, Leon, and Aragon in their implacable warfare against the Spanish liberals in the 1830s and 1840s. The Virgin of Guadalupe led the Mexican peasants in 1810. Church and Emperor fought the Bavarians and French under the lead of the publican Andreas Hofer in Tyrol in 1809. The Tsar and Holy Orthodoxy were what the Russians fought for in 1812-13. The Polish revolutionaries in Galicia knew that their only chance of raising the Ukrainian peasantry was through the Greek Orthodox or Uniate priests. They failed, for the peasants preferred emperor to gentleman. Outside France, where republicanism or Bonapartism captured an important section of the peasantry between 1791 and 1815, and where the church had in many regions withered away even before the revolution, there were few areas, perhaps most obviously those in which the church was a foreign and long-resented ruler, as in the papal Romagna and Emilia of what we would today call left-wing peasant agitation. And even in France, Brittany and the Vendée remained fortresses of popular Bourbonism. The failure of the European peasantries to rise with Jacobin or liberal, that is to say with lawyer, shopkeeper, estate administrator, official, and landlord, doomed the revolutions of 1848 in those countries in which the French Revolution had not given them the land, and where it had, their conservative fear of losing it, or their contentment, kept them equally inactive. Of course the peasants did not rise for the real king, whom they hardly knew, but for the ideal of the just king who, if only he knew, would punish the transgressions of his underlings and lords, though often they did rise for the real church. For the village priest was one of them, the saints were certainly theirs and nobody else's, and even the tumble-down ecclesiastical estates were sometimes more tolerable landlords than the grasping layman. Where the peasantry had land and was free, as in Tyrol, Navarre, or, without a king, in the Catholic cantons of the original William Tell Switzerland, its traditionalism was a defense of relative liberty against the encroachment of liberalism. Where it had not, it was more revolutionary. Any call to resist the conquest of foreigner and bourgeois, whether launched by priest, king, or anyone else, was likely to produce not only the sack of the houses of gentry and lawyers in the city, but the ceremonial march with drums and saints' banners to occupy and divide the land, the murder of landlords and the rape of their women, the burning of legal documents. For surely it was against the real wish of Christ and King that the peasant was poor and landless. It is this firm foundation of social revolutionary unrest which made peasant movements in the areas of serfdom and large estates, or in the areas of excessively small and subdivided property, so unreliable an ally of reaction. All they needed to switch from a formally legitimist revolutionism to a formally left-wing one was the consciousness that king and church had gone over to the side of the local rich, and a revolutionary movement of men like themselves, speaking in their own terms. Garibaldi's populist radicalism was perhaps the first of such movements, and the Neapolitan brigands hailed him with enthusiasm, while continuing to hail Holy Church and the Bourbons. Marxism and Bakuниnism were to be even more effective. But the transfer of peasant rebellion from the political right to the political left wing had hardly begun to occur before 1848, for the massive impact of the bourgeois economy on the land, which was to turn endemic peasant rebelliousness into an epidemic, only really began to make itself felt after the middle of the century, and especially during and after the Great Agrarian Depression of the 1880s. 4. For large parts of Europe, as we have seen, the legal revolution came as something imposed from outside and above, a sort of artificial earthquake rather than as the slide of long loosened land. This was even more obviously the case where it was imposed on a wholly non-bourgeois economy conquered by a bourgeois one, as in Africa and Asia. Thus in Algeria the conquering French came upon a characteristically medieval society with a firmly established and reasonably flourishing system of religious schools. It has been said that the French peasant soldiers were less literate than the people they conquered. 22 Financed by the numerous pious foundations. The schools, being regarded merely as nurseries of superstition, were closed. The religious lands were allowed to be bought by Europeans who understood neither their purpose nor their legal inalienability, and the schoolmasters, normally members of the powerful religious fraternities, emigrated to the unconquered areas there to strengthen the forces of revolt under Abd el-Kader. The systematic transfer of the land to simple alienable private property began, though its full effects were only to be felt much later. How indeed was the European liberal to understand the complex web of private and collective right and obligation which prevented, in a region like Kabylia, the land collapsing into an anarchy of minute patches and fragments of individually owned fig trees? Algeria had hardly been conquered by 1848. Vast areas of India had by then been directly administered by the British for more than a generation. Since no body of European settlers wished to acquire Indian land, no problem of simple expropriation arose. The impact of liberalism on Indian agrarian life was in the first instance a consequence of the British rulers' search for a convenient and effective method of land taxation. It was their combination of greed and legal individualism which produced catastrophe. The land tenures of pre-British India were as complex as any in traditional but not unchanging societies periodically overrun by foreign conquest, but rested, speaking broadly, on two firm pillars. The land belonged de jure or de facto to self-governing collectivities, tribes, clans, village communes, brotherhoods etc., and the government received a proportion of its produce. Though some land was in some sense alienable, and some agrarian relations could be construed as tenancies, some rural payments as rent, there were in fact neither landlords, tenants, individual landed property or rent in the English sense. It was a situation wholly distasteful and incomprehensible to the British administrators and rulers, who proceeded to invent the rural arrangement with which they were familiar. In Bengal, the first large area under direct British rule, the Mughal land tax had been collected by a species of tax farmer or commission agent, the zamindar. Surely this must be the equivalent of the British landlord, paying a tax assessed, as in the contemporary English land tax, on the whole of his estates, the class through which tax collection ought to be organized, whose beneficent interest in the land must improve it, and whose political support of a foreign regime must give it stability. I consider, wrote the subsequent Lord Teignmouth in the Minute of June 18, 1789, which outlined the permanent settlement of Bengal land revenue, the zamindars as the proprietors of the soil, to the property of which they succeed by right of inheritance. The privilege of disposing of the land by sale or mortgage is derived from this fundamental right. 23 varieties of this so-called zamindari system were applied to about 19% of the later area of British India. Greed rather than convenience dictated the second type of revenue system, which eventually covered just over half of the area of British India, the ryotwary. Here the British rulers, considering themselves the successors to an Oriental despotism which in their not wholly ingenuous view was the supreme landlord of all the land, attempted the Herculean task of making individual tax assessments of every peasant, considering him as a small landed proprietor or rather tenant. The principle behind this, expressed with the habitual clarity of the able official, was agrarian liberalism at its purest. It demanded, in the words of Goldsmith and Wingate, limitation of joint responsibility to a few cases where fields are held in common, or have been subdivided by co-parsoners, recognition of property in the soil, perfect freedom of management with regard to rent from subtenants, and sale, secured to its owners, facilities for effecting sales or transfers of land afforded, by the apportionment of the assessment on fields. 24 The village community was entirely bypassed, in spite of the strong objections of the Madras Board of Revenue, 1808-18, which rightly considered collective tax settlements with the village communities to be far more realistic, while also, and very typically, defending them as the best guarantee of private property. Doctrinarism and greed won, and the boon of private property was conferred on the Indian peasantry. Its disadvantages were so obvious that the land settlements of the subsequently conquered or occupied parts of North India, which covered about 30% of the later area of British India, returned to a modified zamindari system, but with some attempts to recognize the existing collectivities, most notably in the Punjab. Liberal doctrine combined with disinterested rapacity to give another turn to the screw compressing the peasantry, they sharply increased the weight of taxation. The land revenue of Bombay was more than doubled within 4 years of the conquest of the province in 1817, 18. Malthus's and Ricardo's doctrine of rent became the basis of Indian revenue theory, through the influence of the utilitarian chieftain James Mill. This doctrine regarded the revenue from landed property as a pure surplus, which had nothing to do with value. It simply arose because some lands were more fertile than others and was appropriated, with increasingly baneful results for the whole economy, by landlords. To confiscate all of it therefore had no effect on a country's wealth, except perhaps to prevent the growth of a landed aristocracy capable of holding sound businessmen to ransom. In a country such as Britain, the political strength of the agrarian interest would have made so radical a solution which amounted to a virtual nationalization of the land impossible, but in India the despotic power of an ideological conqueror could impose it. Admittedly, at this point two liberal lines of argument crossed. The Whiggish administrators of the 18th century and the older business interests took the common-sense view that ignorant smallholders on the verge of subsistence would never accumulate agrarian capital and thus improve the economy. They therefore favored permanent settlements of the Bengal type, which encouraged a class of landlords, fixed tax rates forever, i.e. at a diminishing rate, and thus encouraged savings and improvement. The utilitarian administrators, headed by the redoubtable Mill, preferred land nationalization and a mass of small peasant tenants to the danger of yet another landed aristocracy. Had India been in the least like Britain, the Whig case would certainly have been overwhelmingly more persuasive, and after the Indian Mutiny of 1857 it became so for political reasons. As it was, both views were equally irrelevant to Indian agriculture. Moreover, with the development of the Industrial Revolution at home, the sectional interests of the old East India Company, which were, among other things, to have a reasonably flourishing colony to milk, were increasingly subordinated to the general interests of British industry, which was, above all things, to have India as a market, a source of income, but not as a competitor. Consequently, the utilitarian policy, which ensured strict British control and a markedly higher tax yield, was preferred. The traditional pre-British limit of taxation was 1/3 of revenue, the standard basis for British assessment was 1/2. Only after the doctrinaire utilitarianism had led to obvious impoverishment and the revolt of 1857 was taxation reduced to a less extortionate rate. The application of economic liberalism to the Indian land created neither a body of enlightened estate owners nor a sturdy yeoman peasantry. It merely introduced another element of uncertainty, another complex web of parasites and exploiters of the village, e.g. the new officials of the British Raj, 25 a considerable shift and concentration of ownership, a growth of peasant debt and poverty. In Kanpuri district, Uttar Pradesh, over 84% of estates were owned by hereditary landowners at the time the East India Company took over. By 1840, 40% of all estates had been purchased by their owners, by 1872, 62.6%. Moreover, of the more than 3,000 estates or villages, roughly 3/5 of the total transformed from the original owners in 3 districts of the northwest provinces, Uttar Pradesh, by 1846 to over 750 had been transferred to money lenders. 26. There is much to be said for the enlightened and systematic despotism of the utilitarian bureaucrats who built the British Raj in this period. They brought peace, much development of public services, administrative efficiency, reliable law, and incorrupt government at the higher levels. But economically they failed in the most sensational manner. Of all the territories under the administration of European governments, or governments of the European type, even including Tsarist Russia, India continued to be haunted by the most gigantic and murderous famines. Perhaps those statistics are lacking for the earlier period, increasingly so as the century wore on. The only other large colonial, or ex-colonial, area where attempts to apply liberal land law were made, was Latin America. Here the old feudal colonization of the Spaniards had never shown any prejudice against the fundamental collective and communal land tenures of the Indians, so long as the white colonists got what land they wanted. The independent governments, however, proceeded to liberalize in the spirit of the French Revolutionary and Benthamite doctrines which inspired them. Thus Bolívar decreed the individualization of community land in Peru, 1824, and most of the new republics abolished entails in the manner of the Spanish liberals. The liberation of noble lands may have led to some reshuffling and dispersion of estates, though the vast hacienda, estancia, finca, fundo, remain the dominant unit of land ownership in most of the republics. The attack on communal property remained quite ineffective. Indeed, it was not really pressed seriously until after 1850. In fact, the liberalization of its political economy remained as artificial as the liberalization of its political system. In substance, parliaments, elections, land laws, etc., notwithstanding, the continent went on very much as before. V. The revolution in land tenure was the political aspect of the disruption of traditional agrarian society, its invasion by the new rural economy and the world market, its economic aspect. In the period from 1787 to 1848 this economic transformation was as yet imperfect, as can be measured by the very modest rates of migration. Railways and steamships had hardly yet begun to create a single agricultural world market until the great farming depression of the later 19th century. Local agriculture was therefore largely sheltered from international or even interprovincial competition. Industrial competition had hardly as yet impinged much on the numerous village crafts and domestic manufactures, except perhaps to turn some of them to production for rather wider markets. New agricultural methods outside the areas of successful capitalist agriculture were slow to penetrate the village, though new industrial crops, notably sugar beet, which spread in consequence of the Napoleonic discrimination against British cane sugar and new food crops, notably maize and potatoes, made striking advances. It took an extraordinary economic conjuncture, such as the immediate proximity of a highly industrial economy and the inhibition of normal development, to produce a real cataclysm in an agrarian society by purely economic means. Such a conjuncture did exist, and such a cataclysm did occur in Ireland, and to a lesser extent, in India. What happened in India was simply the virtual destruction, within a few decades, of what had been a flourishing domestic and village industry which supplemented the rural incomes, in other words the deindustrialization of India. Between 1815 and 1832 the value of Indian cotton goods exported from the country fell from £13 millions to less than £100,000, while the import of British cotton goods increased 16 times over. By 1840 an observer already warned against the disastrous effects of turning India into the agricultural farm of England. She is a manufacturing country. Her manufactures of various descriptions have existed for ages, and have never been able to be competed with by any nation wherever fair play has been given to them. To reduce her now to an agricultural country would be an injustice to India. 27 The description was misleading, for a leavening of manufacture had been, in India as in many other countries, an integral part of the agricultural economy in many regions. Consequently deindustrialization made the peasant village itself more dependent on the single, fluctuating fortune of the harvest. The situation in Ireland was more dramatic. Here a population of small, economically backward, highly insecure tenants practicing subsistence farming paid the maximum rent to a smallish body of foreign, non-cultivating, generally absentee landlords. Except in the northeast, Ulster, the country had long been deindustrialized by the mercantilist policy of the British government whose colony it was, and more recently by the competition of British industry. A single technical innovation, the substitution of the potato for the previously prevalent types of farming, had made a large increase in population possible, for an acre of land under potatoes can feed far more people than one under grass, or indeed under most other crops. The landlord's demand for the maximum number of rent-paying tenants, and later also for a labor force to cultivate the new farms which exported food to the expanding British market, encouraged the multiplication of tiny holdings. By 1841 in Connaught 64% of all larger holdings were under 5 acres, without counting the unknown number of dwarf holdings under 1 acre. Thus during the 18th and early 19th centuries the population multiplied on such patches, living on little except 10 to 12 pounds of potatoes a day per person, and at least until the 1820s some milk and an occasional taste of herring, a population unparalleled in Western Europe for its poverty. 28. Since there was no alternative employment for industrialization was excluded, the end of this evolution was mathematically predictable. Once the population had grown to the limits of the last potato patch carved out of the last piece of just cultivable bog, there would be catastrophe. Soon after the end of the French wars its advance signs appeared. Food shortage and epidemic disease began once again to decimate a people whose mass agrarian discontent is only too easily explained. The bad harvests and crop diseases of the middle 40s merely provided the firing squad for an already condemned people. Nobody knows, or will ever precisely know, the human cost of the Great Irish Famine of 1847, which was by far the largest human catastrophe in European history during our period. Rough estimates suggest that something like 1 million people died of and through hunger, and another million emigrated from the stricken island between 1846 and 1851. In 1820 Ireland had just under 7 million inhabitants. In 1846 she had perhaps 8.5. In 1851 she was reduced to 6.5, and her population has gone down steadily through emigration since. Hugh Dirafames, wrote a parish priest, reverting to the tones of chroniclers in the Dark Ages, Hugh Sivahuges memorabilis anni pestilentia, 29. In those months when no children came to be christened in the parishes of Galway and Mayo, because none were born. India and Ireland were perhaps the worst countries to be a peasant in between 1789 and 1848, but nobody who had the choice would have wished to be a farm labourer in England either. It is generally agreed that the situation of this unhappy class deteriorated markedly after the middle 1790s, partly through economic forces, partly through the pauperizing Speen-Hamland system. 1795, a well-meant but mistaken attempt to guarantee the laborer a minimum wage by subsidizing wages out of poor rates. Its chief effect was to encourage farmers to lower wages, and to demoralize the laborers. Their feeble and ignorant stirrings of revolt can be measured by the increase in offenses against the game laws in the 1820s, by arson and offenses against property in the 1830s and 1840s, but above all by the desperate, helpless last laborers rising, an epidemic of riot which spread spontaneously from Kent through numerous counties at the end of 1830 and was savagely repressed. Economic liberalism proposed to solve the laborer's problem in its usual brisk and ruthless manner by forcing him to find work at an economic wage or to migrate. The New Poor Law of 1834, a statute of quite uncommon callousness, gave him poor relief only within the new workhouses, where he had to separate from wife and child in order to discourage the sentimental and unmalthusian habit of thoughtless procreation, and withdrawing the parish guarantee of a minimum livelihood. The cost of the poor law went down drastically, though at least 1 million Britons remained paupers up to the end of our period, and the laborers slowly began to move. Since agriculture was depressed, their situation continued to be very miserable. It did not substantially improve until the 1850s. Farm laborers were indeed badly off everywhere, though perhaps in the most backward and isolated areas no worse off than usual. The unhappy discovery of the potato made it easy to depress their standard of life in large parts of Northern Europe, and substantial improvement in their situation did not occur, e.g. in Prussia, until the 1850s or 1860s. The situation of the self-sufficient peasant was probably rather better, though that of the smallholder was desperate enough in times of famine. A peasant country like France was probably less affected by the general agricultural depression after the boom of the Napoleonic Wars than any other. Indeed, a French peasant who looked across the Channel in 1840 and compared his situation and that of the English laborer with things in 1788 could hardly doubt which of the two had made the better bargain. Meanwhile, from across the Atlantic, the American farmers observed the peasantry of the Old World and congratulated themselves on their good fortune in not belonging to it. Chapter 9. Towards an Industrial World. These are indeed glorious times for the engineers. James Nasmyth, inventor of the steam hammer 1. Devant de téléphones témoins, au cycle progressive. Vantes nous le pouvoir de la locomotive. Vantes nous le vapeur et les chemins de fer. A. Pommier 2. I. Only one economy was effectively industrialized by 1848, the British, and consequently dominated the world. Probably by the 1840s the USA and a good part of Western and Central Europe had stepped across, or were on, the threshold of industrial revolution. It was already reasonably certain that the USA would eventually be considered within 20 years, thought Richard Cobden in the middle 1830s, a serious competitor to the British, and by the 1840s Germans, though perhaps no one else, already pointed to the rapid industrial advance of their countrymen. But prospects are not achievements, and by the 1840s the actual industrial transformations of the non-English speaking world were still modest. There were, for instance, by 1850 a total of little more than 100 miles of railway line in the whole of Spain, Portugal, Scandinavia, Switzerland, and the entire Balkan Peninsula, and, omitting the USA, less than this in all the non-European continents put together. If we omit Britain and a few patches elsewhere, the economic and social world of the 1840s can easily be made to look not so very different from that of 1788. Most of the population of the world, then as earlier, were peasants. In 1830 there was, after all, still only one western city of more than 1 million inhabitants, London, one of more than 500,000, Paris, and omitting Britain only 19 European cities of more than 100,000. This slowness of change in the non-British world meant that its economic movements continued, until the end of our period, to be controlled by the age-old rhythm of good and bad harvests rather than by the new one of alternating industrial booms and slumps. The crisis of 1857 was probably the first that was both worldwide and caused by events other than agrarian catastrophe. This fact, incidentally, had the most far-reaching political consequences. The rhythm of change in industrial and non-industrial areas diverged between 1780 and 1848. The economic crisis which set fire to so much of Europe in 1846-8 was an old-style agrarian-dominated depression. It was in a sense the last, and perhaps worst, economic breakdown of the ancien regime in economics. Not so in Britain, where the worst breakdown of the period of early industrialism occurred between 1839 and 1842 for purely modern reasons, and indeed coincided with fairly low corn prices. The point of spontaneous social combustion in Britain was reached in the unplanned Chartist general strike of the summer of 1842, the so-called Plug Riots. By the time it was reached on the continent in 1848, Britain was merely suffering the first cyclical depression of the long era of Victorian expansion, as also was Belgium, the other more or less industrial economy of Europe. A continental revolution without a corresponding British movement, as Marx foresaw, was doomed. What he did not foresee was that the unevenness of British and continental development made it inevitable that the continent should rise alone. Nevertheless, what counts about the period from 1789 to 1848 is not that by later standards its economic changes were small, but that fundamental changes were plainly taking place. The first of these was demographic. World population and especially the population of the world within the orbit of the dual revolution had begun that unprecedented explosion which has in the course of 150 years or so multiplied its numbers. Since few countries before the 19th century kept anything corresponding to censuses, and these in general far from reliable too, we do not know accurately how rapidly population rose in this period. It was certainly unparalleled, and greatest, except perhaps in underpopulated countries filling empty and hitherto underutilized spaces such as Russia, in the economically most advanced areas. The population of the USA, swollen by immigration, encouraged by the unlimited spaces and resources of a continent, increased almost 6 times over from 1790 to 1850, from 4 to 23 millions. The population of the United Kingdom almost doubled between 1800 and 1850, almost trebled between 1750 and 1850. The population of Prussia, 1,846 boundaries, almost doubled from 1800 to 1846, as did that of European Russia, without Finland. The populations of Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Holland, and large parts of Italy almost doubled between 1750 and 1850, but increased at a less extraordinary rate during our period. That of Spain and Portugal increased by a third. Outside Europe we are less well informed, though it would seem that the population of China increased at a rapid rate in the 18th and early 19th century, until European intervention and the traditional cyclical movement of Chinese political history produced the breakdown of the flourishing administration of the Manchu dynasty, which was at the peak of its effectiveness in this period. 3 In Latin America it probably increased at a rate comparable to Spain's. 4 There is no sign of any population explosion in other parts of Asia. Africa's population probably remained stable. Only certain empty spaces populated by white settlers increased at a really extraordinary rate, like Australia, which in 1790 had virtually no white inhabitants but by 1851 had 500,000. This remarkable increase in population naturally stimulated the economy immensely, though we ought to regard it as a consequence rather than as exogenous cause of the economic revolution, for without it so rapid a population growth could not have been maintained for more than a limited period. Indeed, in Ireland, where it was not supplemented by constant economic revolution, it was not maintained. It produced more labor, above all more young labor and more consumers. The world or our period was a far younger world than any previous one, filled with children, and with young couples or people in the prime of their lives. The second major change was in communications. Railways were admittedly only in their infancy in 1848, though already of considerable practical importance in Britain, the USA, Belgium, France, and Germany, but even before their introduction the improvement was, by former standards, breathtaking. The Austrian Empire, for instance, omitting Hungary, added over 30,000 miles of road between 1830 and 1847, thus multiplying its highway mileage by 2 and a third. 5 Belgium almost doubled its road network between 1830 and 1850, and even Spain, thanks largely to French occupation, almost doubled its tiny highway length. The USA, as usual more gigantic in its enterprises than any other country, multiplied its network of mail coach roads more than 8 times from 21,000 miles in 1800 to 170,000 in 1850. While Britain acquired her system of canals, France built 2,000 miles of them, 1,800 to 47, and the USA opened such crucial waterways as the Erie and the Chesapeake and Ohio. The total shipping tonnage of the Western world more than doubled between 1800 and the early 1840s, and already steamships linked Britain and France, 1,822, and plied up and down the Danube. There were in 1840 about 370,000 tons of steam shipping compared to 9 million of sail, though in fact this may have already represented about 1/6 of carrying capacity. Here again the Americans outdid the rest of the world, racing even the British for the possession of the largest merchant fleet. 4. Nor would we underestimate the sheer improvement in speed and carrying capacity thus achieved. No doubt the coach service which drove the Tsar of all the Russias from St. Petersburg to Berlin in 4 days, 1834, was not available to lesser humans, but the new rapid mail, copied from the French and English, which after 1824 drove from Berlin to Magdeburg in 15 hours instead of 2½ days, was the railway and Rowland Hill's brilliant invention of the standardized charge for postal matter in 1839, supplemented by the invention of the adhesive stamp in 1841, multiplied the mails, but even before both, and in countries less advanced than Britain, it increased rapidly. Between 1830 and 1840 the number of letters annually sent in France rose from 64 to 94 millions. Sailing ships were not merely faster and more reliable, they were on average also bigger. 7. Technically, no doubt, these improvements were not as deeply inspiring as the railways, though the ravishing bridges, curving freshly across the rivers, the great artificial waterways and docks, the splendid clipper ships gliding like swans in full sail, and the elegant new mail coaches were and remain some of the most beautiful products of industrial design. But as means of facilitating travel and transport, of linking town and country, poor and rich regions, they were admirably effective. The growth of population owed much to them, for what in pre-industrial times holds it back is not so much the high normal mortality of men, but the periodic catastrophes of often very localized famine and food shortage. If famine became less menacing in the Western world in this period, except in years of almost universal harvest failure such as 1816-7 and 1846-8, it was primarily because of such improvements in transport, as well as, of course, the general improvement in the efficiency of government and administration, cf. Chapter 10. The third major change was, naturally enough, in the sheer bulk of commerce and migration. No doubt not everywhere. There is, for instance, no sign that Calabrian or Apulian peasants were yet prepared to migrate, nor that the amount of goods annually brought to the great fair of Nijni Novgorod increased to any startling extent. 8 But taking the world of the dual revolution as a whole, the movement of men and goods already had the momentum of a landslide. Between 1816 and 1850 something like 5 million Europeans left their native countries, almost 4/5 of them for the Americas, and within countries the currents of internal migration were far vaster. Between 1780 and 1840 the total international trade of the Western world more than trebled, between 1780 and 1850 it multiplied more than fourfold. By later standards all this was no doubt very modest but by earlier ones, and these after all were what contemporaries compared their age with, they were beyond the wildest dreams. 2. What was more to the point, after about 1830 the turning point which the historian of our period cannot miss, whatever his particular field of interest, the rate of economic and social change accelerated visibly and rapidly. Outside Britain the period of the French Revolution and its wars brought relatively little immediate advance, except in the USA, which leaped ahead after its own War of Independence, doubling its cultivated area by 1810, multiplying its shipping sevenfold, and in general demonstrating its future capacities. Not only the cotton gin, but the steamship, the early development of assembly line production, Oliver Evans flour mill on a conveyor belt are American advances of this period. The foundations of a good deal of later industry, especially heavy industry, were laid in Napoleonic Europe, but not much survived the end of the wars, which brought crisis everywhere. On the whole the period from 1815 to 1830 was one of setbacks, or at the best of slow recovery. States put their finances in order normally by